Hello esports enjoyers and welcome back to OWCS Asia in the World to Road Finals. We've got 4 spots in Stockholm that Avril and I are going to be giving out over the next weekend.
That's right, we got plenty of teams live in Kintex in Korea to play for their position and the possibility of making it to Stockholm World Finals in just a month and a little bit from now. Very few spots available. 3 for Korea, 1 between Japan and Pacific, all played on LAN, all played over this weekend.
Yeah, at this point, OCE, they're going to be off of ping, unleashed, face-to-face with their fellow Pacific teams, most of them hailing from Thailand. We've got 2 teams coming through from Pacific and 2 teams coming through from Japan. They're going to face each other in some intra-region competition before facing off against the opposing regions, Victor, to see which of them is going to get the 1 spot for the World Finals over in Stockholm in Sweden. But on Korea's side, we've got ourselves 2 separate brackets, Avril, because we've got a play-in to try and get through as well. But first of all, let's get caught up with how things went over in Pacific.
Scutto Squappos and Nosebleed Esports that made the finals. Nosebleed taking a 4-1, and we'll introduce the rosters in just a hot moment. But once you see the players on these rosters, of course, you'll probably remember Scutto Squappos from the mid-season final as well that we had at EWC. And, well, these 2 teams have been at each other for quite some time, and we've seen the core of both these rosters, a Thai core for Nosebleed Esports, an Oceanic core for Scutto Squappos. They faced against each other in all sorts of variant different rosters over the course of the last year and a bit, the last 2 years, really, across different types of teams, across the 99 Divines, across the Bleed Esports, and all the rest as well. We'll see them face off again. Of course, this is how Korea went in the recent playoffs. Korea once again taking the championship title there over T1.
Yeah, unsurprising results here for Crazy Raccoon. We've come to expect excellence from this team, and they have consistently delivered, whether in their region or internationally. Got some rises, though, like Wei really coming through and getting some results. They've often been this upstart squad, and here's a quick look at how Japan played out.
Yeah, once again, Varel is so dominant. They did lose a map to reject here, but Varel have been the top dogs of the region for some time. It's only been a few moments that have been a bit of a shortfall for this Varel squad where they've actually lost. The rest of the time, they've been dominant. They've been winning. They've been the best team in Japan for so long that at this point, can anyone in Japan touch them?
Yeah, very excited to see these guys come to LAN and really show what they can do against some of the best in the region. We're going to have to re-defeat Reject potentially, as we are going to be having essentially replays of the grand finals over in Japan and Pacific to try and get through towards that spot to play for our 1 grand final that is available. We're going to be able to bracket well for Korea. Half of our teams are going to have to try and get into that one. It's Outcomes Gaming, Onside Gaming, and going to be battling for the last spot in the playoff bracket.
Of course, the team that wins that position in the play-in tournament that we're going to be playing at LAN and Kintex have to go up against Crazy Raccoon. However, this time around, it will be a double elimination bracket in the Korea playoffs with single elim. You lost, you were gone. You were kind of, well, if you lost early, you ended up having to go through the play-in tournament, which is where Zeta, Falcons, and Onside find themselves. But thankfully for them, they'll have at least a bit of a second chance. I'm sure they'll need it versus Crazy Raccoon a little bit later on in the tournament from day 2 onwards. Our Justin map pool here coming into things as well. All pretty good stuff. Everything I like here. Good to see that Rialto comes back in as well. Ever lovely watching with Gibraltar in there to mix things up. And we'll also have some new drops as well. So get yourselves on the broadcast. Get yourselves some new drops for this weekend.
Yeah, brand new drops always are great for dragging in new viewers, and Avril and I are going to have a job making sure they get invested in the best players in the world, because while you have done some mercenary work over in EMEA and in North America, I think we can all agree that Asia's really where the powerhouses lie for Overwatch's international competition.
You said it, not me.
What can I say? I'm here to tank that aggro, Avril. I will take them all on. I still think that Asia's king here, baby.
I'm casting Asia and North America this week, and I've been doing a lot of North America and a little bit EMEA at this stage. So I'm trying to spread the love out a little bit more. But I can't disagree. You know, like that you're only doing Korea and Asia with me, so you get to be that guy. You can say all those things, and I'll just be like, yes, I'll back you up. He's saying it. He's saying it. He's
true. You can point me on no lies detected to dodge the aggro. Just like, yeah, this is what Like Day said. Like, it could be conjecture. We don't know if it's true. We know it's true. So if you're watching right now, enjoying the new drops, know that you are ready to have a look at the cream of the crop of Overwatch's best players across the entire world. We're going to be starting off with our Pacific versus Pacific matchup, I believe, which is going to be the Gatos Guapos going up against Nosebleed Esports. And there's plenty to wax lyrical about here when it comes to our OCE and our TIE squads. One player that stood out to me in history here is definitely High Vision on the side of Nosebleed Esports. So there was a lot of hype for this guy, especially when he was like under 18, when he was one of these younger coming up players. As a bit of a hit scan prodigy, a lot of people really liked his Cassidy, and we're currently in more of like an open season meta, so maybe there's a chance that High Vision can really start to leverage some of the more niche hero picks that might come up.
Yeah, for sure. Lots to look forward to in terms of these two teams, and you know, for those that don't keep up with the Japanese region as well, some familiar faces there. Top Dragon, of course, has been such a star in Varel, and even looking over towards the reject side of things, you know, some very familiar players from across the history of Overwatch, where you know you have the Edisons, the Kalioses of the world, but even some really strong up and coming Japanese players like Undersea, who I've kept my eye on quite a bit in recent history. So I'm hoping to see where Japan versus Pacific eventually is going to lie, because of course you mentioned Pacific versus Pacific, Japan versus Japan, and then tomorrow we'll get into the actual final of that, the Japan versus Pacific game, where we'll see which of the two regions reign supreme, because there's been a heavy hot rivalry between Japan and Pacific for a couple of years now, even beyond OWCS, if we're honest, even back in contenders when Vara would play up against OCE teams and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, this kind of regional rivalry extends quite far back, and I think Pacific has won a decent amount of them, although Japan might just not even just be on their heels, but Japan at this stage may have even taken over, because Vara, again, are looking very good.
I mean, just culturally in Overwatch at the moment, it really feels like Japan is an ascendant region. A lot of great co-streamers and content creators coming from Japan and showing their love for Overwatch. I was having a look at Varel's roster here, and man, Top Dragon's previous teams on Wikipedia is quite the safari. Bro is the absolute world traveler from 2018 through to 2025. I think that's probably 25 teams.
He's got them entry stamps on his passport.
It's true.
Filled out for sure. The pages are filled. And speaking of filling out your passport, making it to Stockholm, so really look forward to that as well. There are 12 teams at Stockholm. So last year we only had 8. For the DreamHack events, we only had 8 teams. This time we're going to have 12 teams. So that's really important, because it's going to give more opportunity for some of these, you know, third-seeded teams in particular regions to be able to make their mark, especially when you look over towards Korea. Third seed in Korea is very competitive still. Fourth seed in Korea is even competitive, but it gives an opportunity for, you know, Japan and Pacific to be able to play for a spot and actually make it there, not have to go through Korea. Previously last year, as we all remember, they had to go through Korea to actually make it in. This time they'll be guaranteed a spot to see if they can actually compete with the rest. And we saw a little bit of that at mid-season, and some fun stuff, especially in the Varel versus what might have been Rock game or Team CC game, was quite fun. Let's take a look at what our lineup here is today. Of course, as mentioned, we're going to start off with the Pacific game, Nosebleed versus Gatos Guapos. Falcons on side of the play-ins game, and the winner of that faces Zeta Division to see who gets faced basically tomorrow. And then we finish off with Varel versus Reject to see who gets to play against the Pacific winner.
All right, we're ready to get stuck into our Pacific versus Pacific showdown. So let's bring Nosebleed Esports out onto the stage. This High squad is ready to go. The arena's starting to fill up as people filter in, and I imagine there's going to be a lot of homegrown fans for this squad that are quite keen to see one of the best squads in Pacific take to the world stage.
Especially that guy in the middle there that we saw as well, Claire, back in a Pacific team. It's been some time. He was playing in North America most recently, but a player that's very familiar with playing cross-regionally. So moving between Pacific and also North America, and now back on this team, winning again, in a position to maybe take himself to Stockholm, former member of Nightmare that we saw. Very good player. Looking forward to how this team performs.
Yeah, going to be heading up against the Gatos Guapos, who will be meeting in just a couple of moments. But for now, I'm very excited. I know that Pali's been around a really long time, as well as a veteran Thai player. Really has been able to hone their talent over the course of many moons in Overwatch. And well, Overwatch's competition has always been incredibly brutal when it comes to, like, if you aren't the best in your role, you are going to get traded out real quickly, especially in these smaller regions where like an upstart can like get noticed in ranked in the smaller population and quickly take your spot away if you're not the cream of the crop.
You mentioned already, but the DPS line very, very powerful on this team as well. If you sort of remember Ace and High Vision, they were able to do a lot of damage last year. In fact, I remember them even taking map 1 against Zeta Division last year, but their competition on the other end of the table is Agatos, Guapos, led by Punk, renamed to Gilly. New addition on the team is going to be Dongun as well. So, you know, they've added some extra firepower. Recently saw these guys at mid-season. Of course, being able to qualify for that was a massive achievement for the team. I'll see if they can continue that achievement now. Of course, they did lose to the competition of Nosebleed in the most recent Pacific Finals. They want to be getting revenge today.
Yeah, the Gatos Guapos definitely one of the more beloved teams in Overwatch at the moment. A team with a lot of heart and a lot of charm. And of course, a lot of their core coming from the OCE region, who have made multiple contributions to international Overwatch as well. Gilly, formerly known as Punk and Kalax, probably the best known players from the OCE region. But OCE has also given over things like Frogger, Unter, Uber, and yourself, Avril. Good exports.
The list continues. Truly a coded region, so yeah, a lot to look forward to here. And still got the uniforms from mid-season as well. Of course, both Varel and Gatos Guapos were at mid-season. We talked about some of those results there. Varel ended up taking down Rocky Sports 3-2, one of the best games that we actually had at mid-season. Gatos Guapos went up against T1 and Twisted Minds, two of the the best teams that actually made it pretty far in the mid-season tournament, where unfortunately Gatos Guapos couldn't take a single map off of them. So hoping for a lot more out of them today, as they know what's on the line. It's qualification spot. There's no room for error here, but they are very familiar with their competitions. We'll take a look at the opening lineups here. High Vision, Ace, Claire. I believe it'll be Pally and Winter starting as well. Mage, who's a recent addition to the roster, otherwise known as Bun. Unfortunately, not at this tournament. Bun is not going to be present at Kintex, not going to be present in Korea, so won't be fielded today or for this tournament. We'll have everyone else, though, that we'll be looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, unclear if she will journey to Stockholm if Nosebleed qualify. I would assume so, that we would see Mage make that move. But here's the opening lineup. Clear, of course, someone who would be recognized by fans who might be taking a look over at OWCS Asia for the first time. Has been able to play on squads like Nightmare, who I think have been punching well above their weight, or actually just making a very accurate assessment of their weight against some of the top teams in North America. Definitely an upstart org to keep an eye on.
And a very consistent roster here on the Gatos Guapos, finding themselves going from success to success, with only really the recent shortfall versus the competition of Nosebleed Esports on the other side of the stage here. But adding in Dongun, we'll see if that ends up bolstering them a decent amount. I hope it does. There's plenty of different supports to really play through in this current meta, requiring a decent amount of flexibility. Donghun, who most recently found himself on Team Vision 4 months back, finding himself on Gatos Guapos, a man that's also been around a few different rosters in the history of Overwatch Esports, One-Man Army and EMEA last year as well. Went back to Poker Face at some point during this year, and now finds himself on the Gatos Guapos to try and secure his position and his ticket into Stockholm a little bit later on.
4 months on the Washington Justice as well. Although admittedly the Washington Justice didn't have the most sterling track record in competition. Yeah. But in Pacific, a little bit better here for Dong, who is going to be looking to show off exactly what they can manage. And a second Majors appearance for the Gatos Guapos would certainly be heartening for this OCE core and how they've been able to come together and really iterate on themselves to continue being these top-tier players, because Halahex has been playing at a professional level in Overwatch since just after release, I believe. Like, we're coming up on more than half a decade of Halahex competitive experience.
A man on multiple roles as well, has played tank in his career, has also played support in his career, now obviously back to his one true home of DPS. Speaking of man in multiple roles, Light is listed as a flexer. He's actually flexed genuinely between a couple of different roles, including tank. When he was at mid-season earlier this year, he actually went there playing as a tank, but we've also known him in the past as a support player, so could be coming in as a sub in either the support or the tank position. Although looking at how Pacific Finals went, Punk has been picking up a lot of wins, and Punk has been really expanding his hero pool beyond just the off tanks that he's been known for during his time in the Overwatch League and more recently as well. So very much required, I think, these days, especially if you want to be a top tier tank player, which Punk has a history of given his competitive history, but he needs to be able to really bring it now in 2025 to see how far we can go.
All right, looks like we're going to have a quick interview on the stage with representatives of our two Pacific teams.
2025 OWCS 아시아 스테이지 3 안녕하세요. 아나운서 이시윤입니다. Hello, this is 시윤니. 자, 오늘의 첫 번째 경기 퍼시픽 지역의 월드 파이널 티켓을 건 승부가 이제 곧 펼쳐집니다. 노즈블리드와 더 가토구아 포스의 대표분들과 인터뷰 진행해 보겠는데요. 먼저 노즈블리드 팀 만나볼게요. Hello, can you introduce yourself?
Hello everyone, I'm RXis and I'm the manager for Nosebleed Esports.
네, 그렇다면 가토구아 포스도 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
Hi, I'm Aki and I'm the flex support for Gatos Guapos.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 이렇게 한국에서 첫 경기를 치르게 된 두 팀을 만나볼 수 있는데요. 소감 한마디씩 들어보고 싶어요.
First of all, guys, you're playing Korea. How do you guys feel?
I think this is the fourth time our team has been to Korea and the stakes have been higher than ever. But I think we are going in with a mindset without too much expectations because we have a last minute substitution with Ace coming in. So we'll just take it match by match and try our best.
저희 걸린 게 많은 경기다 보니까 정말 긴장이 많이 되는데요. 그래서 너무 긴장하지 않고 한 경기 한 경기 꼭 승리하는다는 마음으로 경기 잘 지내보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 그렇다면 가토구아 포스도 소감 한마디 들어볼 수 있을까요?
Yeah, we're feeling really great. We're super stoked to be here in Korea, and it's really the home of esports for Overwatch, and yeah, it feels absolutely unreal, and the team is so excited.
e스포츠의 고향이자 오버워치의 고향인 한국에서 이렇게 경기를 할 수 있게 돼서 정말 너무너무 기쁘고요. 정말 여기 있을 수 있는 것 자체가 너무너무 기대됩니다.
네, 그렇습니다. 자, 이 기대감 잔뜩 안고 다음 질문으로 넘어가 보죠. 양팀 모두 퍼시픽을 대표하는 팀들인 만큼 기존의 박빙의 경기를 펼쳐왔는데요. 상대 전적을 한번 살펴봤더니 스테이지 3 정규 시즌에서는 가토구아 포스가 3대2로 승리를 가져갔고요. 플레이오프에서는 노즈블리드 e스포츠가 4대1로 상대를 승리했습니다. 매치 전적 상으로는 1대1을 기록하고 있는 이 상황 속에서 월드 파이널에 진출하기 위해서는 오늘의 승리가 정말 간절할 겁니다. 아시아가 시작되기 전까지 어떤 준비를 좀 하셨을까요?
In stage 3, your head-to-head is even at 1-1, and today is the crucial match that guys can't back down. So, what kind of preparation did you guys go through?
I think for TGG, they have been the best players in Oceania for many years. Likewise for us, we've been the best in Southeast Asia for many years. We are familiar with each other's playstyles and we are regularly trading blows. So I think we adapted a lot since the grand finals. We developed new compositions and we're excited to show it today.
저희가 각 리그에서 대표되는 팀이다 보니까 서로가 좀 많이 익숙하기도 한데요. 저희가 마지막으로 맞붙었을 때보다 더 새로운 전략을 준비했으니까 그거를 뽐낼 기회가 조금 기대되고 있습니다.
오늘 과연 어떤 새로운 전략을 꺼내들지 기대가 됩니다. 그렇다면 노즈블리드 팀은 어떨까요?
For the Gatos Guapos, we just spent the last 6, maybe 7 days in Japan, and we've been practicing together. And holidaying together, and we're feeling really ready for this match. Yeah.
네, 가토구아 포스 팀. 네.
저희가 사실 한 6일, 7일 전부터 일본에서 같이 여행도 하고 연습도 하면서 준비를 잘 해왔기 때문에 저희가 강한 모습 보여줄 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
그렇습니다. 퍼시픽의 라이벌로 자리 잡은 두 팀인 만큼 서로 하고 싶은 말이 굉장히 많을 것 같은데요. 오늘의 예상 스코어와 함께 서로에게 한마디씩 주고받아 봅시다.
So, what is your score predictions of today, and do you have anything to say to your opponent?
I think any match with TGG always goes the distance. It's gonna be a dogfight, and I think it's gonna be a matter of who wins the draft.
가토스 구아포스 상대로 하는 경기는 언제나 끝까지 가는 치열한 접전일 거라고 예상을 하고 있어서요. 뱀픽을 잘하는 팀이 이길 수 있을 것 같다고 생각합니다.
가토구아 포스도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
Yeah. I really couldn't ask for a better opponent on LAN. I love Nosebleed and I love all their players, and I'm so excited to play versus them, and I think it's going to be a really good match.
그렇습니다. 퍼시픽을 대표해서 나온 두 팀인 만큼 또 월드 파이널에 진출하기 위한 오늘의 경기를 지켜보고 계시는 팬분들께도 마지막으로 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Lastly, do you have any words to say to your fans?
Thank you for all the fans who come down today and those that's at home at Southeast Asia as well. We'll do our best as the last hope of Southeast Asia.
오늘 경기장에 찾아와 주신 팬분들 너무 감사드리고요. 찾아오지 않으셨더라도 항상 응원해 주시는 팬분들 정말 감사드립니다.
그렇다면 가토구와 버스도 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
I really can't thank our fans enough. Seriously, the Gatos Guapos like runs off of everybody who supports us, and I really can't thank anybody enough. Seriously, thank you.
정말 응원해 주셔서 정말 감사드리고요. 사실 감사하다는 말로 이 표현을 다 하기가 조금 어려운데요. 정말 감사드립니다.
그렇습니다. 이렇게 양 팀의 대표분들과 인터뷰 나눠봤는데요. OWCS 아시아 스테이지 3 대망의 첫 무대 맵 세트 지금 바로 확인해 보시죠.
Awesome interview there, giving us some insight into both Aki and RX's thoughts. And quick shout out to RX's, has been doing a lot to try and foster a community for Southeast Asia over in Overwatch, so has been putting in the work.
And honestly, what he said really rung true for me. Last hope for Southeast Asia. I also look at Gatos Guapos in many ways last with Oceania as well. They've been sort of the team from Oceania for quite some time, and you know, we look back to the history of Oceania. We used to have Contenders Australia, a bunch of players that have come through that, and now really Gatos Guapo leading the way for that entire region, as the same has been happening on the Nosebleed side with RX having managed every basically variation of this team and this roster across all the different names that they've had, all different orgs that they've had. Now, the final sort of hurdle here, the final 100-meter dash to get themselves into a World Finals and another international stage appearance.
Pacific and Oceania, two tides collide, and both of them are desperate to go up against a representative from Japan and go even further still to Europe, to Sweden, to Stockholm, and to DreamHack to go up against the best the world has to offer in Overwatch.
Of course, for Nosebleed Esports, as RX has said, they've made internationals before, but they didn't get to make it to mid-season. So that is what they missed out on a little bit earlier this year, and they would like to be able to correct that now and see if they can make their way to Stockholm. But it's going to be a tough competition here. These two teams have played each other twice so far over the course of the last stage. Both have won it one time each. Gatos Guapos did win in the regular season 3-2, going the full distance, but in the final, surprisingly, it's a slightly more one-sided affair, 4-1 again in the favor of Nosebleed Esports, as sort of mentioned there. Despite this sort of rivalry going back quite far, the most recent game probably not as close as you would have really wanted if you're hoping for an extremely close game tonight. So I still think it will probably be a very competitive game, particularly as RX did also mention, as we have as well. They did have a more recent sub in. Bun is not going to be here. Major's not at this event to be played. So they're going to be using High Vision and Ace the entire way through. However, Ace is not exactly, a stranger to the team either. Ace has been with this team for the longest time and has been a very familiar player on the roster.
Yeah, Ace has been around as long as Overwatch in Thailand has been around, as far as I'm aware. I think might have been on some of the World Cup rosters way back when as well. Our match prediction from our live audience seems to at the moment be favoring Nosebleed Esports, but as you pointed out, this sub-in, even though Ace is a fantastic player, this can mess with a team dynamic when you try and do it on a dime, which might unsettle them earlier on in this series. And last time we saw Gatos Guapos go up against Nosebleed, the Gatos Guapos map they walked away with was actually the first one, the control map.
Yeah, the Lijiang Tower, right? So we'll be heading ourselves back over towards the map and see what kind of damage we can do. Once again, Lijiang Tower went the way of the Gatos Guapos. It was their only map that they actually ended up winning. And the same bans look to be appearing again. It was a Zarya ban coming out from Nosebleed straight away on map number 1, targeting Punk. Of course, it's going to be one of Punk's major strengths in this battle. Claire and Punk are very similar here, of course, but the one area that it has differed and it has sort of straight away is that Punk has more recently started to pick up a lot more Winston. Now, it'll be curious to see how his Winston looks, cue the off-tank Winston player jokes, but if he can really bring out the Winston and make it look good into Nosebleed Esports, that's going to be a bit of a problem because Claire hasn't had the same willingness or capability to play that hero. Claire has been mostly sticking towards his more favorite picks of the Diva, playing a lot of Ram on the ground maps, and Punk's actually stayed away from the Ram. He's played more over towards the Orisa, so we'll see if that ends up making a bit of an appearance as well. And the Gatos Guapos ban will end up being Freya, so they had a cast ban last time in the final versus Nosebleed Esports. This time they're going to be doing the Freya ban instead.
Okay, makes some sense here. This does, of course, also, as we talk about in bans quite often, there was the initial, like, tank protect, as it were, from Nosebleed after getting rid of Zarya, but very much targeted towards Punk, who has that off-tank hero pool. Like, I guess they're not really off-tanks anymore. It's a remnant of a bygone era, but it's still a skill set that is very true in the minds of some.
They still both have the off-tank hero pool in terms of what they're going to favor, what they're going to be better on. This is definitely not going to be a map 1 protect. This is a strong target ban straight away, and they're going to burn it because Claire doesn't really play the Zarya from what we've seen compared to Punk. Punk is actually quite famous for his Zarya. It's one of his main heroes in his history of playing. So that is going to be taken out of the picture straight away. It does mean that when we get to further maps where, you know, the Zarya, we'll always have to talk about the King's Row Zarya being probably the strongest Zarya map. That's going to end up being open. But we're going to end up starting with, most likely, obviously on the Claire side of things, the D.Va. Then also on the other side of things for Punk, perhaps it'll be the Winston again. Let's see how that unfolds as we head into our first map and our first game of the day here in Road to Stockholm.
Opening up on Lijiang Tower, Nosebleed Esports already have High Vision sitting on the Sojourn. Of course, has been pretty much the Thanos of Overwatch Esports for as long as she has been available, and we're matched by Nyang.
Ram actually going to be making an appearance straight away for Gatos Guapos. We're not even playing Control Center just yet either. Was Ram decent matchup into the D.Va, punching through the Matrix. For the rest of that, however, I think this map is a little bit more flexible for the D.Va. Let's see how that one goes through. Ace even going to be sticking on the Symmetra. Tracer to come through from Ace just yet to match what color hits really off the end.
Yeah, no Wu Yang coming out so far as well. Everyone just prioritizing speed. Lucio is going to bring to the table. Colax having to dodge away. Oh, but Wins is not so lucky. Yang starts off spicy there with a railgun to the body. That's more than enough to take down the errant frog. Aki traded back on the other side, but Pally also gone. The healing is off the table right now for the side of Nosebleed. But still, Clear thinks they can get it done. Dodging away as best they can, waiting for the Lucio to return, and a fully charged rail goes sideways, but Punk just strafes into a Symmetra turret that was left wayward.
Yeah, you have Winter going down early, but the counter punch coming from Nosebleed far stronger. Claire even survives with something like 60 HP, flies away into the ceiling, into the sky, unable to be followed up on by Gutless Guapos. Ace will be remaining on the Symmetra for the time being. Gonna burn through what he can against the Gutless Guapos. One of the main differences, apart from the tank that we do see, it certainly changes the way the game is played. See how Claire wants to play through these TPs and assault the backline, particularly onto the Yang.
An exchange of railguns there, and Symmetra around the back. High Vision's already fallen on down as Punch tries to claim all the space. The desperate maintenance of the congestion here comes through from Clear. They will have to pay for it with their mech. Punk on the other side, though, has got no second life to try and play around in the back. Colax getting up close and personal. Down and dirty from down under. Ace raises up a wall to give additional sustainability over to their Skull squad. And the Gatos Guapos decide that that's enough of that smoke. They aren't going to stick around.
May have even used it a little early in this fight, given that I think the fight was mostly won. However, an insurance policy, Clear was out of mech and doesn't want to take the risk of, well, if the Baby D.Va doesn't get back into mech, you technically don't really have a tank either. Things could still be within contention on the Gutless Guapo getting that flip. No flip to come through. Nosebleed Esports happy with their 60% lead so far, as our first ultimates will start to really come through. Ace losing, by the way, the photon barrier does impact how Nyang gets to play this game. Nyang doesn't have to worry about the wall in the subsequent fights, which will mean he'll be in a better spot.
I believe both a railgun and the long-range right-click from a Symmetra just tore through Aki there. There's a huge amount of healing the Gatos Guapos aren't going to have now, so they've got to make decisions as to how much they want to commit.
They're waiting a while, but they have to get their players back in line. So 4-man beat coming through for Gatos Guapos. Doggin! They're trying to self-destruct though.
Unreal. Clear gets one off the back of that. Colax towards the back. Oh my goodness. Oh, look away. That's too hot for Twitch. That's too hot for anything right there. Quickly disengaging. Yang still pops the overclock, but doesn't really have the angles right now. The cover's good for Nosebleed. It's a bare-faced attempt at a dodge away here from High Vision, but Dongan, yeah. I would go for that one if I were you, my boy. Even with the Kitsune rush on the point, Gatos Guapos still don't have the flip over in their favor. Dongan's fallen down elsewhere. Punk continues to roll on forward with the annihilation, and even with that short-range teleport, Ace can't move away from the punches at 99%. It flips over, but this fight's far from done.
Well, Claire died early in that fight as a reminder, so Gato Scorpius had a lot more to play through. But as the fight extends, despite the flip coming on in, Punk still being alive here. Annihilation already burned in this fight. They just don't have the sustainability. Nosebleed Esports had a little bit more to play through in terms of the respawners, and now that the flip is in effect again, and 99% needs an instant touch. Dongan down once more. Just had a rough game so far. It doesn't look like Gato Scorpius will be able to do too much more.
High Vision's been disgusting already, and he's only meaning to continue such a streak. A quick tap coming in from Color Hex, and overtime continues to be maintained. Up comes the Photon Barrier from the side of Ace, giving over great safety to the remainder of Nosebleed should they wish to hide behind its short-range TP, trying their best to confound the Tracer. And the Time Demon can't quite keep up, and so picks an easier target who's hiding elsewhere. But in come the bodyguards, and High Vision's safety is maintained. Nosebleed starts strong. Bun or no bun, they want to go to Stockholm.
And of course, it is the time that ends up being the factor there. Gato Scorpius only got that one flip towards the end, but Nosebleed in control for the majority of that game. A lot of opening picks come through from High Vision, a lot of opening deaths, unfortunately, on Dongan as well for Gato Scorpius. Lijiang Tower not going the way for Gato Scorpius as they had in that final so far, which of course they won 2-0 in terms of the scoreline for this specific opening map. High Vision, what a shot again. We've seen that replay. Just disgusting stuff so far. High Vision really putting up the performance on map 1.
I don't know. Already, if I'm a Japanese fan, I'm feeling some fear. Chilled to my very core, Avril.
Of course, because we're in a control center, ram both sides, and even a sim both sides as well. But the Moira is the interesting choice. Here come through Winter. Quite rare. We don't see that very often, and I wonder why he's actually decided to go for that. We're going to have to see if we can build the coalescence nice and quickly to go for these fast plays, but things will slow down very quick with High Vision down.
Yeah, finally High Vision gets punished for a step too far in the wrong direction. Now the Gatos Guapos are going to be in a good position to try and turn this one around. However, Clear already claiming a lot of space back, and Aces right-clicks from down the lane are more than enough to clear out their compatriot tank on the other side. Looking over here, Winter wraps around the outside, but Clear's where all the attention needs to be. Flying Fists of Fury are brought out from the Omnic Juggernaut, and even with the extra damage coming through from the rails, they can't get Nosebleed Esports off the point.
Impressive stuff that Nosebleed was still sticking around and still able to play into this fight and even get that cap. High Vision going down that early. First ultimate starting to come online now. Pally up first. Kitsuna Rush available. Aki still lagging behind by a reasonable margin here. But once again, it's Ace down. It's a play from Nosebleed that falls.
Might have been a nasty little collat there from Niang. Certainly seemed to be a lot of damage. High Vision up here, ready to challenge. Aki thinks that it's time to do or to die. And so it's a huge smorgasbord of ultimates that are presented by Gatos Guapos. They don't want to wait for 99% once again to get this flip back. Instead, they're going to do it toot sweet.
Gatos Guapos finding these early picks. 2 fights in a row. And even that first fight, they still end up losing the point control. But this time around, they'll receive the pressure of the Kitsuna Rush, wait out for their own ultimate advantages. And then Yang finding the shot onto Ace, just pushing him off, not allowing him to be able to use his own Photon Barrier in that fight. Color Hex has that as an advantage. Then Aki will finally find his own Kitsuna Rush. So, yeah, the early advantage that Pally had didn't end up being converted into anything for Nosebleed Esports. That's going to put them behind.
A rail ready to go. Question is, where does Niang want to put it already? Clears, but the fear of God into him. A Photon Barrier has been erected now. Remember, Winter not worried about any shields here with the Cleave of Coalescence. However, there is going to have to be some fear of Niang, given additional HP over by the Sound Barrier delivered from the Lucio. Around the back, Pally going to be able to get out of there rather quickly. But High Vision still needs to be a worry up on the high ground. Plenty of healing headed their way. It's the Afuda running from the Kiriko to make it happen. And those would get a quick flip back in their favor.
Even on 1 HP, High Vision finds to kill the Donga, who, by the way, they managed to drop the beat onto only 4 members. So Punk didn't quite get the HP before he fell. Punk does it 99, doesn't get the beat, goes down early. It's a 4v5, and well, this time the 4v5 goes in the favor of Nosebleed Esports. Typically, so far, at least on this round of Control Center, the 5 has been on the Gorpo side, but because they've been able to find those early picks, no Punk, no Annihilation, much more difficult situation to be able to contend with in the middle of all of that. So, based on how things are going so far, looking good for Nosebleed Esports to be able to certainly maybe take a 2-0 and an early lead in this first to 3 BO5.
Yeah, Sound Barrier tragedy hitting there for the side of the Gatos Guapos. Maybe there was some manner in which the Photon Barrier could intercede on the line of sight, not allowing it to get to Punk. Or Punk just didn't have the line of sight on the Lucio that was needed. Could have been in a less than ideal position, potentially around that central column, which will, of course, block LOS, but Lucio needs to deliver that overhealth.
There's no lower bracket for this Japan versus Pacific Road to World Finals.
Yeah.
So it's a must-win. This is essentially a grand finals type of scenario. You win, you continue, you play against the winner of Japan, you lose your stage and your season for 2026 is unfortunately for 2025. Getting ahead of myself. For 2025 is over. So we'll unpause here. Possibly to have now, in fact, taken the lead in terms of percentage.
Not wrong, Avril, just forward thinking. Niang ready to go with a rail here. Question is, where's it going to be placed? A big TP up onto the high ground, but quickly realizing all those Symmetra turrets are waiting. Is going to be a little bit of a move away by Niang. Big slow coming here through from the Ramastra, and it seems like Galos Guapos have been cowed in submission over here. Ake says it's go time, and so releases the Kitsune Rush. High vision around the outside, does not want to deal with that Symmetra. The beam's fully charged. They still need to break in onto the point. The off angle here is going to mean rail after rail. Niang from downtown! Unbelievable accuracy, getting rid of high vision when it was needed the most, and then there's going to be a second. Dare we beg for a third here from Niang? And yeah, bet your boy is going to deliver it here. Clear's just going to do their best to keep this one contested around the outside, prioritizing the healers with the fire. Galos Guapos will once again flip.
Talked about how good High Vision was on that opening round of guard, and now controls it as Niang's playground. He's the one finding these opening picks. He's the one finding and shutting down High Vision, who pops the overclock, and Niang says absolutely not. The overclock from High Vision actually forces the annihilation from Punk, but all that pressure amounts to nothing if Galos Guapos find that player advantage. Now they have that sound barrier once again to play through. They're going to need 4 big ultimates on the nosebleed side.
Big pocket investment here for High Vision as well. Pally might find himself isolated, and instead is just going to try and counter-strike here with the Kitsune Rush. 4 players get the sound barrier once again, and the Coalescence going to match. Extra tick rate potentially coming through from the side of the Kitsune Rush as well. On the backside, it's going to be Galos Guapos trying to keep this one contested. Punk's taking so much damage. That's a TP away. It's Niang who's going to relieve the pressure from up top with the overclock. Rail after rail. Clear can't really stand up to all of this damage, but it's going to be plenty of healing given on over, and Nosebleed Esports once again have control of the points.
That's a touch.
Oh, they need to, but no one can get there. The Lucio's not fast enough. And Nosebleed Esports flipped the script from last time, where it was going to be the Galos Guapos who took away Lijiang Tower. This time, Nosebleed have counter-struck first.
And a lot of this comes down to the fact that the initial cap did go over towards the Nosebleed side, giving them a fairly reasonable advantage to play through, because that was, you could feel in terms of momentum, it did feel like it was going Gato Guapo's way. Niang had so much work done in that particular round, was really just the star on that control center, counter to what High Vision was doing on Garden. But now, as we get to the end of it, Nosebleed Esports find themselves 1-0 up in the series so far. Of course, it is a BO5. We're not playing the 54 BO7s just yet. And it's a do or die situation. Galos Guapos had already lost the grand finals in Pacific to Nosebleed Esports, and now they begin the Road to World Finals campaign 1-0 down.
Truly starting to feel the danger as we look towards map number 2. They get to pick where we go, but they can't pick their opponent. It's still going to be Nosebleed who are ready and waiting for them, and who seem to have done their homework against what floundered them last time in the Pacific finals. The Galos Guapos, it's time to do some soul searching, some strategizing, and rethink their approach as well as where they want to go for map number 2.
Point. Simon, Surgeon. Healing. Everyone. Nice ace.
They might be down a mage, but there's no lack of magic here for Nosebleed Esports because High Vision certainly knows how to make the red team disappear, Avril.
Well, Niang had a decent amount to say in that series as well, or rather in that map, and let's see if he has more to say in the series. Speaking of which, 1-0 the scoreline. Nosebleed Esports are looking to repeat the success they found in the Pacific Grand Finals. However, a different pathway now. They find themselves winning that opening map instead of losing it to Gatas Guapos. It's Lee Jung Tower at 2-0 for Gatas Guapos previously. Now is their pick, and the Guapos will take us to King's Row. Zarya ban gone, as we see from the Nosebleed side of things. I wouldn't be surprised if this one ends up being a Ramatra ban again, as we saw previously on this map being played in that Grand Finals. It was King's Row. We had a Ramatra and a Reaper ban. So Ramatra ban would be pretty strong against Claire, who's unlikely to play the Zarya here.
Yeah, this is the danger of coming out sprinting with that target ban on Punk on Lijiang Tower. Admittedly, for Nosebleed, it's paid dividends. They've taken away the map they previously lost to the Gatos Guapos. But you know what they say, losing can teach you a lot. And, well, the Gatos Guapos did drop this one last time, so perhaps their Zarya play or their play around it might have tightened up as we head into the deja vu set between these teams.
See where these bans end up actually falling on through. Symmetra is also going to be a reasonable good pick here, although Diva is still going to be fine as well. I do think you may end up wanting to potentially target the Symmetra. Let's take a look at some of the predictions coming through. Now, otherwise, they're going for the Gatos Guapos. For me, personally, I won't speak on your behalf. For me, personally, as more of a legacy type of prediction for me, you know, just a lot of a lot of history with many players on both the teams, but particularly, you know, I got to back the OWCS fellas on this one a little bit, just to show a little bit of solidarity.
Listen, I just know that if I don't predict the Gatos Guapos, I might get an angry DM from Gilly's dad, and that's just a risk I'm not willing to take. Gilly's dad is the #1 support staff in Overwatch. But
well,
dad energy is
Punk dad and Punk mum.
Yeah, Punk dad.
Right, let's see
Punk
where
dad, the GOAT.
Where we end up here. There's the Ram ban. What is going to be the response to this side? Again, I think a Sim ban could be strong, although they want to potentially play Sim themselves. So if they want to play their own Sim, which they have done so, Aces play plenty of that, they're going to go for the Reaper ban, which means we're going to repeat the same Ramatra Reaper ban that we had on map 5 of the Pacific Grand Finals between these two teams on the exact same map. The exact same teams banning the same heroes as well. As Gatos Guapos was doing the Ram ban then, they are doing the same now, and same for the Reaper, Nosebleed then and now.
Yep, Reaper obviously makes a lot of sense. Great synergy with Zarya being able to protect those engagements from the Reaper, as well as make sure a Death Blossom can be channeled effectively with the additional health as well as CC immunity that's offered over by the Protective Barrier.
A little bit of an overlooked pick here is actually the Fire is still pretty reasonable on the first and second points, although you have to be considerate of what the hit scan choices end up being. Freya's going to be available. Hanzo very good on this map as well. Cass playable, particularly good into the Zarya comps as well. So actually, I'm looking forward to both of our hit scans potentially bringing out that Cass. But good call on the fact that the Reaper does pair well with the Zarya, meaning that knowing that we're likely to see the Zarya from Punk getting rid of Niang's Reaper, so they can't play the Zarya and the Reaper together, is going to be a strong shutdown there. So let's go ahead and head to map number 2, Kings Row. Pacific versus Pacific, all to play for here at the Road to World Finals.
There's a couple more mics in the crowd. Is it Guapos fighting? I guess that fits in better to the classic rhythm of the Korean chant.
So Defenders have already locked in their comp. This is going to be the real comp as well. Zarya, Lucio Kiriko. And as sort of mentioned here, they do want to play their own Symmetra, so they weren't going to be targeting that one. Moving around the Zarya with the Symmetra pretty strong. I do still think, generally speaking, first point very good for D.Va, but if you don't have the D.Va, having the Symmetra to get your Zarya around is going to be pretty important here. And of course, the Freya for high vision, play some of that long range.
Oh, lucky high vision. Ended up with about 20 HP there. Not the fully charged shot potentially coming through.
May going to be locked in by Calihex. They really want to be putting the pressure on and isolating Claire. Of course, as mentioned, the Cassidy in play here as well, and the Calihex outdoing Pally. Battle of the right clicks. Battle of the dinks on terms of those hard-to-hit projectiles, and this might just be your first point cap already.
Just the healing collapse for sustainability. It can stand on business up against Gatos Guapos without the players, and Calihex has made what a classic.
Clean up here onto Ace. That'll surely prevent any opportunity for them to go for a retake on the defensive side of things. So in light speed, straight out the gates, the Gatos Guapos will have first point tapped away off of some very nice, well-placed shots by both Niang and Calihex, deepest duo of the squad.
Continuous bolts coming in there from the Freya is going to keep Niang a little bit cowed in submission here. Those cheeky peaks, nasty to deal with, but has given over some energy here for Punk to work with.
The Esports already lost control of Arch. Having to think about holding towards Bookshop at this stage. Lack of ultimates is going to be the major issue as we start to head into ultimate territory for Aki. Very strong ahead of Pally. Not quite double, but has such a lead at this point that Gatos Guapos are going to have another lights out fight, you'd imagine. And Nosebleed Esports, unless you can find a pick, I mean, yes, you do have high vision moving up in terms of where he is at bowlers, but I'm not really expecting the bowler to do too much.
Ooh, pulls out the ice block there from the main bowler, heading towards the back. Enough to connect though when it comes to those killing blows. Punk needs a little bit of support over here, and you can see the Freya's wrapping around the back to try and get an emergency hit onto Punk. There's still a personal bubble in the back though, ready to go to try and move forward. Quick cleanse comes through from the Kiriko to try and make sure that everyone is healthy. However, the wrap here from Nosebleed is interesting. The Castlight can get away from them, but they have been able to survive the onslaught that was given over by the Kitsune Rush. And now it's down to Clear to keep this cart contested and make sure that everyone else has to stand and deliver. An explosive bolt brings two player later. And Ace managed to find Donghyun here. What a flip of the map from Nosebleed.
Yeah, I mean, Gatos Guapos run after Nosebleed Esports, and Nosebleed Esports just completely run around the map the opposite way, bring around the Rosie a little bit, and they head towards the attacker side of things, and on that rotation find Donghyun, who they needed the sound barrier. That was a big advantage over Winter. Gatos Guapos not going to find what they're looking for here. Nosebleed Esports understanding they were behind an ultimate, just needed to back on out. And high vision, though, he can't find his way out.
Yeah, Freya just chased into the crosshair of Aki, who's more than happy to deliver a cooldown where it's needed. The most in comes the Graviton, Surge and Clear, tries to bring forth the damage, but Yang's packing more. The Peacekeeper keeps the peace on the streets of London. Ace is going to have to stand against the Tidal by themselves. And the teleporter's not going to be enough. Gatos Guapos run forth.
Gatos Guapos already had a decent amount of push on that previous fight as well, because that's the other thing. They may be wrapped around by Nosebleed Esports running away, but while that's happening, Palo continues to push. Palo continues to advance. The map continues to really get smaller for Nosebleed Esports, and smaller it will continue to be now that we are on the sea with 4 minutes, and I believe 45 is what Gutterscop was starting on. Grab ready to go, Winter in position to counter.
That's a beefy time bank. Still the aftershocks of that first point fight being felt. An off-angle established here by Symmetra. That's going to be a big Graviton surge. Requires the sound barrier to try and survive, but you're still inside of a blizzard. The double ultimate wins out against for singular here. Clear's going to have their energy confiscated by the collective grasp of Gatos Guapos, and the remainder of them, all they can do is try and stall the cart and its movement forward. Yang is paid out on the other side, but Gatos, they continue to roll.
That's the extra blizzard that really comes through clutch. Gutters Guapos with more in the bank, with more to play through. High vision now, swapping over towards the Ashe, towards the end. Ashe, very rare. They won't really see a lot anymore in competitive play in these current metas. The time is really discussing. Nosebleed Esports need to look for at least one good win to get a reset here against Gutters Guapos, and that's all they really need to burn the timer down. With Claire gone, they have to be contention of the fact that this could be a cap.
Aki's getting some revenge from the many deaths seen on Lijiang Tower. Ace, however, got lack of damage drop off of some well-charged right clicks, and so Gatos Guapos, they just call it.
Full respect given over towards the Photon Barrier being dropped by Ace there. Gutters Guapos, despite having a play advantage on Claire, didn't feel the capability to play the 5v4 against a team that didn't quite have their tank available. So, technically speaking, Nosebleed Esports, they win their fight, they force the reset. And now the time starts to bleed on down. And they need that massively. There's a big time back here in King's Row. That could just be the map winner right there.
Ooh, Nyang rounded upon there by Clear. 100 charge. Punk can't stand up to the multiple turrets of a Symmetra. An embarrassing way to lose 100 charge for sure. And now with 3 minutes remaining, Gatos Guapos looks like they've entered the Helm's Deep of King's Row.
Better get, they managed to get the Katuna rush out of Aki as well, so that's going to be a 1+ in terms of ultimate advantage for Nosebleed Esports. The deeper this goes, Nosebleed Esports banking that up, their economy looking much better now. He also talked about the energy being lost for the Zarya Punk, which is going to be important in this battle.
Continuously wondering about that Zarya versus Zarya energy economy. Really can be a different matchup between these tanks when you're looking at someone who's been able to string together multiple fights worth of energy like Clear has. Out goes the Graviton Surge. 4 players caught within. Oh, and you better believe the spread from Aruyong is absolutely feasting right now, as is Clear, finding Donghun behind cover. It won't save you from the Wu Yang. It won't save you from the Zarya. A tale as old as time. Gatos Guapos get held once more. 2 minutes remain.
Now this is getting really, really concerning for Gutters Guapos now. Still enough time to obviously finish the map, but their massive lead has been completely burnt away. As the Gutters Guapos had a very fast run through A and B. C, completely different story. The momentum was there. Once that momentum starts to fade away, really fade quick. They're going to need to set up themselves now. A good grab fight now. No sound barrier on the side of Nosebleed Esports. Very little defense against this grab. They're having to hope the grab is not high value. Nosebleed cannot stack this one. They need to make sure they're spaced correctly, that if it's only Claire that gets caught by the grab, Claire can get the title blast from Winter and be safe.
All right, you already see the usage of the Ice Block there. Out comes a nice healing wave from the side of Wu Yang. It's going to send out their ultimate as well, rolling forth. Many stuns to be delivered, and Yang can't even survive that as well. Punk going to try their best to escape with a little morsel of energy, and Donghun can't even get through the door, just crashes ungracefully into it.
Yang even giving up the cast battle here as well, noticing that the lack of the range from the cast is causing some issues. Looking over to match the Ashe with the final minute to play through now. Grab still available on this side of Punk, and again, that has to be the Claire ultimate to be able to use here. Speaking of, Claire has a grab of his own, but Donghun is not quite in position to block that one through, so a good grab on either side could be a game winner.
Brand new grab, brand new fight, but it's the same old story for the Gatos Guapos. And Nosebleed, well, they are sitting very pretty here. They've held it for 4.5 minutes already.
Yeah, and the payload's starting to move back as well, which does mean that even if Gatos Guapos win a fight, they're going to have to win a secondary one to manage to get the cap into OT, which is what's going to be required now. Payload has really moved all the way back to first corner. A lot of distance now Gatos Guapos has to push through in that OT.
Punk has the secret weapon here. A Graviton Surge in the back pocket could be everything. It's already been sent on out. Not sure who it's got in here. It seems like it's mostly Clear. Punk gets behind to body block some of the incoming heals, and now can just roll forth with all of this damage to try and make sure that every angle is cleared perfectly.
But remember, they still have one more fight to play through. Pally, late death. That could be a little bit costly because he's got the big ultimate. What you need is Pally to respawn with the team to use a Kitsune Rush. Still very capable. Sound Barrier to finish out with the team for Gatos Guapos. Above, nearly on life in the Yang as well. I can certainly see the vision, especially with Pally down early. Pally is still able to respawn just in time.
You can see the vision, but can they see high vision coming in from the off angle right now? So close right there. Winter playing from afar, has the ultimate in the back pocket. Oh, the Gatos Guapos leave the car.
That is heartbreaking because the capability of them for winning that fight was still open. They could have maybe gotten across the board. Sound Barrier into Kitsune Rush. Players still alive on either side. Wow, that's a disappointing finish to say the least for Gatos Guapos, considering that, again, they entered 4 minutes, 45 seconds. A near Ajax from Dongan that ended up not actually being an Ajax, and it was Punk walking forward to get aggressive towards the left side of spawn, attack his POV, and no other member of the team able to secondarily touch that payload. Really, it probably should have been Color Hex, but they needed to communicate who was going to be the one staying on payload, because we have been in OT for quite some time. Remember, the payload started on the first corner on that last fight, and OT, I mean, it gets to the point where you've been in OT long enough, just even moving away from the payload for a small amount of time, the timer is instantly gone, and Gatos Guapos, unfortunately, that slipped their minds. Punk walked too far forward.
I need one of Overwatch's top investigators to check the chat right now for Necra. She's responsible for this somehow.
Yep.
It's always Necra somehow.
I won't lie to you, the week where right after I was doing NA, the Necra comes back, straight away we had some big C9s. I'm not gonna lie to you, those big C9s came in fast. So this one's all Gatos Guapos. Necra is sleeping right now, so can't blame her for that one this time around. Unless even in her sleep, passive C9s come on through.
Her power never sleeps, even if she does.
Yeah. It crosses borders. It's fully international, infinite range, global ultimate is what that is.
Need it nerfed. High vision sends out storm arrows, and well, they learn quickly not to pick this angle against the Hanzo. You're just waiting for a nat 20 to be rolled here on the dex check. And well, there it is. Nyang catches the hands of the Hanzo, and Dongan just gets so aggressive, trying to make a play happen alongside Aki up close and personal. Gets some palms, and Aki throws them out as well. It's a dirty fight between the pair, but in the end, when all the dust is cleared, Nosebleed have got one on point.
We'll see if Gatos Guapos can go for the retake here as well. Dongan is up first, and he should be able to speed his team forward. But it is going to take quite some effort. It does seem like they're going to give it up. Unfortunately, just too far away. Confirmed now by High Vision's recon arrow into the distance. Sonic, Nosebleed Esports, much like Gatos Guapos, will offer the one fight to clean up that point A. However, because it was quite a back and forth, Punk is finding himself really far ahead in Ultimate.
Yeah, Punk had a long and illustrious fight there to try and work with. And High Vision almost has the Dragon Strike. This is one of the better geographies for the Dragon Strike. Color Hex turns away, so the deflect cannot hit the kunai that comes sailing in towards the ankles. Pally getting up close and personal. Donkan finally grabs their revenge, but they're just by themselves, and so they can't really convert it into anything.
Yeah, I mean, Punk wanted to be able to play early and aggressively and potentially for that grab before any other ultimate was available to do anything about it, but off-angled, coming from High Vision as well. Massive amounts of damage to find that Dragon Strike. By the way, Grab Dragon combo is going to be the one to look out for. Dragon Strike will be able to be there once Claire is available with his own ultimate, so High Vision needs to wait a little bit here. But we're getting some good distance. I mean, look at the distance being found here by Nosebleed.
Okay, a little bit of business admin being done here to try and take down the teleporter. Azaki
just gonna rip
having to dodge away here, but not going to go for a combo, and instead it's going to be the recontest coming through from the side of the Kitsune Rush. Matched here by the side of Nosebleed. High Vision around the backside. Aki starting to be a bit frisky, but now Clear grabs them in, and there's plenty of Graviton Surge for Punk to try and enjoy. High Vision easily rolls up afterwards, but Clear claims most of the final blows.
I just caught into the play cam there as well. It may be fully dark in the arena. The Clear popping off on stage slightly, in-game, out-of-game. As we talked about, we set this battle up as Clear being the player that was far less likely and far less wanting to play into the Zarya, but doing very well so far in this particular matchup. Punk may have had the early ult lead on that first fight, but Clear happy to even just solo grab Punk, because if it enables him to cap the point, it's worth.
Aggressive plays here from Carla Hex. Gets on a sound barrier. And then you can see coming through from the back, Zaya as well. Great surround onto that Hanzo. But there's still progress being made on the cart right now. The objective to spin from the Gatos Guapos is not there, nor is there peeling discipline either. Nyang's found in the midst of nowhere. Still, that teleport is useful for the less than mobile Zaya. And Carla Hex desperately needs to get a little bit of heal coming through here. Punk falling low. You can see the shield from Zaya blocks off the heals. Ace has been traded out elsewhere. The Donkin's been made to pay for it, and Carla Hex stands alone against the Horde. One hero, not quite enough against what Nosebleed bring to this, and Parley's mechanics are so sublime.
We're about to cap with a massive amount of time bank here as well, and they're not going to have too much to be able to use. Punk on a Doomfist. Carla Hex needs a lot of help. Punk goes down. The blade is still available, but he doesn't have anyone to partner with. It's just him by himself.
The Tracer just blinks directly into an arrow. High vision showing that the Hanzo's got value. No Grav Dragon required. We don't need the old arts. We've got a new killing art to be showing off on King's Road. Nosebleed Esports in the Zaya Mirror. Well, we assumed it would be a big advantage for Gatos Guapos. Take away King's Row.
And it ends up being a completely one-sided map affairs of 4-09 on that time bank for Nosebleed Esports and a non-completion for the side of Gatos Guapos, which means we can say even if the C9 wasn't there, even if the cap was there, it would be a draw-only scenario. They capped with no time after entering C with a 4:45 time bank. Nothing there for the Gatos Guapos. And I hesitate to think that they'd be able to win that draw scenario either 4 minutes and 9 seconds to be able to get one tick on A. Had we gone to a time bank, yeah, I think Nosebleed take this map anyway. What an insane performance from Nosebleed. And now Gatos Guapos at risk of being eliminated already, backs against the wall. They're going to have to reverse sweep to stay in.
They say coffee's for closers, Avril. And well, Parley, that's definitely someone who's coming onto the stage caffeinated. Bro is popping off on the Kiriko. I'll have to see if they can keep it up as we head over to map number 3, Gatos Guapos' Choice, right after this.
What the fuck you saying?
tanked, but like you said, doesn't mean D.Va's going to be available for clear, and that is a very comfortable place for clear to be.
Trace is going to be gone here, which means we're going to be forced into double hit scan or double flex DPS, or certainly just pushing Color Hex into something else. Symmetra is obviously always on the table here, which is what Ace has been happy to play alongside High Vision today, and still good on this map, of course. But on the other side, got his Guapos. Color Hex has been moving over towards the Genji, which to me is very out of meta currently. You're playing into, for example, particularly if you're playing the Symmetra, you're getting beamed down, or maybe on that last map it was a peculiar case because you're into double beams, not great for the Genji, despite the fact that you also have a Zarya team giving you bubbles. On this map, you may be considering the fact that, okay, well, Genji has a bit of a high ground, low ground play, Tracer isn't available, probably not going to play the Sombra into the enemy team. So, what's going to be the choice from Color Hex? That'll be a big question as we move into what could be the final map here in our Pacific versus Pacific opening game of Road to World Finals in OWCS Asia.
All right, rolling out to defend now, Nosebleed Esports. Looks like they may well go for Symmetra once again. It served them well so far in the hands of Ace. Good hedge
Like
against
really
Genji
thinking
as
of,
well.
It's like really thinking of locking in the Doomfist here. Again, I'm telling you, this is a very peculiar hero to be playing in this current meta. I don't know, I have a lot of confidence in this pick, even if you were a world-class Doomfist player. We are not seeing the world-class Doomfist players like Gushui, like Dongak, those types of players actually locking in this hero. It's just not currently happening. But, like, this is the hero he plays. Aki is moving over towards the Ana as well, which is pretty viable on this map, but also pairs well with the Doomfist. See if the actually stays on this Watermaker, that'll be a question.
If the Guapos are going to go down, they're going to go down swinging, but it's going to be Yang catching a bunch of poke there from both the Sim and the Freya.
Not the Lifeweaver on the side of Nosebleed as well, which is very curious. Again, not a common choice on this map, but does end up being quite a brutal backline to try and fight into. I mean, you certainly have some good diving potential, but no Tracer to follow through. Very front-to-back type of map as well.
Indeed it is. Aki forced into this cowed position for now. Gonna have to wait for some health to start regenerating before they re-peek into that Freya. Very poke heavy so far.
It will be for both of our teams. You're playing Symmetra Orbs, you're playing Bolts on High Vision. Yang playing Hanzo, which is of course still very good on this map. He does need to find his value. He does need to find the opportunity to get some picks here.
Ooh, life falling a little bit low here, but Clear's falling even lower. That's going to be the mech lost for now. And it comes for Slam to try and finish off the pilot. Indeed, down goes the pilot D.Va. High Vision noted, but should be able to get away for now, as it is going to be everyone coalescing towards the back, just making sure to batten down the hatches and not lose anyone while we have advantage.
Actually a good catch to start things out with, and that's considering there is, again, the Lifeweaver. Or the pullback, if required. So the Esports in position to go for this retake. Ultimate's starting to come online here for both teams, but strongly. All of a sudden, Nosebleed Esports. Symmetra or Katrina Rush, very strong team fight winners.
Teleporter already down, courtesy of a Storm Arrows. Clear's got some more cover to work with now, and Donkin just gets torn apart by explosive bolts after explosive bolt, filled with the crossbow's ammunition. Taking to the sky for the Meteor Strike. Light looking to land on down onto the backline here, and seems like an isolation onto High Vision. No one's able to try and get the life grip. Is that a nano one to collect? Seems a little bit too far away to really get anything off the back of it. And Clear's themselves two already on the very squishy backline as Pally going up against Light. He's not going to be able to brawl out against three players. Just doesn't have the DPS, doesn't have the sustainability either. And Kalahek just going to have to dash from this hostage situation.
Alex is too far away from getting that Dragon Blade to pair with the Nano Blade, so this is a dry Nano onto him, which unfortunately doesn't get much work done. Claire just cleans up the backline. D.Va running into an Ana, that typically only goes one way and goes towards the D.Va for those that aren't clear. Those that are clear in this case, unintended. So Nosebleed Esports still in a good place to hold, and this is beginning to look like a possibility of a full hold as well, because again, not seeing that much coming through in regard to those Guapos. Even with Blade coming on in, mind you, Tree of Life is available.
Clear getting aggressive here. I think a quick sleep moving forward onto Clear. Maybe trying to eat up some of the incoming Dragon Strike damage. The rally not really going too far forward. They're just eating so much of this poke. Going to have to stand back and try and protect the Tree of Life is erected. And it's going to be an attempt to try and cut through this one. Great play off the back of a life grip to give that additional iframe over onto the Kiriko, dodging so many of the incoming damaging swings. It's going to be some zoning towards the cart, but Clear's once again back on duty to keep this one well sustained. Down comes the self-destruct. Light uses it just to charge up yet another punch, but manages to miss onto the Baby Diva and then wants to try and stop the remaking. Maybe it was a miss, maybe it was a Kiriko who managed to keep that one going, but either way, the result is not there. Light still trying to work around with their slams and find something empowered to work with. Clear falls low. Out comes the Lucio. The Kitsune rush as well. The emergency Lucio has come out instead of a life mover from before, and the Inch has arrived as well. They're going to be wreaking havoc on the car, and with only 1 second remaining, 1 meter and 7 centimeters, they're just going to keep Gatos Guapos away from a completion, and now they'll have to full a hold if they want to stay alive and make it to Sweden.
Writing seems to be on the wall here, unfortunately, for Gatos Guapos. Not a single media strike even found by Light over the course of that 4 minutes, by the way. As unless you spotted an ultimate used by Light, I'm pretty sure he was still looking for his first one, and Aki was looking for his second ult there, but on 99%, they're going to finish with no nano available. And Nosebleed Esports, despite being down on numbers, waiting patiently for respawners, Clear paving the pathway, staying alive on payload, keeping his mech in there as well, using self-destruct to zone away players, and as you mentioned, ended up getting a remake, was not actually prevented from getting back in the mech. That's considering Donglin had a rallying brig there, Light was playing Doom there, and neither of those players could prevent Clear from remaking into play.
Yeah, that's, well, it's not very amazing. Let's put it that way. I would have stronger words on a co-stream, but in the name of professionalism, that was not the best play I've ever seen. Light did get 1 meteor strike. It was to isolate High Vision in Mega Room. But that's also when we saw the Nano on Color Hex, where Color Hex was too far away from Blade and too far away from any targets to really do anything. So it wasn't the greatest fight from Gatos Guapos overall anyway.
It's really losing members there. I will just change up one thing there. Dongan didn't have rally during that situation with the remake, however, was still there in melee range. Light was still there, but Light ended up having to block the self-destruct damage and then couldn't land the punch afterwards to try and stop the DMech. In either case, Nosebleed Esports, the full hold in there. I am struggling to see a pathway for the Gatos Guapos to stay alive in this series.
Very, very scary here for the Gatos Guapos. Yang is going to try and summon every morsel of aim that exists within his genome, within his blood, and within his heart to try and keep these players at bay.
With Light in as the, not even tank substitute only, but the Doomfist specialist on the team. He's going to be sticking for the Doomfist even on the defense here, trying to make this one work best he can. The good news is, does play reasonably well into Symmetra. However, still, again, despite how good you may be on this hero, just not a good enough hero in this meta.
Well, no early contest on the car either. Has already made it into the car wash, so there isn't much room for error here for the Gatos Guapos. And Clear's trying to force an error here by claiming all of his space behind. Calax is down to a crossbow of High Vision. The Winter Princess already has found herself their first little morsel of prey. Donkard going to be the next. It's Parley who manages to find that one. The car continues to roll 3 on for maximum speed as Yang gets for opening pick, but is made to pay for it deliberately. Winter finds Light and Pally exactly the same. The backline of this team is so bloodthirsty. Venture has arrived, but they are no match for 5. And next up, it's for Lucio. These last chances, these last morsels of defense. An echo of a dream here for the Gatos Guapos as Nosebleed Esports take themselves 1 step closer to DreamHack and the World Finals.
Gatos Guapos talked plenty in the pre-match interview about their time in Japan, practicing, getting ready for this game. Japan is about as far as they will travel for all the international stages of this year, the end of Stage 3 and the end of 2025, their journey. As Bleed Esports will continue through the bracket in this Japan versus Pacific Road to World Finals qualification. And Nosebleed will go on to face the winner of Varel versus Reject, likely to be Varel, given Varel's dominance so far. Speaking of dominance, Nosebleed Esports really made that one one-sided, as they even said, Manager X has mentioned, games between them and Gatos Guapos. These two cores of teams have really gone the distance. They've had a lot of back and forth, a lot of wins. I mean, we saw the 5-mapper in the regular season between these two teams, but in this particular game, not even close. 4-hole Gibraltar, 409 time bank versus no cap on Kings Row, and a 2-0 on Lijiang. Really, that is about nearly a shutout.
A lot of love and a lot of respect between these rosters, but in the end, there could only be one survivor from Pacific. As you said, Nosebleed have earned the unenvious honor, the unenviable honor of going up against either Reject or Varel. Clear is going to be your player of the match, and well-deserved. But Diva certainly got a lot of value today, and also winning out in the Zarya mirror was totally unexpected.
I think that's really where he wins this from. The fact that he wins the Zarya mirror is what ends up winning them the series, because you could be winning some of the other matchups, but if that Zarya mirror ends up being a problem, and you have enough maps in the series where you can only ban Zarya one time at Punk and find good Zarya maps to continue playing that and winning that as a matchup, then it's a major problem for Nosebleed. But if they can win the Zarya matchup, and they won it resoundingly, then suddenly you're on a completely different trajectory in this series, and that's exactly what happened.
What a performance from Clear. Huge pickup for this squad, representing in Pacific. I'm excited to see how it matches up against the best that Japan has to offer. That will be our last match of the day, Varel versus Reject. As you said, going into that, Varel are going to be the heavy favorites. But between then and now, we've got ourselves so many matches to get through. We've still got our play-in brackets for Korea as well, with Team Falcons still in this very dangerous position. They have a replay reel for Clear ready to go shortly as well.
This is a good-looking Nosebleed Esports squad, which means I'm looking forward to the eventual Japan versus Pacific game, as you're looking for a strong representative from either of the regions to go to Stockholm and represent the greater region overall between Japan and Pacific, who have been really neck and neck together for so long in Overwatch Esports. But as we're starting to look through some of these highlight clips, yeah, it really was the Zarya player that put Clear ahead.
Good choice of skin as well. The Anajar. Big fan of that one. You know me. I love a couple of good cosmetics. I really want to see if they have the remake. How they managed to avoid the incoming punch from Light. It should have been like cut and dry.
Yeah, I saw it. Light really just had to hold the block for the self-destruct, and then had to charge the punch afterwards. And in that gap of time, Claire managed to sneak in the mech, and well, the punch ends up missing anyway. But we'll hear a little bit more about the performance of Nosebleed and Claire himself in our post-match winners interview.
오늘의 첫 번째 경기 노즈블리드 e스포츠 오늘의 첫 번째 경기 노즈블리드 e스포츠가 승리를 가져갑니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 네, 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘의 POTM은 클리어 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. OWCS 아시아 첫 경기 첫 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다. 한국에서의 첫 시작이 좋은데요. 오늘 경기 승리 소감 한번 들어볼게요.
You're starting off with a victory. How do you feel?
I'm very happy. I'm really excited to see all the fans here, and I really appreciate all the support, especially after winning.
정말 기분이 좋고요. 이렇게 많은 팬분들이 현장에 방문해 주셔서 응원을 해주셔서 정말 너무 기쁩니다.
네, 그렇습니다. 노즈블리드 팀 전반적으로 중요한 순간마다 그 승리의 기점을 가져가는데 큰 역할을 했는데요. 상대는 퍼시픽 라이벌 팀이었습니다. 그런데 오늘 경기 도중에 우리가 이 승리 가져가겠다라고 느낀 순간이 있었을까요?
So during the game, when was the moment you were like, oh, we got this, we won this?
Probably after the first fight. I don't think I was very worried after that.
바로 첫 번째 교전 이후로부터는 우리 오늘 걱정할 거 없겠는데? 라고 생각했습니다.
이야, 첫 경기부터 자신감 빵빵하게 채워가면서 오늘 경기 이렇게 승리까지 안아갈 수 있게 되었습니다. 왕의 길 때 가토구어포스의 캐서디 메이 조합에 처음엔 좀 당황하는 듯 했지만 바로 파해법을 찾아가면서 방어에 성공해냈잖아요. 어떤 포인트를 짚었을까요?
So during King's Row, I feel like you guys were a little caught off by the Cassidy May composition. So what kind of points did you get to like?
Well, we knew that was probably going to be the hardest map when they banned Ramatra. We kind of knew what they were going to be doing with like Zarya May. So we knew that was going to be a little hard, but I think we made good swaps. We switched to Wu Yang, we switched to Ashe, just playing more slow, letting them come into us, have good angles, and then it was easy after that.
저희도 사실 왕의 길 맵이 가장 어려운 맵일 거라고 생각을 했는데요. 라마트라 밴도 당하기도 했고 그래서 조금 더 우리 페이스대로 천천히 저기 들어오는 걸 받아치면서 경기를 해보자라고 했는데 좋은 결과가 있었던 것 같습니다.
네, 이렇게 승리로 이끌었던 그 중심에는 피어팀을 받은 클리어 선수가 있지 않았나 싶은데요. 공수 밸런스가 닉네임처럼 아주 깔끔했습니다. 그리고 또 견제밴을 다 이겨내고 오늘 좀 좋은 모습 보여줬잖아요. 그리고 제가 들은 소식에 의하면 저번 한국 방문 이후에 클리어 선수의 한국 팬분들, 소녀 팬분들이 많아졌다고 해요. 팬분들에게 마지막으로 세레머니하고 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
So after your last visit to Korea, you've garnered so many Korean female fans. So can you do a quick winning ceremony for them?
안녕하세요, 여러분. 한국 사랑해요. 감사합니다. 오늘은
이야.
여기까지다. 감사합니다.
이야, 클리어 선수의 멋진 이렇게 또 세레머니까지 팬분들께 선사해 드렸습니다. 자, 이렇게 오늘의 인터뷰 여기서 마무리하도록 하고요. 저희는 다음 경기로 돌아올게요. 팔콘과 온사이드 게이밍이 기다리고 있습니다.
Well, future idol Clear there reporting into the Korean fans, and they certainly will be happy to see more of him as we've got Falcons versus Onside Gaming for the play-ins coming up after this break.
I'm holding. Yeah. I'm under sleep. Wait, 나와. Don't come into guy, okay? Just vent. Stop that. Dim you. Lucio. GG. Let's go.
Overwatch Champions Series Asia Road to World Finals for Korea starts here and now with the play-ins. We have 3 teams who are desperate to get in. And Avril, it starts off with Team Falcons versus Onside Gaming.
Now, 2 teams where one of them you're probably wondering, wait, why are Falcons here? Shouldn't this team have already pre-qualified into the actual playoffs portion, the bracket portion? Part where Crazy Raccoon are currently waiting. You would think Falcons would beat it, given they are the mid-season defending champions, a team that we've seen make every single fan event, world final, defending champions from last year as well. But it's been a bit of a weird stage for Falcons so far. They ended up being dropped out of the Korea playoffs to Wei 4-2. They couldn't beat Wei, and in that single elim, you're done, you're gone, you're completely out of contention, which is a very sad place for Falcons to be, and Falcons find themselves now in this play-in position instead, where in a similar sort of fashion, they have to beat through Onside and then Zeta after this if they want to get a shot at going to Stockholm.
Yeah, Team Falcons missing Stalker, maybe missing a little bit of a special sauce here, but Merit has come in, of course, an illustrious player, a world champion in their own right, alongside some of these additions to Team Falcons on paper. Should have been a huge upping of the ante for this squad, which, as you said, makes it all the more surprising that they're down here going up against Onside Gaming in this do-or-die matchup.
So Gaming have been trying their best to punch up this entire stage so far. Very familiar names across the board on every single position. Some real veterans in here as well. Otto's been playing the game for the longest amount of time, and then some more recent players that have really been in the limelight, players like Knife, who didn't get a lot of playtime and couldn't really show what he was capable on Team Liquid, now trying to make that happen back in Korea, where he found all of his initial success. A team that mostly struggled, I would say, across the stage, but had a very interesting and very well-deserved win against Wei on their way to even making it here. The same Wei team that beat Falcons, so bit of a triangle of wins between these teams.
Yep, this stage for Korea has certainly been interesting. Bit of a toss-up between not just our top teams, but some of our midfield teams as well, or even our onside teams. Here's a look at the Team Falcons roster, 2 for each role, but the only ones who are going to be swapping potentially are Someone and Hanbin.
Now, Summon and Hanbin will be playing actually some of each other's heroes as well. We've actually seen Hanbin pick up more of the Winston, which he was trying to do even last year and even the year before that on Dallas Fuel, to some variants of success. But more recently, I don't know, quite a surprising way, he's been picking up the ball. And he actually beat T1 with that. He beat Dongak's ball with his own ball, which is extremely surprising. Those that will remember Falcons beating T1 earlier in the season. Someone will, of course, still be coming to play his usual picks. But we've also seen someone play a little bit of Diva recently as well, so look out for that one. On the opposite end, there might be 2 tanks on the side of Onside Gaming, but I'd be surprised if Kellen got subbed in over at all. Okay, well, call me surprised, because he's in map 1. Call me surprised right away.
Literal D-colon moment straight away from Avril. It's going to be Ardo sitting the bench for now as Knife and Kilo start off as the DPS here. And yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Kellen.
Attack's been in like the whole time. Attack really hasn't really missed any games. So,
well, known for his Winston in times previous. See if we can check in with the interviewees here and see what's going down between Falcons and Onside Gaming.
오늘 준비된 두 번째 경기 팀팔콘과 온사이드 게이밍의 경기 시작에 앞서 각 팀의 대표분들과 함께 인터뷰 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 팀팔콘 만나볼까요?
안녕하세요. 팀팔콘 코치 에이드입니다. 반갑습니다.
So we have
네, 에이드 코치님
assistant
반갑습니다.
coach on Falcons.
그렇다면 온사이드 게이밍도 만나보도록 하죠.
네, 안녕하세요. 온사이드 게이밍
And
코치
FaZe.
이사재라고 합니다.
네.
Used to be a diva player, if I remember correctly.
익숙한 무대를 벗어나
former runaway
일산에서
player?
이렇게 양 팀의 분들을 모시게 됐는데요. 아시아 스테이지 3 플레이인 첫 경기부터 만만치 않은 대진입니다. 작년부터 최근 미드 시즌 챔피언십까지 또 바닥부터 천장까지 매번 새로운 드라마를 만들어내는 팀 팔콘과 언더독이라는 평가를 받고 있지만 계속해서 성장하고 있는 온사이드 게이밍이 맞붙게 됐습니다. 첫 대진 상대 서로를 어떻게 평가하고 있을지 궁금한데요.
일단 온사이드 게이밍이 처음보다는 지금 훨씬 너무 잘해진 모습을 보여주고
We've got
있어서
some
Question is for the
questions
first matchup.
by WDG.
How do you rate each other is the first question.
저희도 경기 집중해서 이기는데 전력을 다해야 될 것 같아요.
네, 팀팔콘이 리스펙을 또 보내주셨습니다. 그렇다면 온사이드 게이밍 첫 대진 상대 어떻게 보실까요?
일단 첫 경기부터 저희가 이렇게 팔콘을 만날 줄 몰랐는데 일단은 솔직히 이게 OWCS 역사로 봐도 상당히 강팀이기 때문에
Aid's response is that this team has improved significantly since the beginning. We can't afford to let our guard down. We need to focus on winning the game.
팔콘 경기에 쏟을 생각입니다.
그렇습니다. 양 팀 모두 서로 팀 좀 쉽지 않을 것 같다라고 말씀해 주신 만큼 현재 OWCS 코리아의 먹이사슬 형태가 좀 이상하거든요. 제가 2달 전에 보니까 팔콘이 온사이드 게이밍을 상대로 3대0 완승을 거뒀지만 팔콘을 4대2
FaZe's response is, I didn't expect to face Falcons in the first match. I think they're a very strong team, so I think we need to give it our all.
그만큼 이 이상한 먹이사슬 오늘은 좀 변동이 있을 예정인 것 같은데요. 그만큼 서로 해볼만하다. 오늘 승리는 우리가 가져가겠다. 자신감이 넘칠 것 같습니다. 그렇다면 오늘 경기 얼마나 자신 있을까요?
일단은 저희가 위기에서 항상 강해지는 팀이기 때문에
Second question is, how confident are you about today's game?
저희가 3대 0으로 이기지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
3대0 본다고 합니다. 그렇다면 온사이드 게이밍은 어떨까요?
저희는 항상 이제 시즌 막바지에 좀 강해지는 팀이라 생각하기 때문에 저희는 이제 3대1 정도로 이겼으면 좋겠습니다.
위기에서 강해지는
Aid says, I think we'll win 3-0 easy since we're a team that thrives in crisis.
그리고
crises.
바로 다음 경기 바로 위에서는 제타 디비전이 기다리고 있는데요. 양 팀 모두 제타 디비전에게 패배한 전적이 있는 만큼
FaZe's
우리가 올라갈 테니까 제타 디비전
will only get stronger as the game progresses. I think we'll win 3-1.
제타한테는 미안하지만 저희가 이미 EWC 때 떨어뜨려가지고
네.
그 기억을
And a word to the next opponent, Zeta Division, is of course the winner of this game goes to face Zeta.
테니까 딱 기다리고 있어라라고 말씀해 주셨고요. 그렇다면 온사이드 게이밍은 어떨까요?
저희가 오늘 팔콘 잡을 만큼 좀 준비한 걸 잘하면은 제타도 따라서 잡을 수 있다고 생각을 해가지고 저희가 이제 팔콘 잡고 제타 잡았으면 기분 좋을 것 같아요.
He says, I feel sorry for Zeta, but since they won at EWC, I think they'll just have to
이제는
wait.
정말 물러설 곳이 없습니다. 벼랑 끝 승부가 펼쳐지게 되는데요. 오늘 이 경기에서 패배하게 되면
He says, if we prepare well for the Falcons match, I think we can defeat
오늘
Zeta.
일산까지 와주신 팬분들 좀
Oh,
기대
sorry.
많이 하고 계십니다.
He says, we won EWC. I think we'll just have to wait.
이렇게 멀리서까지 이제 와주신 팬분들 항상 저희 감사하게 생각하고 있고 그거에
Finally, a word to the
기대하는
fans.
좋은 경기로 보답하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 그렇다면 온사이드 게이밍도 마지막으로 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
저희도 멀리서 와주신 팬분들 항상 감사드리고요. 그 멀리 오신 만큼 후회하지 않는 경기력 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
네, 자 그렇다면 오늘의
He
두
says, we're
번째
also for
경기
you coming,
벼랑 끝에서
for you
살아남은
coming from
팀은
so far away. We'll show
과연
you
어떤 팀이
a game that
될까요?
lives up to your
네,
expectations.
보시죠.
As we head into Ilios, we'll have the response from FaZe in just a hot second, as well as FaZe says, we're always grateful to the fans who come from so far away, and we'll show you a game you won't regret. And it's exactly what we'll be hoping for moving into this game, where, Harry, as mentioned, right now for the play-ins portion, it is a single elim. You win, you progress to face Zeta, you lose, your season is over.
Yeah, the pressure is mounting for these teams, especially with all the expectation that's piled on Falcons players. The pedigree on this roster is second to none, some might say. Maybe the main competitor there would be Fraser Raccoon. It felt for the first year of OWCS that the entirety of the World Championship was a toss-up between Fraser Raccoon and Team Falcons. And to be in this position with one chance only going up against a team like Onside Gaming, who've got this big upstart plucky energy and are definitely a threat which continues evolving, there is a lot of fear to be felt there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at this point, for both teams, Falcons, always a bit of a toss-up and a bit of a struggle as to how their season's going to go, but you feel like they will always land on their feet, right? Surely they'll always land on their feet. As Aid said, in the moments of crisis is when they do their best. For Onside Gaming, they've had a lot of improvements, is what FaZe has been talking about. I think Aid mentioned that in the interview. This is a team that Onside, they didn't do particularly great in the actual regular season. 4-4, finished 6th place overall below Way, but then ends up beating Way in this revolving door of a top, previously it was a top 3, top 4 of Korea, then extended to be more of a top 5. Could that be more of a top 6 kind of look where all 6 teams are fairly competitive and what Onside are that number 6 team, hoping to break further and deeper into the bracket and into the rankings?
What a blessing it would be to have a region with so many teams able to take those top spots. But for now, that throne is very comfortably sat by Crazy Raccoon, who have been able to string together win after win. Their record this year has been pretty good. Onside Gaming, they want to join this top tier, and oh my goodness, well, it looks like the match predictions are very heavily favoring the names we all know and love on Falcons from our live audience.
This would, by the way, be the worst result ever for the Falcons team, especially given their recent results being what you could essentially say is a world champion. Literally the case last year in 2024 in Stockholm. To not be able to go back there if they lose would be a tragedy. A defending champion from mid-season this year that Aid spoke about in that interview. We have a, I think, improved meta for the team as well. Wu Yang has really been nerfed in the most latest patch, and that was a bit of a hero that Falcons didn't seem the most competent on either over the course of this most recent stage. Far more willing and wanting to play other compositions. Lucio Bat, Lucio Kiriko are much better now. Lucio Kiriko always good in this meta so far. And Merit, slowly but surely, being able to lean into playing more of his hit scans, less Symmetra, less of the Sombra there as well. Won't be needing the Sombra unless we look over towards ball matchups, which isn't really going to happen. I don't think Kellen's going to play ball today, although, you know, we'll see what happens. I didn't even think he would play today, but here he is. Kellen's going to be in the team. Falcons are definitely the favorite, as you can see from all the predictions, but are they going to actually be able to lock in and get this win? Because they've lost some surprising games in the past, and if you lose only one surprising game today, you're gone.
I mean, big up to Lisa Yoon, the bravest amongst us, the sole titan who stands alongside Onside Gaming. But it's not cut and dry, despite all of our expectations of a side
value
of
picks.
Falcons.
Yeah, value picks for the good odds would be truly
the returns
insane
are
odds.
off the charts.
I mean, absolutely. Let's have a look at what we're going to be looking forward to here. Kellen is in. Winston ban off the rip wouldn't be too bad for Falcons, but they're actually going to be second ban. So it's going to be Diva ban first, which enables the Winston/Ball. And it does mean that straight away Harbin has to already look at his own Winston. Is Harbin going to be good enough to win a Winston mirror versus Kellen?
Well, has played a little bit of it, and of course has had plenty of time to expand their hero pool. Maybe felt the alleviation of that pressure with the addition of someone to the roster. Bastion has been taken away now from Onside.
Bit of a weird one, but might just be a throwaway ban for now. Bastion does see some play in Zarya comps, but Attack's not in on the other team, and Attack, once he does play, and we expect him to, is a very strong Zarya player. Of course, Hanbin is probably the most famous Zarya potentially of all time at this stage.
Probably Hanbin or Zimba.
Certainly has the case to be the best Zarya of recent times, the last few years. So Zarya will be a strong pick for Hanbin at some stage, but Diva, of course, for Ilios is the primary pick that Hanbin would have wanted to play, taken away now. Bastion, unlikely, have really showed its face in this particular map. So, again, might just be a throwaway for map number 1.
Yeah. Just getting a little bit of a lay of the land against Onside. Maybe haven't scrummed them in a while, knowing that they would be going up against each other in this play-in tournament. Of course, there was much higher hopes. But for us, it wouldn't be a play-in scenario for the side of Falcons. But Onside, they still have their fans in the crowd. And they were called out to by FaZe earlier, many of them traveling across Korea to come and support their favorite squad.
Trying to remember when Kellen last played as well, but Kellen didn't show up even one time during the playoffs. It was Attack playing the entire way through, and even based on memory across regular season, Kellen was there in the early weeks, and at some point, again, struggling to remember exactly at what point, but at some point, Attack came in and never left the starting lineup for this Onside Gaming. So again, I think I was well within my rights to be quite surprised that Kellen was not going to be subbed in at all. But Winston is obviously a hero that can make a lot of difference, is still in the meta, is still very viable in the meta, very strong in the meta. And especially on a map like Ilios, where a Zarya Reaper start would be a bit weird for the team. Not expecting that out the gate. You're not looking at big Winston counters off rip. So it would be a strong start for our side of Onside.
Wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more of a Hanbin Junker Queen sometime as well, but of course the prevalence of Kiriko can mean that those antis and wounds can be easily gotten rid of. And Kiriko, I always love to see Kiriko come into a meta, as it really lets the supports amongst us
When has she
flex
not been
what
in the meta?
mechanics can do. That's true. Kiriko's kind of like Sojourn, came in and then was just a fact of life. Death, Taxes, Kiriko, and Sojourn.
A Kiriko skin in every battle pass and a Kiriko meta in every season. That's what we can look forward to. She will always be good.
Wake up, babe. Time for your daily Kiriko dose.
Suzu, best ability in the game. Get Suzu'd, as Avast was saying. So we're expecting a lot of that today. But yeah, a very important game for both teams, but particularly for defending mid-season champs, Falcons, where highest of expectations on this team. A kind of team where really just the lack of consistency sometimes is quite strange to see for a team of their caliber. You'd imagine they'd be closer to Crazy Raccoon, given that they're always in a final against Crazy Raccoon, but to even get there now seems like quite the pathway required.
Yeah, a big fight. To lay it out, Team Falcons need to win 3 games to make it to Sweden. They need to win here against Onside Gaming. They need to win against Zeta Division to get into the playoff bracket. And they need to win against Crazy Raccoon. Or they can lose against Crazy Raccoon and win against the loser of T1 versus Way. 3 wins, no less, to get to Sweden.
And everyone is good. Falcons have beaten and lost against these teams. Falcons actually strangely have a really good win rate against T1 of all teams. T1 seems to not be able to quite get the number of Falcons. Way is a team that actually put Falcons in this position in the first place. So Falcons will be not keen to, well, very keen to, I would say, get into that rematch if need be, but they'd be very keen to just get into that playoff scenario. Find one win somewhere. Perhaps that might even be against Crazy Raccoon. We'll have to see how that one goes if it ends up being the case, but onside might just be quite the hurdle. And of course, as you already mentioned, with Zeta waiting in the wings, we'll be playing the winner of this game. No delays, no breaks. Zeta will be straight into the 3rd match against the winner of this one. No waiting though. Map 1, Korea, road toward finals. Let's do it.
Let's see what Kellen opts for here. The surprise sub for Onside Gaming and a well-known Winston player was brought onto New York Excelsior back in the day as a bit of a Winston specialist. It seems that that may well continue to be the case.
Is that a bit of a back and forth career?
Unpredictable allies,
As
still allies. Barely.
had some good opportunities, but I feel like it's never really reached his peak and found true success. Kellen, of course, missed out with SSG last stage to go to mid-season and doesn't want to miss another international alongside the rest of his team. Let's get into this one. It's Harbin Ball. I mentioned this one as well, where like he's been playing some ball recently and he's been making it work.
Alright, for now, Kilo sending in some speculative bolts towards the back line. Hunbin noted on the approach, but there's going to be good pack control coming through from the Sombra as well, making sure that sustainability is going to be active for the Wrecking Ball, and there's not going to be too much tax on fielder to keep them nice and healthy. You see that Onside Gaming are catching quite a bit of poke on their commute towards the point, but do have initial positioning here, and we'll get the first cap, and it's going to be proper too late to try and get the contestation. However, the trade out is irony. It was a little bit too far away to try and make this one work. Recall expended. There's that consistent pressure coming through. Kellen manages to dodge away, and we'll be right back next to Irony to deliver all of that healing in the form of Ult Charge as well. Merritt comes in on the other side now. Proper's free to brawl, chasing down their counterpart of a Tracer versus Tracer, and a flip is found.
I'm surprised the flip didn't come through a little bit earlier, but a bit of an extended fight being brought into this one. Falcons, by the way, Merritt on Sombra. The read coming through is that they expected that maybe Kellen would have been on the ball here as well, but certainly wanting to put the pressure onto Kilo's Freya, and Kilo is going to swap away from that Freya now, understanding what the situation is. I think Kilo would have thought that Harmon was playing the Winston. Of course, Freya decent into that Winston. Now we'll see how the subsequent fight goes. No one super far towards the ult. The Tracers.
Retaking even the Sombra versus Sombra can be a little bit more difficult, though, due to the already hacked packs. They're going to try and stop Hambin's disengage, but can't quite keep it going proper, looking for somewhere to put this pulse bomb. Kilo's not going to be an option, as they've already been taken out and chased off aside, is Irony. TP's away with a swift step, and there is trades going either way, but still you've got to deal with the final boss. Proper stands ready, waiting. Boots off his Kellen, courtesy of Hanbin, who saw that one coming. A bait and a switch and a little ball flick coming through. Team Falcons hold strong. Oh, that's nasty.
Impressive. Kellen getting booped off the map is nasty work. Certainly can't afford to have that happen. Oh, we've certainly been seeing Harbin practicing a little bit of ball recently, given that to be the case. My goodness, what a opening so far from Team Falcons. They did lose an opening fight, or rather just had themselves capped away. And now we're getting into the real meat and potatoes of it. Ultimate starting to come online for the first time. Field and Chio just moments away from finding theirs.
Irony sends out the Kitsune Rush, and Team Falcons have decided to counter that one out with a minefield, making it a little bit less hospitable to stay on the objective for now. Kellen taken down. The meat here with the Samba is just so hard to stand up to. A double support ultimate investment here from Team Falcons, knowing that this could be the last chance fight for the side of Onside Gaming. That picks up Merit on the other side. Great stick coming through as well. Chio falls on down. Proper's forced to move away, gets himself healed back up, and now it's down to just get a little bit of extra contestation coming on through. Humber going to show off their brand new ball skills. Taps in favor of Proper, and Knife can't pick up that health back because it remains hacked from the side of Merit. Proper's got yet another pulse one, but they give away the point for now.
Onside Gaming staying alive in that one, dodging out most of that EMP, and then Knife dropping a pulse bomb. My goodness, keeping the numbers within contention of still being winnable. 99% pound for Falcons. Proper just deletes Kilo, though. That could be the beginning of the end of the round.
Feel different. Two players on the point already, getting that additional pressure over towards the flip. Someone needs to come on in and then deliver the pulse one for the trouble. Primal Rage forced out of Kellen, and Merit's found elsewhere. Kellen just traps Hunbin in the side and beats the bloody heck out of that ball.
Onside keeping this alive for a little bit longer. Going to be a free EMP soon. Nothing to counter out that one. Good play into Armin's ball. The backline found will be pretty nasty here as well. Onside have a lot of tools to keep this one moving along until they can find their support ultimates, and if they can snowball their support ultimates, we're getting into a 99 position where they can win the OT off that.
EMP noted. And two players are going to be the victim of it. Instantly deleted is Chio and Proper. Not going to fare much better as Knife finds their opportunity to sink their jaws into their counterpart in the Tracer versus Tracer. While Kilo was the sacrifice made, Onside are going to be happy with the results.
Again, we're just extending things to allow Irony a bit more time to build ultimates, and finding Chio in that will reduce and delay the ult charge for Chio to be able to match a little bit later on in what will be the pivotal 99% fight. So Gaming have what it takes to be able to get themselves a round one win.
Harbin chased down, manages to find the mega health pack for a little bit of additional sustainability. Great health pack steal coming through from Knife. Suzu used as well, but the pulse one goes awry. Kilo found elsewhere, and Field has fallen on down. Team Falcon's now going to be low on healing, but they do have themselves a minefield to try and make sure that this point is quite inhospitable. The overall pressure on the point very much in favor of Team Falcons, as Proper readily awaits any guests onto this point, waiting for that sound barrier to dissipate, but Chio was chased down in the meantime. 19% shy of getting that sound barrier. It's time for Field to come back though. That's a lot of pressure. Knife stuck. Oh, shades of zest here from Proper. The Kilo punishes the audacity to try and stick the opposing Tracer. Onside now in control. It has to be a Team Falcons. Touch has come through from Hanbin, who already gets hacked, and Keller makes sure that none of the healers can get anywhere near as Onside steal away the first point of Ilios.
Yeah, it was the comeback journey for Onside Gaming, and they had a long road to get there as well, but as mentioned, really delay tactics. Get your supports into contention for ultimates, and then be able to play for that when Falcons don't have theirs. A really nice read coming through from Onside. You can see the targeting onto the back line as well. The EMP that catches Chio. Knife in that final fight, running down Chio as well, knowing Chio could be close to sound barrier here. We really need to put the lid on him, make sure that there's no position where any of these supports can put an ultimate on top of us to win when you have the double support ult advantage and you find that exact timing at the 99% mark to push it through. Only Proper with that pulse bomb stick to really have any type of response. And if they can take Proper down after that, which they did, then no further comeback potential to be found.
Most valuable pick, getting rid of that Kiriko super early. And we saw there was that reserved position from Lucio waiting to be a swift step target to try and bring Fielder back into the fight earlier. Did mean they were kind of penned into a corner and could be easily hunted down.
Falcons did push this one to 99 first, so it was a 99 to 18% comeback. Is where this one sort of took place. And really roll back.
I've got word from the gods on high that we're having a quick pause because Opener's kicked his PC.
Ah, yes, they're all kicking the PC.
Classic Lucio move.
The other classic is I spilt water on either myself or the keyboard or whatever. Classic.
Oh, bro's just got so excited to win that lighthouse. He's absolutely popping off over there. Just put one through the tempered glass window.
Oh, precious height. And map 1 being quite favored now for onside for a couple of reasons. One is coming into the fact that you have this very strong diva ban. And talk about the fact that Harbin's been really practicing the ball, but he's not going to be an elite ball player. I mean, I say that, he's still beat Dong Act, right? So something definitely came in and allowed Harbin the capability to win against T1 in that particular game. But right now, Harbin can only do so much for your team on this particular ball pick, and he's going to run through the ball pick again, even though we're on Ruins, which I think has a far higher capability to allow you to play the ramp, like the Zarya. He's going to stay strong and remain balling.
Harbin stays balling. It's going to be a race for control of his first pack here. You can see actually a body block came through from the side of Harbin to allow for Merit to steal it from under them, meaning that Kilo couldn't target the pack. Some great micro play there from Team Falcons.
Yep, this is the ball versus ball gameplay of old, especially when you have Sombra in there as well. The goal is to get that initial hack on the health pack on the Mega, and then that advantage was going to remain until really a big reset happens.
Oh, already so much pressure going over onto Harbin, but that Mega Pack's still super valuable for making sure that you don't need to strain the positioning of your Kiriko. Knife looking for proper, and it's fair between the recalls. Both Tracers have used the Merit, getting up close and personal. Nice virus from downtown onto Open. Won't be able to heal through the damage, but will just be able to wait it on out. Feeling super low. Still playing for this first capture here, as it's going to be all in onto the Lucio. Promises it's time to make something work, and indeed, it's all about the mechanics, all about getting rid of that backline. The support starts to fall away. Field is taken down elsewhere. Knife able to match blow for blow with Proper. Going up against the GOAT is never easy, but Knife is up to the task, sinking his teeth in. He's found himself some meat to work with and manages to spray transfer onto a Chio. Knife is playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah, just because attack isn't in doesn't mean he's playing defense. Bro is on the offense right now, and he's certainly on the correct side of the map to instantly get that trade onto field as Opener falls. It's the Tracers onto the supports. Both Tracers open up on a support. Outside Gaming will finish off that opening fight after a lot of action was happening early on. Certainly a lot of damage traded. Knife that had the most to say. Kilo, by the way, a decent lead on Merit currently.
Kellen falling low. Could be chased down, but it seems like there's not going to be a huge overextension coming through here from the side of Falcons. Kitsune rush used well to get Irony low, and now it's going to be Harbin and Proper coalescing. Opener thinks it's winnable. Even without Irony, they're still going to use the sound barrier. The second one comes the way of Shio. Oh, the hacks are unbelievable from Merit. The EMP cleaves through onside Gaming, and Team Falcons should easily be able to turn this one back around, trying to deny the contestation of the ball. And there it is.
And Kilo revealed his positioning as well. He actually comes out of stealth towards the end there, gets a little bit of the green HP, feels the capability of maybe just fighting full front. I have the HP to play with. Let me see what I can do with this, but doesn't get the EMP off. Merit's invis and actually finds a giant EMP catching Kilo and ending the fight. Really nice coup de grace finish there from Team Falcons. And Kilo, once again, will now need to be looking. We'll need to be finding this one. And remember, Kilo was actually ahead of Merit in that fight.
Okay. Big control over the point here from the side of onside Gaming, courtesy of that minefield. Merit super low, conversion is there, but Chio manages to survive with most of its impact. Irony taken off the map and blown to smithereens. A Japanese firework freshly made here from the teams. And here it is. Team Falcons managing to run off Kellen.
Falcons going for strength to strength here, surviving the EMP. That's a massive deal. Kilo's EMP catches too. Misses the virus onto Merit, still finds the kill onto Merit, but doesn't get more after that onside. Looking for a little bit more out of that opening play of the EMP. I'll be left wanting. Team Falcons surviving against that is so massive. They won with their own.
Pressure onto the back line begins to mount, but Team Falcons, they rebuff it rather easily. Revealed temporarily is for Sombra, but Proper knows they can't really get up there without some wild maneuvers and acrobatics, and doesn't quite have the proficiency needed to make the high roll necessary. Hanbin looks on from above, can spread out the shields if they want to, but for now we're just worried about maintaining their own HP as they take additional damage from the Sombra while hacked. Open a track temporarily, and Proper just makes it so the ground is inhospitable. Down comes the minefield, Merrick's taken down. Knife just gets rid of most of the adaptive shields of Hanbin, and on the disengage, they simply roll into the minefield, falling low with no Suzu, no hope, and no dreams. Knife can stab in and twist into Fielder.
And no support ultimates from Team Falcons, unfortunately. It ends just a little bit too quickly, but Fielder and Chio, A, they were low HP, B, Hanbin was already dead, so just no good opportunity for them to save the fight for the team. Outside Gaming find themselves in a good spot. Ironing's about to be matching Fielder as well. They're already in position and control of that point. Knife has been playing lights out really against Proper.
Opener with one of the world's longest speeds. Oh, yeah. Manages to get it down just in time, though. Most of the players are going to be recipients of that one, feeling super low. And that's a good shield spread out there from Hanbin. Additional sustainability for Fielder allows them to get healed up. And Proper knows they can't really take that fight against the hacked pack. Beautiful EMP from Merritt, but it's instantly punished by Kilo from the other side. Falling low on HP. Can use it to try and turn off these mines. Knife noted coming around the corner, falling into the minefield. Proper has a momentary touch of cover. It's going to be a hunt down onto the opposing Kiriko. Irony surely can't stay the blade for long here, and Proper feels the need for victory, refuses to lose, and hunts down all and sundry who dare to present themselves. Kellen with a momentary use of the adaptive shields to survive the incoming damage. Knife can't get too close to their own mine, and Proper comes in to give him a bonk on the head. Congratulations for a job well done, and a tie-up 1-1 here as Team Falcons, they refuse to cede Ilios without a roar.
Yeah, the EMP coming in, Knife doing his best in that round and on the map so far, but Proper just feels inevitable on that map in particular, on that Ruins. Just see the amount of pressure towards the end, always in the kill feed, always in the right spot, even eating the EMP, still surviving, just ducking and dodging to the side, getting that recall back in time as well after the EMP fades away, and you start to see some of the stats coming on in. 23-2 on Proper's just POV, 10,000 damage. I mean, Knife is doing amazing stuff on the opposite end, but on the Falcon side of stuff, I mean, yeah, one person is really doing a lot here.
Yeah, Merritt caught out a couple of times, 8 deaths so far compared to Proper's 2, but often is having to put themselves into this position to make sure that Hanbin has the pack control. This is super important for both of the ball teams with that pack rat perk.
And this time shying away from the ball, we'll be moving back over towards the Winston, of which he'll, of course, he won with on our opening Lighthouse. This does improve Kilo's matchup a little bit, having the capability to play Sombra into the ball as well as everything else that Team Falcons have in their backline.
Irony for now. Sends out some speculative poke, and in comes the pressure from Proper on the other side, but Knife bites off a little bit more than they can chew, finding a 1v2, but perhaps they didn't expect. The information was bad, a bad tip, and it's gone wrong. Kellen isolated. Hanbin just going to chase down the remnants here, as it should be an easy first cap for the side of Team Falcons. Even with Opener managing to escape, control starts to accrue.
We're starting to get some good ult charge here for Falcons as well. Look at the early cap. Oh, this rundown Proper. He really wants it. Starting to feel himself now. If he just runs down Kilo like that, it would have been impressive to say the least. But onside, looking for the opportunity to open up this next fight. No one has run away too far on ult so far, despite the small lead on Chio.
Knife just checking their corners for now. There's a lot of pressure heading towards Chio in the back, but Kellen doesn't want to overextend to try and chase down that kill. Knows that Hanbin's waiting in the wings. Knife once again finds so many members of Team Falcons at once, but onside they were so grouped up and no one was able to really try and help out in these off-angle duels. 4 of them sitting in one place. They've managed to flip the map, but all they've done is flip themselves around and isolate themselves against all of these angry buzzing hornets of Team Falcons.
This is rough, man. You can't allow Knife to just be shut down that quickly. You've had Proper playing a really impressive game so far, Knife doing his best to keep up, but if he's falling twice in a row, particularly the Chio, that is a problem for onside. The only one that's really keeping control over Proper.
Irony draws back some peel. Proper has to use everything to try and get out of this one, but Fielder's feeling rather unpressured right now, and so Knife has to move in, try and make sure that this Kiriko's no longer feeling as comfortable as they were on that off-angle. Chio falling down. This could be the opening that Onside Gaming have been looking for. A quick stick, a dodge away, and Humbin's fallen too. Kellum finds Fielder in the mids at the moment, and that's going to be a quick flip in favor of Onside once they get rid of Merit.
And this is exactly what Knife needs to be doing. Staying alive, putting the pressure on, pulse bomb kill on the Harbin to finish things off and allow the flip. And that's considering that Proper also had his own kill into open, I believe, in the middle of all of that as well. So Onside Gaming now set themselves up. We're back into a position where they control the cap. It's going to be EMP versus EMP. Kilos found early. That is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, can't stage early for that EMP. Instead, it's just going to make sure that Hanbin's unable to escape too easily. Going to be chased on down. Pulse was attached as well, I believe. Oh, no, it was something else that went onto him right there. Quick dodge away, knowing that this is too dangerous with the minefield there. Merit notes Kilo on the approach for EMP. There's no disengaged potential. Sometimes all you need is one, and one's more than good enough as Kellen falls. The first Omno into the second, and Onside Gaming start to collapse like a house of cards for Sandcastle, with water poured from on high from the talons of the Falcon.
That looks like the EMP actually cancelled Kilo's EMP. Merit's timing on that one, absolutely flawless. Proper shuts down Knife as well. This is probably going to be the end. Kellen has to wait for his opportunity to primal, but yeah, Kilo again loses the EMP trade. Knife may be doing his best to shut down Proper, or at least keep up with Proper, but for Kilo and Merit, that battle only goes one way.
Yeah, Merit's been earning his medals, that much is for certain. Kellen here does have access to the Primal Rage for his long-term stalling, but needs to stay on the cart for now. Keeping that objective in the midst of all of this. You can see Vasusa's already used. Kellen falling low, needs to go back for a little bit of additional healing before they can re-engage. And so Onside Gaming, they just put themselves in a little cubby, put themselves in a safe zone, a bunker, a space where maybe they can get a nice little hot cocoa and a cuddle as Fielder rolls on fourth. The Kitsune rush drags the Team Falcons towards victory. Proper moving towards the back, but they've already lost out on a target because Sheer was there and Sheer was bloodthirsty. Yet another Suzu is slain, and Hanbin possibly down into the pit, but Sheer's already taken out their opposite number. Irony forced to flee away, and Proper uses their recall. Knife's already been taken down, so it's home free now for the GOAT. They can just hunt down all of these targets and pulse pistol them with glorious aplomb. Kio's there with the final melee, and Falcons are back after losing out on the Lighthouse.
Yeah, I mean, strong finisher there from Team Falcons, where they start to get a little bit of a struggle on Lighthouse. They were still in control of that opening round. As a reminder, it was like 99 to 18%, but the last two rounds we saw Ruins and now Interwell. Such dominance, particularly on that last round. Just disgusting stuff. We saw the stats going into well. 23-2 for Proper. Well, he's going to be ending on quite the KD, you can imagine, at the end of that one, because I didn't really see him die at all over the course of the entire final round. You have Knife trying his best again to keep up with Proper still in the lead, and then unfortunately for Kilo, not doing much against the Merit Sombra at all. Not in the sense that they're trying to play against each other, more in the sense of what does the impact look like, how the EMP is being placed. If you remember Ruins as well, far better EMP from Merit, and then an EMP from Kilo that doesn't get any value, that results in a fight loss, and then Merit having an EMP cancel onto Kilo as well, which is just disgusting. That is going to be more than enough a difference maker for this Falcon squad to be getting their opening map one, and they do so on ball with their Diva band.
Unbelievable. Is attack going to be coming on in? Questions and answers to be found on the other side of this break.
나이스.
A small stumble into a glorious victory. Team Falcons start off strong on Ilios, but now Onside Gamer are in control of the series as they get to decide where we're heading for map number 2.
A rough start, considering they also won a round in there, but you're slowly seeing where the gaps are being formed in this particular matchup, and eyes on where the potential substitutions come into play as well. As of course, attack usually starts for this team. I haven't seen Kellen in a long time. I don't think Kellen was the issue, to be clear as well. But maybe in this Sombra matchup, it's not looking good. It's really scary when you play into a Falcons team and they can play Sombra ball into you. And the ball player is not even someone. The ball player is Harmon, which is the wildest thing. He continues to beat other main tank players that actually play ball. Now, I don't think Kellen's elite at ball. He's not Jumbin. He's not Dongak. He's not Milgaru. He's not even Balissaria. However, Harbin is, you would imagine on paper, far worse than all that. And yet Harbin do be winning on the ball right now. That is a scary thing to consider.
Truth. I still remember the legendary Balissaria ball performances in the playoffs of the league back in the day. It's going to be Suravasa, the choice here. From the side of from onside. From the side of onside? That doesn't sound quite correct, but nonetheless, is their choice of map.
I don't believe I saw a substitution from either team in there as well. So we're going to keep things rolling along, quite literally, ball in play. What will be really funny to see is if it's onside gaming that actually ban out the ball. That would be quite the funny situation. You know it's bad if you're having to ban out Harmon's ball. But I want to believe that with Kellen in here, they still have a lot of belief that they can win in the dive mirror. But right now, when you look at the DPS are winning on the side of Falcons. In some positions, quite considerably. In some positions, by a marginal amount. Knife, again, is doing as much as he can. It doesn't seem like it's enough. It's going to be a cast ban.
Okay, cast taken away first, so it's going to protect from any DPS bans that Onside Gaming may have feared suffering on Suravasa. The side of Team Falcons, they now have their free reign of both. Oh, hello, with Kellen still in. Why not get rid of the Winston, knowing that it's one of their primary pieces?
which means we're going to force this one over towards a ball matchup. Kellen does have a choice now. Kellen's choice is play ball. Or go Diva, which is not one of his specialties. Or go Ram.
Or go Doomfist. It works well for the Guapos.
Yeah, that would be, I think if the best Doom players aren't playing Doom, it ain't a thing at all. This was actually, I still think, a better scenario if you have attack in. You have the capability to play the Ram in this map. The capability to potentially look towards Zarya as well. Diva would be strong. Let's take a look at how this one's going to go through. The target Winston ban has come through. Servasa being the map choice. Servasa also quite a strong map for Falcons for what it's worth. In this first of 3 BO5. All cards on the table here. Winner goes towards Zeta Division. Loser finishes their season.
Finishes their season, finishes their year, potentially has to stew in rebuild jail until 2026. We get ready, having a look. It's going to be a match on the ball.
As expected, that's what the Winston ban calls for. You ban away the Winston, the balls come out to play. Traces for both Knife and Proper in out second, and we're going to repeat the exact same matchup again. Beat for beat, complete mirror, both teams exactly the same comp. Of course, Falcons navigated this comp far better, as we saw in Ilios.
Exact same, but Onside Gaming, in their opinion, this time we win. I like that idea. Some good coaching right there from Leg Day. Merit looking to try and isolate Knife here, knowing that they have been one of the X factors for Onside Gaming so far, but neither team feeling overly committed thus far. Harbin tries to roll on in with the Hardro, but gets booped midway through, so can't really deliver the damage, and getting hacked as well means they're going to be eating a bunch from a machine pistol of Kilo right here.
Harbin might just go down, he does, and Proper takes out Knife in response, so you are going to lose your tank, but you lose the Tracer on the opposite end. This is going to allow Proper some space to move around the map. Kellen's in a bunch of trouble as well.
Yeah, Kellen can't disengage. Those boops continually stymieing the momentum, stopping him from getting that fireball. Good to go. Kilo isolated here for a second. Needs to be bailed out by the Lucio. And still Onside Gaming, they did get that first cap. It's almost taken away, and it finally is going to be taken at 21%.
Falcons, let's see what kind of early lead they can find here. Back into another engagement from Onside Gaming. It once again is a lot of Knife and Proper, setting the early stage. Proper taking a bunch of damage. Free fight.
Oh, irony. Healing from afar, unable to really weave in too many kunai shots at the moment, instead just trying to make sure that both of these DPS players can throw out the damage necessary. Oh, the early flip there. We saw Shio unable to actually make contact with the mission area. And so, that is going to be a more defensive posture now for Onside Gaming. We just have to not lose rather than potentially win out this fight.
Some good hacks coming on through, but it's about to be EMP time. First, it's going to be Merit. Let's see what he finds here. He's already been potentially detected here a little bit. The sound barrier does slow things down slightly. I don't think he really hit much. Does get irony, I believe.
Oh no, Kilo, not again. Yeah, the hack comes through, but there's no one really there to work off the back of it. Look at how Team Falcons managed to get 3 players onto Irony the second that EMP hit, so there was no chance for the Suitor to come out, even after that short ability lockout.
Yeah, I mean, the sound barrier still does so much for the team of Falcons there. Kilo might have hit a lot, but unfortunately just comes in a situation where Onside Gaming can't capitalize. Falcons are still pushing this one through. I mean, more ultimates are about to be available. Really looking towards Irony being the playmaker. Katsuna rush straight across the point. Give them an opportunity to run down their backline if possible.
In Minefield, ready to go here for Kellen. Could allow for an easy capture as Irony makes sure to try and claim the space to begin with. Hanbin makes sure that the Kitsune rush is inhospitable due to the Minefield itself. And there's a mix of mines here. Bit of mix of mitosis, maybe. Dangerous for all who dare to come and place their feet upon the point. But for now, Onside Gaming, they need to keep their feet on the point because it's overtime and it starts to tick on down in favor here of Team Falcons at 99%, still in control. Knife tracked on the approach for Lucio, the same. Opener under major pressure. Proper has to recall. Coming in from the other side. A pincer maneuver, maybe, but being able to play some space is ideal. Knife from the other side has had the time to try and make this one work. All you need is time and a dream. And eventually, the Nat 20 gets rolled by Knife.
Should be enough. Onside Gaming That pushes the final fight. Harvard falls here. It's over. Yeah, he's about to die. 1 HP. Surely he goes down, but barely survives. Even though he's on 1 HP, if he did live, he would still need to heal up before he can contest. Team Falcons, I don't think they got enough in the tank.
Yeah, they just don't have it. Proper taken down. It's going to make contesting super difficult. There is a hacked pack here, which is going to stop Keller from hanging around for too long. So we head over to our next control point.
Start. Also, Gamer needed that, considering how those last 2 rounds on Helios ended up falling for them. Both teams walk away with still a decent amount in the bank. If this one can be delayed a little bit, Irony can catch up to field it as well. Chio's still behind opener for the time being. It's going to be another EMP opening here, where the Sombras will be able to free reign this one with no consideration for sound barrier just yet until opener finds something.
Oh, good dodge attempt coming in there from the side of Merit, but isn't able to quite get the translocator off in time. And so Team Falcons with 3 members hacked are summarily executed by Onside. A well-intentioned and well-executed dive.
Oh, well, I guess Falcons needed to find a little bit more time to get Chio into contention for sound barrier anyway, and that's really going to be the critical thing here. What does Merit find? Is he going to get a lick of where opener is? Does he find Irony? Suzu can save opener here as well. Double support also online. Proper already recalling.
Playing deep in the back here. The back line trying to make sure they're not easy to EMP. Irony once again is instantly executed the second the EMP hits. Team Falcons, they're just so good at when the EMP's hitting, finding that Irony cannot Suzu themselves in the aftermath. It's just going to be a moment of contest from the Tracer, and Team Falcons flip at 50.
We didn't even see from the POV of Merit where opener was, but opener must have been behind. He gets caught in the AoE, so no sound barrier to save. It was Irony using the swift step onto Kilo. That gives the perfect opportunity. You drop the EMP on top of both those players. That will be a couple of nice picks for you, and you really want to see the sound barrier coming through the last fight. Wasn't there, it will be now.
Matched on both teams here. And there's going to be a minefield matching on point. Very bad news if you're proper booped into it. The assists from the Lucio. Team Falcons are going to try their best to come back here and keep this one contested. But onside, they've got a lot of point presence to try and work with. It flips on over. They're chasing down Chio. Great flick there from Knife. Who says you can't be a flick scam while playing Tracer? All the same, Kilo takes down Fielder. Then onside are back in control.
Yeah, much better look from Onside Gamer so far, playing with confidence. Huge shutdown onto Proper as well. You take away the star player of Team Falcons, suddenly the game gets a lot easier for you. Knife, finally the freedom to get the job done. Now 85% and counting. This is final fight territory with first EMP online for Kilo and no response for Falcons.
Already a lot of pressure coming through onto Knife. Proper comes in from the other side, but they can't really convert at the moment. Onside Gaming just disappear into the wind. Passing like a candle in the night, unknown and unseen. 4 players EMP'd from the side of Kilo. Finally getting the results that we needed from the Sombra play. This is surely going to be a second point for Onside. They're back with a vengeance.
Yep, Team Falcons struggling now. A much better look from Onside Gaming, a lot less close than we saw out of the opening round of this map as well on the opening point. Much better EMPs. And a free one where Merit can't match, which Chio is so far away from his beat as well. Now it'll be Falcon's turn to try and get it done. Merit has a bit of an opening here. We can find EMP before opener gets his sound barrier in play. And of course, that was a fight-winning play previously. It's going to have to be again as that point unlocks.
Dreams of a big clutch here. And Merit wraps around the back, just continually forcing the support positioning for Onside, making sure that Irony's in these continually less than ideal positions. But hey, Proper thought they could isolate Irony, and Irony turns out has got hands. Kilo gets caught alone, I believe, by the EMP, and so gets taken down on the other side. But Chio's traded out, so now Team Falcons just have no healing to work with, really. Fielder expertly platformed upon there by Knife, looking like Super Mario getting over those. And Team Falcons lose first control.
Oh, that's really rough. Team Falcons dropped in an ult there as well, but with the first kill coming so swiftly on towards Proper, they already just one down. And the EMP is a solo onto Kilo, which Merit, yeah, you'll clean up Kilo, but it's not enough. You need the rest of the team as well. You need the backline most importantly. So Onside Gaming, they're going from strength to strength on this map.
Needs to be something big here from Proper. A little bit of the GOAT magic that we've come to expect from Ilios. A TP forward up onto the high ground, fixing the vertical issues that Tracer can face, but Fielder just has to throw in the Kitsune A rush now. They have to carve through this minefield that's been laid down by Kellen. It's Hanbin who's had to swap away onto the D.Va. Irony under pressure. Propper's getting in close. Doesn't quite want to use the pulse bomb just yet. Gets in close to the Sombra. Hack this, they scream, as the pulse bomb adheres to the flesh of the hacker. And now takes out Chio on the other side. Onside Gaming still in control for accruing this percentage. And it's just so annoying from Kellen to continuously rotate around the center. One shot does it onto Irony. One shot is plenty, but so too is 99% plenty of control for Onside.
On a comeback, Falcons change up their comp a little bit. Yeah, they have to give up on towards the ball, but again, this is a situation where you're thinking, Falcons not really a ball team anyway. It was surprising that even got as much done on the ball as they have. It's a real confidence builder for Onside Game to know, okay, if Falcons want to ball up, we are the better ball team. Recovery from Kilo as well on his individual summer performance, but for Falcons, now they might just be able to get more done as they move away on towards the D.Va, which they're more comfortable on Merit. On the Symmetra as well, a classic Symmetra D.Va composition, pushing a lot of speed. TP or D.Va into play, find that backline.
A new EMP. They want Chio so bad, but Chio just manages to teleport away. The teleporter wasn't shut down. Merit found on the other side. Oh, Knife knows your trick so bad at this point. The self-destruct dodged away from. Everyone gets out vaguely unscathed. This is going to be the Kitsune rush rolling forward onto a point. If you can win this fight for Onside, you can win the map, and you can even up the series and get ever closer to that matchup against Sata. Humber's already lost the mech. The pilot does their best, but Kilo's there to execute, and now it's down to Proper once again summoning some magic from an infernal abyss down below. Has the HP to work with. Pulse pistols are good too. Kilo manages to escape into stealth, and so you can't try and chase that one down. Out comes the photon barrier from Merit, and Opener gives over shields to everybody. Perfectly executed on the sound barriers. Proper sent scurrying away. A big stick onto Knife, but still there's a recall. But Time Demon survives. Kellen keeps this one contested in the middle. It's this overtime in favor of the side of Falcons. With Merit down, they're low on DPS. It's just Proper that they've got to work with right now as Humbin starts to erode the space away. Chio surrounded by 3. The Piranhas found blood in the water. They start to circle around. Hanbin's going to be executed the moment they leave the mech. This is no place for Gundam pilots. This is the place where the guns come out. And well, it's a gun show for Onside Gaming as they manage to even up the series 1-1.
You'll say that that was still a close map just because of the individual points being scored from percentage points, but the actual points is 3-0. I mean, it was a shutout in terms of every single cap going the way of Onside Gaming. There was a lot of back and forth there. The fact that Falcons have to abandon the ball comp now this early into the series, part of it is concerning. Part of it is like, well, maybe they shouldn't have really been playing that much anyway. Maybe it was surprising they actually won that on Ilios. But on the D.Va Symmetra, it's a good composition, generally speaking. When you're playing into Korean dive teams, even if you are Falcons, it's not that much. And I think Merit on a map like Servasa is getting done on the Symmetra when it's so easy to get flanked, when it's so easy for Knife to get in your face, when it's such a good performance, particularly from Knife as well. And we'll see if that performance continues on. We're going to take a break and come back for map 3.
Check in on your local Falcons fan because a shiver just crept up their spine, evened up in our single elim play-ins bracket between Falcons and Onside Gaming, Avril.
A close affair. Anyone who thought this was going to be one-sided now realizes that Onside have a lot more to show than meets the eye here. And Falcons, well, it's been a back and forth stage so far for them, and that continues in this do or die series. First to 3, BO5, 1-1. And in Korea, even the 6th place Onside Gaming can punch up towards Falcons, although where Falcons is in the rankings for Korea, well, that changes on a day-to-day, hourly, minute-by-minute basis sometimes as well. What we do know, what we have learned, Suravasa gone. Ball composition might be a little lacking for Team Falcons now.
And well, attack still waiting in the wings, I imagine. Onside Gaming likely want to continue with the current streak and vibe they've got going because Ilios was remarkably close and Suravasa was not really. Like, the points were close, but 3-0 in favor of Onside. It felt like when the chips were down, when it came to the overall macro economy of portioning out your ultimates over the course of multiple fights, Onside were able to win their fights efficiently enough that they could string together the wins when it mattered most.
Every time to go back to push for Falcons as well, a team that has really favored push and won a lot on push in the past. Well, of course, they don't have that 100% win rate on Esperanza that you see over there, but just generally speaking, push has been a good game mode for this Falcons squad in recent history. Good one for D.Va as well. You can play the Sim D.Va here. Freya is pretty good on this map, so is Soj. You have a lot of long-range capability here. I do wonder if that ends up being targeted somewhat. Again, I don't see any substitutions in, so I'm going to assume the fact that Winston is going to be available, can't ban that one away, should be Kellen's primary choice. Is this potentially going to be a Zarya Reaper look coming through from Falcons to address that?
Yeah, so much damage. So much threats towards the Winston to make sure that they can't stay in as long as they would otherwise like, to distract away and find those openings for Knife, who's actually been having a lights-out game in their own right, because not only are you playing Tracer into Falcons, you're having to counter Tracer against Proper, who is one of the most decorated players in the history of the sport on that particular hero. A Mercy ban from Team Falcons, probably more of a throwaway just to protect the supports from any otherwise inflicted bans.
Yeah, we've seen this in the past before as well. Some teams will just throw in that Mercy ban as a pure support protect. Sim going to be gone here as well to prevent a D.Va Symmetra type of composition. So if you want to play D.Va, it's going to be, without the Symmetra, it's going to be a raw D.Va comp. So yeah, not throwaway in the sense of like it literally means nothing. I think the Bastion ban was like quite literally a throwaway. You're not really doing anything there. The Mercy ban has a real purpose because you ban first, you actually get to protect something. You ban second, you're not protecting anything. So yeah, we're just looking to keep that Lucio Kiriko backline intact for this particular matchup.
Ready to head on in here between Team Falcons and Onside Gaming. As expected, Kellen remains in. And as you said, like most of the season, it's been attack, but the secret weapon has been unveiled at the time when it was least expected. And right now, the ones with egg on their face are Falcons. 1-1, Esperanza, ready to go, map 3.
Let's see where these openings compositions fall into place. As teed up already, D.Va, very top choice for Harbin here, as would Zarya be, unfortunately, because you know you're playing into the Kellen Winston, unless you're thinking of playing a Zarya Reaper. That'll probably be off the table. Kilo going to be locking in the Soj, one of the old classics for Kilo in this as well. Let's see if Merit actually runs through the cast or not. This is reasonable into the matchup. Does have a bit of a range problem into Kilo's Sojin. Very diveable now with the HP nerf on that cast as well, so do keep in mind Merit's susceptibility to being dived.
Bit of a square hitbox as well. Can make him a little bit susceptible to those Tracer weapons at mid-range. Just a little bit of poking here and there as Team Falcons, they're going to prioritize getting control over the bot to begin with.
A lot harder to get Harmon into the back line, specifically against Kilo when you don't have that Symmetra in play as well. The Frey to start out with, if you were considering that Kellen was going to start on the Winston, a Frey would have been nice for Merit. It's one of the better Freya plays that we saw in Korea on Freya's release.
Well,
Outrange Kilo as well.
Definitely will keep Kilo in danger. Speaking of danger, Suzu has to be used right there. Just about saving Kilo by the skin of his teeth. So dive came in from Hanbin. It's given time, though, for Irony to try and find an opening. Chio overextended to try and speed back Hanbin. Had to get them back into safety. Kellen moves towards the back. The dive is good, and Merrick falls. And Kilo starts to find their rails.
Just a classic opening pick into a snowball. Falcons lose all positioning. The other option would have been they just go full balls to the wall and send their 4 players deep against onside game and look for that very aggressive trade to at least make it 4-4. But now they wanted Kilo down early. You saw the pressure from Hanbin, but Kilo gets Suzu, stays alive, and he's actually the one that finds the rail that I believe then appropriately takes Mirror down a little bit later on as well. It was actually ironing on the Chio as the first blood, and that actually gives onside gaming, at least for Open, a bit of a lead.
They're ready to go as Kilo, very, very paranoid about the approach towards the top here. Knows that there's going to be prime enemy number 1 for Problem to try and get on top of. With this fully charged rail, they are in a dangerous position to try and challenge. Moving forward, an exchange of Kitsune rushes here in stereo as dive falls down and opens for next to go. Extra fire rate is all that you need if you're Hanbin, and they scare Kilo away into these back alleys. Still at range, Chio finds a headshot off the back of a sound blaster and gives a permanent case of tinnitus to Kilo.
Really critical there as well, that opener. He dies on 99. So just barely away from saving the team. That would have been the key ult to use up against Fielder. You've lost a player as well. You want to have that sound barrier advantage, not only in the fact that you're down 1 player, but to play into the Kitsune rush. Both things like Kitsune rush, Chio wouldn't have been able to match the beat either. So very critical loss there for onside gaming that allows Falcons now a little bit of momentum building.
Life responsibility for the bot. Onside yet to have their distance matched, and of course the bot's being stolen away. Merritt unable to really land a shot right now until Kellen starts body blocking for their Tracer. Moving in towards the back, the Primal Range is good to go. A Deadeye to try and carve through that damage, but instead Fielder falls, and Kellen's back onto the cart business. Unfortunate miss there from Proper onto a Primal Raging Winston of all things. The nerves potentially starting to get to the goats. This is going to be a flight away from Team Falcons here. What a dodge from Knife. Merritt's just going to get staggered out, and Humber's got to be careful not to lose the mech.
Suzu was there anyway. You saw the late Suzu coming in for Kellen, even if he had been pulsed. Mech's going to be gone at this stage as well. Falcons losing both their supports. What confidence from Kellen to be able to dive on in solo, understanding he's got the primal, locks down Fielder. Fielder doesn't quite have the cooldown to survive, and now Gio really being threatened here. Goes for a 3-man beat. Doesn't look like it's enough though.
I think
Fielder the opportunity to survive and just use the OC now.
Fielder TP'd away, just trying to keep Merritt safe in the midst of all of the two-man trying to kill off the back of a flash bang. And there it is, just shy of completing the zone. Team Falcons get control back. What a clutch.
Yeah, 2 meters away. Harmer getting the kill to opener there as well. Onside gaming will be pushed back. It was looking like a possibility for Onside to push forward slightly more. Again, rip out the overclock from Kilo, confirm the cap onto the point. Then even if you lose the fight, would have been worth.
Kilo looking for an opening rail here, and Kellen's already started to claim the space away. Merritt under threat, gets for Suzu. What a shot from Merritt across the map and into the skull of Sojourn, slaying the demon that has plagued us for so long. Hanbin loses the mech and loses the pilot as well, so a lot of bots from the front line of Falcons has been taken away, and that's going to be countered into submission. The back line of Onside Gaming, Merritt's just rolling on forward, surrounded on both sides. A pincer maneuver that brings an envious tear to the eye of Sun Tzu himself. Onside start to flip it back.
4K for Knife in that fight. Unbelievable. It's Kellen and Knife really doing the most here. Kellen gets the mech, Knife gets the baby diva, and the Knife just continues ripping through everybody else in the team. They lose Kilo. They drop the OC. None of that ends up working. You'd think Falcons should be in the winning spot here. But that comeback potential mechanically from these players, outstanding from Onside.
Okay, once again playing to try and stop the completion. Get that butt scratch going for the push bot. However, oh no, it's taken off for a moment from Team Falcons as forward spawns unlocked for a side of Onside Gaming, and now they know they have a distinct advantage. They're just going to play these more subdued positions where they're safer, where they can't be as easily overextended upon by Proper. And the pathing's more difficult, especially if you path into Kilo with a fully charged rail. That is nasty.
Now that's definitely going to be the cap. Not only will it be the cap, we're looking over towards the possibility of at least 17 meters, you think. Perhaps a late death onto Fielder here. Okay, that is actually concerning. Fielder should not be able to get the kill to Kellen. That's going to really prevent the momentum from onside. They will get the cap. They will get some extra distance, but then they're going to have to respect the respawns from Falcons as Armbin makes a swap to Winston, and onside are going to have to back out just on that one death alone. That is really bad that Kellen died to Fielder.
Yeah. Unideal. But you can see, as you said, onside they just respect the space, go back to the high ground, and they're going to play it slow once again defensively.
Merit seeing the writing on the wall. Cass, a little bit outranged, a little bit too brittle. And that's considering the fact that you've only got 225 HP on Soj, but the double slides are so good to prevent yourself from being assaulted upon by any particular dive. A lot of ultimates on board for onside, by the way, so it's still onside's push right now that they have initiative on.
Alright, prioritizing heals here onto the Sojourn. Merit outgunned straight away. In comes the Pulse Bomb, but it's easily survived due to the sound barrier. Soothing tunes to survive Pulse Bomb's 2 lane out by the Lucio as Cannon looks for anyone who dares to present themselves. And while the map may have been flipped here from the side of Team Falcons, onside still have all that they need to try and keep this one contested. A small room and a Primal Rage. Oh, it's built in hell. And it's going to be even more danger levied against Fielder. Kellen has decided to make his presence known in OWCS Asia.
The Felon is out of jail. The sentence has been completed, and now he is just laying havoc down on the streets of Esperanza, and they want to just push this one even further on. It's going to be a one-to-one trade, but we've already committed 100 meters for the side of Onside Gaming. The OC is trying to find its mark on something here, but even if they just get a late kill, the Proper, which they will, this is still pushable. They've got drop knife, but it's a 4v4 that they can still squeeze more meterage out of.
Yeah, the 3v1 onto Proper. Not even Proper can get his way out of that one. The rail goes to right for now. Heel's a little bit too far up, and so Merit's quick to punish with her own rail in the midst of all of this. Desperately needing healing. Harden has to back off for but a moment longer. Merit takes to the skies, goes high, finds yet another. The rails are flowing thick and fast from Merit, proving why he's back on this roster, why he's amongst the GOATs, and why he has been a world champion in his own right. And that entire time, the cart was moving back as well. He was jogging his way back.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of cart distance you need to clear here, so any momentum for the payload is going to be important. 70 plus meters, 74 just about to be exact to clear in less than 2 minutes here for Team Falcons. They've certainly got the ultimates to do it. They don't really have the time. Can't afford Falcons to really be reset at any of these particular fights now.
This ends now.
Kellen continuously demanding the attention of Merit, and when the overclock is popped, they simply disappear into the ether. Kellen going down. We've talked about how important this is for managing space. This might well give Falcons all they need to get that first cap.
Yeah, they will. There's no way you can test this one without Kellen. If Kellen survives that one, onside have a number of different options to re-engage to prevent the cap. So, step one, first item on the checklist has been ticked for Team Falcons, and oh, they still got good ultimates on that. Just an OC essentially for a cap. Very good economical trade. And how do Falcons commit the rest of this one? Because you've got double support ultimates on both sides now.
Out goes for Disruptor shot. Kilo noted by the approach of Hanbin, and out comes the Kitsune Rush. An attempt to match here from Irony. All in for everybody. All the chips are on the table. But who's going to fall first? It's Knife at the hands of yet another railgun coming out from the side of Merit. Kellen has to fall elsewhere. They're followed over by 2. There's a speed boost here, but it's going to be an all-out contest on the cart coming through from the side of onside. Kilo falls for it, and it's unlikely to be any luckier on the side of Irony. Knife still trades out Hanbin, and so now claiming the space is going to be even more difficult. Kellen gives away a little bit.
He should have primaled. You do have to primal that because momentum has to occur. I don't care if you have to waste a primal to survive. Surviving is what's important for Team Falcons because they need all 5 alive to continue this push to try and get this flip. Now they've been reset. Now they've allowed onside to take that controlled payload as they have to wait and regroup with Hanbin. That is really unfortunate. Will cost you.
All comes down to one last fight. Proper needs some magic off the back of the pulse bomb already. A fully charged rail of the Overclock's going to mean even more now. Humber going to finally invest that primal. A little bit late, but better late than never. Coming closer, 10 meters away from bringing back Esperanza. Merit down to the primary fire of the Sojourn. And Humbin's disengaged as well. Tracked, well noted. Proper's down too. The magic's gone for Falcons as we saw ignominiously down. And, well, they flew too close to the sun. Their waxed wings are burned, and they're taken away from Esperanza. The cart leaves of its own right, an ignominious end, and that's going to be 2-1 in favor of Onside Gaming. Match point.
Wow, that is a scary sight to behold. Onside Gaming are looking on fire. Zeta might even have to be concerned about this team at this rate, but Zeta are hoping that Onside beat Falcons because Zeta have struggled against Falcons in the past. You can see the smiles on the faces. They know they're only one map away from moving forward and knocking out Falcons. This would be, again, the worst Falcons result in their franchise history in terms of what it actually means. Yes, they've been knocked out of Korea playoffs before, but they've been able to bounce back, go through LCQs. Last stage was a bit of a mess in that regard, but they still went through EWC LCQ and then won all in mid-season. Here, if you don't get past this play-in, you don't even get to go to Stockholm, and it's all over. Falcons have so much soul-searching to do in between now and the next map, and they're going to need to use all that time appropriately and think about if they maybe need to get someone in, because for Harbin, he couldn't make the Diva work. He couldn't make the ball work. He did at least do it on Ilios, so give him that. But the Winston still wasn't enough. And what will be, let's find out after the break.
길 60, 60.
Life without Stalkers looking a little bit rough for Team Falcons as I see the blonde hair of someone approach the stage. A quick sub out, an emergency exit, an eject button for Hanbin as Team Falcons cling to their 2025 season.
Unfortunately, I don't think Stalker would even be enough to save this team at this point. It's not the flex DPS position that is lacking at the moment, but it might just be the tank position. As you sort of noted, there was someone coming in. Might just be the change they need. Put Falcons back on trajectory, pushing them to a map 5. Maybe still getting a map 5 of victory. Otherwise, it is onside, moving on to face Zeta Division. Running out of maps here to pick as well. See who's on the other side as well. I don't think we got a sub out of Kellen. We haven't had any announcement subs anyway. Maybe someone's on actually, and maybe Hanbin is still in. We'll wait till we get any official announcement of where the substitution situation is at, but we're certainly running out of maps here, and I do wonder if it's time maybe we look towards Azaria King's Row for Falcons.
Running out of maps, running out of chances. As far as the math goes here, Watchpoint Gibraltar for Team Falcons is a substantial win rate of the 0 for Onside Gaming, but I'm not entirely sure of the size of that data set. It would look like Watchpoint Gibraltar is the only escort map that's been played, and as you suggested, King's Row is going to be the pick here where Team Falcons make potentially their final stand.
The problem ends up being with Watchpoint Gibraltar, you are definitely going to be relying on some Hanbin Winston for that map because, well, you can't ban out the Winston anymore. To be fair, the other team can't ban out the Diva either, so maybe it wouldn't be that bad. However, it will still be King's Row. Give the Zarya a run first. That would be first port of call. Is there going to be a Ram maybe played through as well? We don't see as much Ram in this region compared to others, but you sort of noted it. You saw in the distance of the camera. Someone is going to end up playing this map. He can still play the Zarya too, but he doesn't have the legendary Zarya that Hanbin does, which means probably more likely to see a Ram on this map coming through from someone, and that may be dictated through on the bans as well. Wouldn't be surprised if there'd be some sort of protect for Hanbin in that regard. I'm trying to think if there's anything on the other team that they really desperately need to target in terms of bans. Doesn't look like it to me. Tack's going to come in as well. Okay, this is where you Zarya ban for sure. Zarya ban forces into Ram.
I like the idea. Ram versus Ram. Definitely a good place for attack to be. Now, the momentum right now for Onside Gaming is feeling very, very good. They've managed to pull one out from under Falcons, as well as have that dominant performance on Suravasa. They have been able to match Falcons, where potentially I was thinking Falcons were going to be able to have a significant advantage in these dive mirrors. It felt like Hanbin was really finding their stride over on Ilios, but Suravasa losing out in the same ball mirror that carried Falcons to victory on Ilios was definitely surprising.
I mean, it's also not, though, because you don't expect Falcons to win on that ball. It's surprising when they do, because Hanbin's not a ball player. It's sort of a weird thing where it's like, really, can he win on ball? Well, somehow it's happening. For someone, though, again, target attack, ban away his Zarya. He's a very good Zarya player. He's a Zarya specialist in some cases. Get rid of that. Forces to a Ram matchup. Falcons, their specialty and identity is often rested on the brawl. Symmetra now available as well again. Put Merit back on the Symmetra. Proper can play a lot in this situation. Proper could even play the Symmetra as we've seen in the past, depending on what we're really looking for here. But hit scan being as important as it is, maybe Merit can't be the one to give that away. So there's the opening Zarya. Ban that is extremely obvious. And the response, no Sim ban, I believe, is available. So what are we going to get out of onside?
The Wu Yang taken away.
That's weird
here.
because Falcons don't really play Wu Yang. They're not a Wu Yang team. It's a very strange ban.
Oh, see if they're cooking something. Oh, we just don't want to have to deal with Wu Yang.
Been better for them to ban out the Hanzo or the Freya if there's a matchup Kilo prefers in that regard. That would have been a stronger thing to look at. In fact, I don't think onside really are that keen on the Wu Yang ever either. However, if you want to target the backline, which Falcons have been keen to protect, you could go for a Lucio ban here as well. You could go for a Kiriko ban and really push this into some interesting territory. But thinking on that a little bit more, I think Falcons actually might be okay with that. They'll play Lucio BAP, or they'll play double flex support, potentially, if there is no either Lucio or Kiriko available.
The beacons are lit. Team Falcons have called for aid. And someone has answered. On the other side, Onside Gaming ready to attack at a dilapidated throne. Team Falcons being 5th seed here from Korea certainly is a fall from grace, but they can claw their way back towards Sweden. Let's start here and now on map number 4, Kings Row.
Call for aid, and aid answers because aid is the coach on the team for Falcons.
True.
Literally spelled AID as well. Deliver someone
Not to be
to the
confused
team.
with aid, ADE.
Yep, on a very different team, which we'll see a little bit later on. Not today, but tomorrow. The Falcons are in fact going to end up playing the Symmetra against Symmetra available. Both Merit and Proper can be on the Symmetra. The reason you'll have Proper on it here is because you really value the capability to play hit scan on this map, which you want Merit to be on. Now we've seen a lot of Hanzo on this map, so just absolutely more than fine. Freya probably better on the attacking side than on the defensive side, and Kilo will be happy to lock that in straight away. Knife, now that they have scouted the Proper Symmetra, will be opening on Venture.
Okay, they do have a good matchup against the Symmetra. Not really much mitigation you can get against the Venture Brawl. There's going to be a pair of explosive bolts thrown on out, just poking for now.
I see where Onside find their opportunity. Also to notice they're playing Lucio Bap and not Lucio Kiriko. Well, Bap has really moved up the rankings of support lineups since the Wuyang nerf. That's certainly a potential to be in play here, Merit. Okay, first love taps being put out.
Opener does manage to survive though. Merit may now be in a more isolated space, but damn, Kilo finished off by Fielder from afar, making sure that Merit can't let this one fall through their fingers. The approach of Venture, hearkened by Disturbed Earth, and is going to be moving in towards the back line. Might be Irony who's in danger over there. Merit continues to just roll on forward with so much charge in the railgun. A TP towards the back, looking towards the Baptiste, and Chio's there to chase it on down. Still Onside Gaming have been able to grab themselves 2 ticks already. A quick boot back might make contesting off the point, and Chio cannot return despite the frags found by Team Falcons early.
And this is just someone going down though. That's the issue here. If someone falls, there's only so much you can do to make a response. Someone cannot be allowed to die in these situations. So Onside Gaming, they already had point control. Falcons are struggling to make any sort of response happen, and no response can be found at the end of the day. That's all she wrote. Not enough time really bought for Team Falcons, I'm afraid.
Now with a fully charged rail and almost Nova Clock as well, can easily convert into a lot of bursts as Proper plays around the back. Look at all of them penned in. They've been shepherded into a position that's so desperate to try and remove themselves from. And so the amplification matrix is erected by the Baptiste to try and make it happen. Merit can't really play too far forward into that. Out comes the bowler shot. Merit slowed down, but it's easy to survive. Annihilation declared by Ramatra, but is anyone really willing to suffer as Ramatra has a quick use of Isuzu there actually breaks the tendrils from the ultimate and means that it goes down a little bit earlier than intended. A wrap around the back and Opener's ready to match when it comes to those sound barriers. Immortality field already expended. Proper's there on the chase, finding Irony in a dark alley and making an incision where it counts the most. Yeah, Knife can trade on out here, but it's going to be easy to return for the Tracer.
I mean, it's a statement for Falcons, the fact that they didn't even feel the need to beat against the Annihilation of attack. Many teams at that same moment probably would have used the ultimate. For Team Falcons, they say, no, we can put out the damage, forcing attack to slowly approach if he can at all. Arms held high, but unfortunately feet binded for attackers. He can only slowly walk up and not far enough and not fast enough to catch up to Team Falcons, who just get themselves to disengage and then a re-engage on that beat versus Opener with still more else to use if they wanted to, but didn't need to.
Knife pries around the edges, but is soundly noted by Proper. An overclock used as Merit says it's go time to roll on forth. A quick stick coming forth, but isn't able to connect. Knife up close and personal. The rail shots, they do so much damage. The stick is good. Onto attack, cannot block the incoming damage. And Onside Gaming are once more scattered to the 4 winds.
Suzu for that one. Ooh, speaking of no Suzu, no
disgusting.
Suzu to save yourself either. Merit, late kill onto Irony just to burn down that timer slightly more, which is what Falcons need, considering what occurred on that first point. Didn't get to delay it as long as they wanted to. And now, with more delay onto Irony, specifically Fielder just leaps forward further on that Kitsune ult charge. Nothing on Onside Gaming to be able to counter that.
Yeah, Merit's certainly finding their stride right now on the Sojourn. Fully charged rail yet again, but where to put it? High ground taken by Kilo on the other side, but is easily forced off it by the poke that comes on through. Big rail forces out Suzu with Kitsune rush as well. And now Merit knows that it's time to do the damage. Someone's already taken down Kilo. And honestly, Onside Gaming, they are being absolutely imprisoned on this corner.
Yeah, I mean, Kellen, he's been sent back to jail very quickly. His parole officer called and said, yeah, we have a felon on the loose. And speaking of that, Onside Gaming, as you mentioned, they're kind of stuck in jail in general right now, unable to really get too far out of spawn on B. Can barely even walk to the archer. And Merit has to be a little bit careful not to overextend here, but attack nearly died. So it would have been worth if Merit actually got that kill. This is the situation, though. Onside Gaming have finally found ultimates. They finally have a Kitsune rush for Fielder does not. Opener still needs beat, though. Kilo nearly gets one shot. Kilo gets one shot there. Would have been a reset.
Overclock coming through. It's go time, apparently. But look at how fast someone's disengaged. The discipline here from Team Falcons. They know that this isn't their fight to win. Instead, they'll play a little bit later. Merit finds the opening. Kilo's taken down after a less than ideal use of the overclock. And they're just torn apart from all sides. They were baited into a trap, and then Shelob spun her web.
Yeah, very clean. I mean, Chio used the beat to allow Falcons to walk forward. Merit, by the way, shuts down Kilo with his just own regular rail, still holding onto his own OC. The big problem here is that because Shiro has ripped the beat, there's nothing to contend with the double support ults of Onside Gaming. So this is still capable. This is going to have to be Team Falcons fighting really immense trades. Double support ultimately, you have nothing to counter that. It's going to be tough to play into. Both teams have Annihilation. Proper Merit need picks, or it could be fights over.
Stick goes wide. OC active now for Merit. Slowed in place by the Ravenous Vortex. And Onside Gaming, they stole a trick from Falcons here. They simply leave.
He's ripped it early. He's ripped it a little early, unfortunately. Onside Gaming now can just wait. They need to heal a little bit. Opener.
Second phase comes through with the sound barrier. Good sustainability now for Onside Gaming. The chase down on Fielder is good. The Annihilation not going to be able to convert into much despite someone's best efforts. And Proper falls last with 12 seconds remaining. The cart starts rolling.
Someone still felt the need to pull through Annihilation. I guess he felt like the opportunity to maybe slow them down was there. But at that point, just play for the reset. Team Falcons have come back to the last fight with Annihilation. That would have been strong. Now they're going to have to play into Annihilation. OT triggered. Payload still a little bit of distance to be caught up on, but no ults. Fielder still 17%. He needs that Kitsune rush.
Oh, the Ravenous Vortex sets it up perfectly. Chio's just glued to the floor. There's glue in the states. They can't roll correctly. Attack rolls forward. The Annihilations pop. The backline is just decimated. Torn asunder by the Fists of Fury flying forth from the Vengeful Omnic. Merit going to be rolled on down. There's even more Nemesis form where that came from. Bucko, you better leave.
Yeah, that's really tough, and now Onside Gaming can actually finish the map. I mean, there's limited time, but there's still more than enough capability. Fielder's Kitsune Rush finally is going to have to really get its mark here. Team Falcons, I think, could have held B, but Merit pulls the OC a little early. Onside just disengaged from it. Falcons don't even get to retain their Annihilation. Someone rips it through, and you can't win that fight. So now Onside Gaming, have they done enough to actually finish the map?
Here comes some Kitsune Rush. And it guides forth someone towards this back line. Lots of damage heading forth onto Kilo. Healing's not there as Proper's there with the close. Opener unable to escape, just playing this sheepdog role. Proper just shepherds everyone into their deaths.
Now, time's run out. We are going to see the OT. OC into beat as a response. And then Merit's turn after that with nothing in response from Onside Gaming. Proper's even got the flank going as well. He has been spotted, but he's going to keep the enemy interested for a little bit.
Demands the attention of Knife. Merit round the outside. A fully charged rail. Oh, already a headshot suffered by Kilo. Has to back away. Even more popping their own overclock. Someone's managed to get on top of them. He's found the innards and he's managing to wrench them open. No armor. It's an underdefended underbelly found. Proper has to move away. Might be met elsewhere. Someone flees back to Fielder, getting a little bit of additional healing as Proper starts to work the margin to continuously evoke this paranoia inside of Onside Gaming. Kitsune Rush is active, so Onside Gaming, we're just going to pop out everything they have. You can't save the resources. You can't save the day. But Open might be able to with the sound barrier around the backhand side. They've got to be very cautious about their cart presence at all of these moments. But still, the annihilation continues to tick on over. It's absolute supremacy on the point demanded by someone. Considering the speed of that first take, it was quite the defense from Team Falcons. And they stop Onside Gaming just short of completion.
Yeah, it feels like the first and the third act were very consistent in terms of where that storyline for Onside were. Fast on that A push, and then C, well, they started to pick up the pace again. Unfortunately, B is where all the time was lost, and it was enough time lost that realistically, I'll say again, Falcons probably could have held B, but it was difficult. But they, at the same time, burned so much time, dominated so hard, and multiple these fights basically set up a spawn camp at various points as well. Proper swapping back over towards the Tracer, absolutely making mincemeat out of their opponents of Onside Gaming. And there you go towards the last fight, both Kilo and Merit fall, but Merit still has an OC to pop in the final moments, and he finds Kilo before Opener can save him with the sound barrier, and that ends up being enough to start the tide of defensive spawn advantage going the way of Team Falcons, and then Proper and someone and the rest of them being able to find the necessary kills to push Onside back once and for good. But can they do more now in terms of Falcons attacking side, Onside, despite not finishing the map? Still have enough work here where they can win this map.
Like you said, this would be, if Team Falcons were to stumble, the worst result in their franchise history. Who better to demand that better be done than Proper, who has received every accolade possible over the course of their career. They will not settle for mediocrity nor quiet death in the night.
Speaking of being quiet here, Kilo, a good 5,000 attack behind Merit, and that heads up Sojin play. 11k for Merit, 6.1k for Kilo, nearly double there for Merit. So Kilo's really not doing too much, unfortunately, on the Sojin today. Merit's had a lot to say in this particular map.
Oh, Merit might have more to say. Trying to chase down Irony for Rail goes awry. And, well, Irony fancies a little bit of that smoke. He says 3 people up here and says, you know what? They're going to try and make it happen. It's brave here from Irony. They invest the Immortality field, but I think there was actually a break in the LOS, which allowed Irony to fall on down without having to lose the MO field itself. And now it has to be desperate attempts at trades. And, well, if anyone's good for trading, it's Kilo. He's shorted the Falcons market, but unfortunately, he's going to have to pay some interest on those.
I mean, once Merit got that opening pick onto Irony, you could see the tide moving on through, the Avalanche slowly falling on top of Onside Gaming, suffocating. It's this attacking wave of Team Falcons. Proper even on the Reaper here to put the forward pressure on towards attack. And Kilo is trying to make this Cassidy work. I mean, I just don't think he's got the range, but he's losing the Soj battle, so he's just feeling like he can't win against Merit on the Soj. What else can he do in this map?
Well, we've seen just how deadly this first corner can be. Maybe the same can be matched here by the Onside Gaming defense. Oh man, Attack's just getting run down right now. A pair of Nemesis forms to pop, but once that's gone, Attack's going to be for a world of hurt, as it's not exactly a bastion that's been set up here defensively from the side of Onside Gaming. Still, they've got this pressure behind coming through from Knife, Proper getting up close and personal to these thick targets. A Wraith form to get a momentary bit of healing, but knowing they can't take the 1 versus 2, has to back on away for a second longer. Moving in towards Merit, getting in close for Suzu forced, and now Knife knows that's not available. Can instead try and force a pulse them onto a more vulnerable member, someone slower perhaps, a bigger hitbox. It's someone who they opt for, and there's no Nemesis form to try and rebuff the damage.
Sound barrier's not going to be there either. Chio didn't quite have that in time, but Team Falcons will still try and play through it. 4v5, and it will be enough. Proper just walks on forward. In fact, he was already there. He walks forward from the back angle, the back stab on the back line of Onside Gaming. It's enough.
A fake disengagement. Fielder's there to finish. Knife coming in close and personal. Attack has their own annihilation, but it's not going to be doing a replay of the Hanbin moment here, and it's not going to be popping it in the 1v5.
Wow, that's like 4k from Proper, the Reaper gene for sure. As we saw plenty of that in Stockholm last year. Proper says we want to see plenty more of it at Stockholm this year if Falcons can win. They need this map and they'll need the next. Onside, one more fight to play through here. They have the capability, sound barrier, annihilation, but up against 4 ultimates of Team Falcons. At minimum, Onside play this fight. Even if they lose, they want to bleed out of Falcons.
Death Blossom ready. He might come from the side. Instead could try and stab into the back. Annihilation already popped out here for attack, crossing his arms, the game opposed. The classic photo scene. A Ravenous Vortex can't get too much as someone moves his way into the back lines himself, punching readily at attack. The Annihilation's over. A brand new Nemesis form is propped in the midst of all of this, and Shio falling on the other side. A Death Blossom spin to win. A Beyblade sound is sprung as someone starts to annihilate all who move forward and all who dare to come. They touch the cart and all they feel is pain at the fists of Ramatra. Onside Gaming gonna have to do it with 4 minutes 30 on third.
Death Blossom and Annihilation at the same time, followed by Ravenous Vortex. After that, just circles of death all over point B cap. Knife is even feeling like, well, I might play some of this Reaper myself. Instantly finds a headshot from Merit, though. Just a little bit of a problem. Kilo, by the way, swapped over to Soj in the event of that last fight. Won't have enough damage done to find himself an OC soon, but he'll need it now. He has the ultimate to save the day for Onside for the time being.
I come onto the high ground. Kilo definitely feeling cowed in submission here. Very audacious plays from Proper. They're punished readily by the Soldier. The same for Fielder and Shio, who came in to try and support their Reaper. A full-on reset for Team Falcons, and now Onside Gaming, they can batten down the hatches.
And Onside Gaming didn't have to use an ult for that as well, so that is economic plus advantage for them. Proper now moving over towards the Sem. Not feeling like he needs the Reaper anymore. Certainly harder to backstab and get those off angles on this point. Maybe the Sim will allow them to get a bit more in terms of the team's capability of finding off angles, and also just play super selfishly for himself as well. In either case, beat yourself in.
Attempted a counter punch here with the sound barrier. Oh, the Kitsune Rush is exchanging, and Knife's not going to be around to try and get the maximum value off of this one. Kilo can't hit a shot right now. Where have his hands gone when they were needed the most? The fingers are broken. And Onside Gaming break against the shores of Team Falcons. It's going to be so difficult to get yourself onto the card to try and contest this one. No one's anywhere near despite Kilo's best efforts. And we're 2-2, a 5-map series.
This is it. This is a good game that we have here. The opening one of Korea play-ins on the road to World Finals. And it takes so much effort. The someone substitution in. The Reaper swap from Proper towards the second half there, obviously, when they go over towards the attacking side. But more importantly, you mentioned at the end, Kilo can't hit a shot. That might as well be the storyline for the entire map. This dude was not getting much done.
Wasn't the ideal there from Kilo. Despite the momentum that Onside Gaming had, it seems to have stumbled and fallen at the last hurdle. And now, both of these teams are on their last chance. There are no more mulligans, no more second chances, no more excuses. It's do or die, or it's 2026 for your next Overwatch Esports date. Falcons vs Onside Gaming concludes with map number 5 after this break.
잡았어.
잡았어.
잡아. 야 미라.
라마 안돼 라마. 잡아.
가자. 이겼어. 스나이. 몸이 없어.
나이스. 야, 바꿔자. 손브라. 조심.
몸이 없어.
나이스.
일자 몸이.
Highway to the danger zone or flyway to the danger zone. Either way, both teams are rising. It's one map separates both of these teams from oblivion for a chance to go up against Zeta Division to get into our play-ins and have a chance to go to Sweden and the World Finals of OWCS.
It's one of those situations where you're not too quite sure if it's better to have lost this close to the finish line or to have just been blown out maybe in a 3-0 because you're reaching map 5 for both of these teams. Getting across the finish line here, it feels like it's taking so much effort, but beyond that, losing must be so painful. You get to the map 5 and you know it is all on the line, and for Onside Gaming, it would be a huge upset win for them that they're looking for. They were at match point after 3 maps, 2 and 1. A strong Falcons Kings roar brings us now to a final map number 5. Choice being given over to Onside Game. They will have first ban as well. Now, Rialto, they have a 75% win rate on, so that could be the map choice to go towards. Gibraltar would be the one for Falcons if they have the choice given what we've seen in the past. So it will be Rialto. Note that D.Va is very strong here. I do wonder if Harbin has been subbed back in, but I will also note someone has been playing a lot of D.Va recently as well.
Yep, definitely in someone's pool. One of the most flexible tank players of all time. If ever you had to name one, Rialto. The choice here made by Onside
Kellen?
Gaming, and Kellen returns.
Wow, they want to move away from D.Va here potentially. I need to look back on what has and has been banned because I believe D.Va has been banned in this series.
Yeah, map 1.
It has, which means you are not going to be banning D.Va away. This is a very good D.Va map. I'm surprised they've subbed Attack out. Very surprised. But at the same time, Kellen has been winning maps.
It's true. Kellen has been present for every map 1 so far. And the very close Ilios, which did go 2-1 in favor of Falcons. So, not entirely sure what they're cooking, but hey, if you're going to go down swinging, you might as well do it with the way that you've won thus far. The initial ban is going to be Ramatra.
Really trying to drag this one into a dive matchup. Kellen wants to play Winston. They've really pressed. He might even play ball, but this isn't really a ball map. He wants the Winston. Soj taken away, which is interesting because Kilo didn't have a lot to say on that. It is the hero that Kilo wants to play, but given that his performance on the last map wasn't that threatening, might have been a good case for Falcons to leave it in. In either case, they will remove it, forcing Kilo on something else. Kaz, perhaps. Freya, more likely. Merritt wants the Freya too, though.
To work with.
Merritt is very good on the Freya. He probably would potentially prefer the Freya in this matchup anyway. It is better on this map given the range. So that is now on the table. The biggest question is, what do we look at towards tanks? Because someone has the capability, of course, to play into this dive mirror, but I don't, at least on the Winston, but I don't think he should. I think he should lean into the D.Va as Harbin would have on this map, as Attack would have on this map, as every team realistically would have on this map. It is a D.Va map.
It's the D.Va map. Then it's the final map, after all. Map number 5 to try and go up against Zeta Division right after this matchup. It's going to be a test of stamina and a test of will. Ooh, Winston.
On this map to do it all. Despite having had some playtimes recently on the D.Va, someone, of course, is still going to be better on the Winston. I do wonder if that will end up being the right choice for Team Falcons. Time will tell. What is, of course, the right choice is playing over towards Merritt's Freya, which has been pretty clinical this season so far. Kilo has not quite had the same level of success, but even on the Sojin, that would be true.
A cheeky early peek from a Widow, and then likely going to mirror the Freya. Onside Gaming start first. Ready to attack.
It's going to be Hanzo. Hanzo also very good on this map, of course. You are definitely going to need to find some peculiar shots onto the Freya. The Freya is more consistent. Freya is going to be the safer choice overall. But if Kilo feels like he is not performing on that hero and he can't perform to Merit, which many would feel is the case in terms of playing into Merit's Freya, then the Hanzo might end up being the answer.
Icy tap here and there, and indeed a lot of pressure going Merit's way. Neither suffering from damage drop-off, and Kellen finds himself isolated inside the shield of someone. The heals can't be delivered as the Afuda are blocked. And here at the corner, this is going to be the first big bastion of defense that has to be overcome by onside.
Here's a problem with the Winston matchup, though. You have a Freya on one side and a lack of Freya on the other side. Freya plays super bombs with the Winston. Basically impossible for the Winston to dive, and a ton of burst damage in a row that could be dumped onto Winston. As we saw, Kellen just took a lot there. Goes down as the first target. Also gives Fielder now the opportunity to heal someone up, get some damage in there, push towards an early Kitsune rush.
All right, coming up close and personal here to someone who drops off to get a little bit of healing. Still isn't giving away much of this space for free. Counter dives onto Kellen, who moved in towards the back and now controls this high ground. Controlling around it as Proper starts to pincer in from the other side. Now Onside Gaming find themselves within a box, and they have to choose a direction to try and escape from it. In the midst of all of this, and Irony decides to fight their way out via knife play instead. The Kilo isolated, 2 versus 1, ran on down up close and personal. The Freya's under pressure from Knife, recalls away from the incoming damage of the explosive bolt as the supports of Team Falcons are going to disengage for one last fight.
Should still be time to be able to commit this touch. Someone is 4% away from this Primal Rage as well, so you can absolutely believe that Team Falcons are not giving this one up, not just yet. They're going to be forcing some ultimates out of onside gaming. They might not even have to really do too much of that because Knife just goes down too proper in the neutral. That's a reset.
Yeah, Knife wasn't able to get the mega health back. Didn't want to risk getting right-clicked there by someone, and so burns the recall instead.
Now, less than 2 minutes for onside. They would hate to get full held here. They need some distance. Being full held on this map may just be a death sentence. Onside Gaming, 5 ults to play through. Here's number 1.
Well, death comes for us all, but it's waylaid temporarily by Lucio. The Suzu's good to try and keep Kilo up as someone continues to disrupt the formation here of the back line. In the corner, Callum finds Shia. There's no chance to save themselves amongst all of this. A teleport away, a swift step indeed. 50 HP separate Kellen from Oblivion, but the shield is good, and so too is the cap. 2.5 minutes are added for onside.
Onside Gaming still might struggle to finish the map given the amount of time remaining, but they have bought themselves more. They need more. Need a little bit of damage there. It's going to be Knife Kilo swapping now too. Trying to put a little bit more pressure onto Merit. Kilo has had a better performance on the Sombra, although even that was up for contention on the opening map of Ilios, which feels so long ago now, so far away. They're on site. So close is their ability to push forward in the series and take on Zeta Division. Kilo gets out alive barely.
By the skin of their teeth right here, Kellen, an attempt to try and body block him in, but manages to slip away by the skin of his teeth. Seems like that's a consistent theme here for Onside Gaming, but Irony has no such luck in their corner. Their lucky die have all been rolled. They've ran out for the day.
Now the capability of finishing the map is significantly reduced now. You're lucky to be able to finish a B at this stage. This time is really fading away quick. Irony as the first ult available. Falcons, the opportunity where Falcons don't really have anything to play with. We're onside to find a good Kitsune, but first payload push required, and the Kitsune straight away after the second corner.
Someone waiting for that second bubble to come off after having been forced to burn one in the ground floor of a museum previously. This does mean that there's additional space here for Onside Gaming to push the cart and overall change their win conditions. Out comes the Kitsune rush to drive everyone on forward, but the disengage is pretty clean. Proper wraps around the back, getting that stall on the cart, and also being scared away by Knife. Merit taken down by Kellen, who tries to claim all of this space.
So enough time to be able to re-engage though. That's the problem. Kitsune rush probably slightly too early still, and Proper delayed the payload as mentioned. Here comes someone. He's 10% away from Primal, desperately needing that Primal to stay in this fight and be able to slow the payload.
Close to an Ajax, but Proper isn't able to deliver upon it, and so Onside Gaming have all of the meat that they need to try and keep this one pushed through. There's still an attempt to try and keep this one contested. Proper gets in close and personal. In the back pocket has a pulse bomb. Just needs to find a target upon whom to adhere it. And Kilo is 5% away from the EMP, but it won't be delivered in this fight. It'll have to be the next one. Out goes the pulse bomb. Irony gets too close, either resetting or just wishing for death. Who knows at this point? The pressure comes too much. The light is too bright in their eyes, and Merit is more than happy to meet that with a supernova of damage.
Can't believe Irony died to that one. He was in the doorway but couldn't get out in time. Wow, no one was stuck, and yet Onside Gaming. It's not going to be enough here. Kilo shying away from the EMP, didn't have it. unfortunately, was moments away from getting the EMP in time to maybe turn the fight over. But a beat for beat both sides. Opener, as mentioned, nearly AJ that one. A lot of damage from Proper, of course. And Team Falcon still holding on to this point. Merit now on towards the cast.
Oh, they want someone so bad, and they're going to find him. Shio's not able to save it, and the same we said, a fielder was shut down by the EMP, so Isuzu wasn't there. It's a well-executed dive because Team Falcons couldn't control the approach of onside.
Now the Reaper for Merit in response. Someone already low HP before the EMP even came on through, but the EMP will completely shred him, give him no opportunity to exit, and then Team Falcons now push back to C. Again, time limited. Onside Gaming took too long to get past A and B to really build themselves enough. You'd think to finish this map, Rialto C being one of the harder points to ever cap.
Proper forced the recall, and now he's going to have to play a little bit more sheepishly. And Iron is going to make sure to press the issue rolling on fourth with a Kitsune rush, a disengagement. Knife wants this fight
big.
so badly, but Fielder tags in to try and make sure it's a 2 versus 1. Doesn't mean that Chio's unattended, and Team Falcons are going to call it.
That's going to be a lot of free payload push. Now, Chio dying there means no re-engage from Team Falcons. Team Falcons wanted to disengage away from the Kitsune. Well played, but you need to have all 5 alive. Now, Onside actually will breach the opening gates of C point. Just enough time with momentum. Try and get something done because they need one more EMP. Beat is just online for opener now. Does he read the play? Does he know that he's ahead of Chio? He certainly needs to hold it now for Fielder's ult.
Every meter is important. Pulse bomb goes awry. Proper dodges away to get himself a mega health pack, a little bit of self-sustainability. Opener amps up the beats, and so Onside Gaming see their opening. They use their sound barrier, and it's matched here by both Fielder and Chio. A double support ultimate here, and Onside Gaming they simply leave.
EMP just came up as well, but with Proper getting that first kill onto opener, that will slow things down. And you don't want to really 4v5 EMP anymore. Have to wait for the respawn here. Onside Gaming still need Irony's ult here as well. Someone forced support Primal. That's big.
Forced. That is a huge pickup here for the side of Onside Gaming. Team Falcons are going to be so under resource for the next fight.
It's half HP as well, but he gets killed. That's massive. Kilo's down. They needed the EMP.
Oh, they needed it so bad. And now 15 seconds remain. Still Irony believes it's winnable. Kitsune Rush drives from fourth. Kellen looks towards the back line of the car. Is still unattended. Knife gets on top of it. A quick TP back. Smacked away from the Primal Rage and from the Pulse Bomb too as well. Kellen looking for that back line that was previously tenderized and manages to find it. 2 players hit by the EMP. It's Merit and Chio. Unable to get into a wave form, but Proper's in the back finding the healers. And someone's just as effective. A momentary stall on the car and the Pulse Bomb can't quite connect. Proper and someone combine as champions do and put their foot down, demanding victory.
Wow, what a final couple of kills just before the pivotal OT fight kicks off. Someone, after being forced to Primal, gets probably the most important kill you could imagine onto Kilo, who needs to be alive to stage for the EMP. And he goes down. You don't really have time to wait for the respawn either. You're about to hit the OT critically. So Onside Gaming, they're one shot to maybe get a completion on this map with minimal time remaining. Would have had to have occurred in the OT, obviously. Got to be stripped away from them. Turning a very dire situation into a winning situation as someone forced to Primal, but then found magic off the back of it.
Oh no, look at those 2 shots. That is disgusting. Where did your tracer go? Supposed to be the most evasive one, not so weak to shotguns, but damn, that tore through.
All fine so far. Katie's not looking too shabby across the board. You probably still want to see a little bit more out of Kilo, but otherwise, Knife is actually doing more than you'd expect. Knife has been really doing as much as he could so far in this series. He will now play over towards a Freya. Good choice. That's what you need to start seeing. Merit offering Hanzo for the start.
Life's going to get a touch more difficult for someone here, with that consistent pressure coming through from Kilo on the Freya as opposed to the Winston.
They're still deciding though. And late in the day, he's saying, you know what? Freya is good. Let me try and counter that a little bit. Let me try and put some pressure onto Freya. A lot of openings on this opening point A cap that give you the opportunity to hack some health packs, but also to flank. Get on top of Kilo.
Also means that Knife can't take fights as far away from their supports as they would like, as they're going to be constantly ranging out for these health packs. Someone Yet to really commit to the dive, instead just forcing away the opposing monkey.
See Irony nearby as well. Opener standing right next to Kilo. Kilo's already under pressure. He took some big damage, but they will get the punishment.
Merit.
They were ready for him.
Oh, knife as well. Did cost for Suzu. Fielder's already used that one, so there's no emergency triage available. Kilo going down would be exactly what's needed. Proper is trying to find excellence amongst all of these plays, and still the card is moving because you don't have that consistent ability to contest it.
Yeah, no kill into Kilo there, which Proper really wanted, which Merit really wanted as well. What it's worth. Also gaming forced to the back edges of point A now, right before options are available. Irony needs a little bit more time to build.
From as progress, he's getting Harold move on the next starts to come on spots. Kellen wants to go on forward, is potentially going to be buoyed here by the Kitsune Rush. Merit take it down in the back. They don't really have all of the staying power needed. Full control of the card right now for Team Falcons. They're brawling like no one's business, and Kellen just being the first one to drop was so sad. Just Chio giving over Sandberg was everything.
Now, it's 4v4, but Chio will make the difference there. The insurance policy, both Kitsune rushes being played into it, but Chio says we'll put in the extra little bit, push it over the edge, force onside gaming to fold on point A to now give Falcons decent time back to work through for the rest of this map. And, well, they won't need the full completion, but they'll need to get quite a bit of distance still.
For Knife, just a game of time for now, keeping this cart stalled. As Kilo looks around to match on the Sombra. Ooh, it's a risky disengage. Someone pulls the Primal. In these close spaces, it's so difficult to try and disengage, and Knife certainly felt that difficulty. Just gonna have to try again next time. As Fielder just sitting back, nice and comfy, setting out a headshot and a heal to keep this cart rolling.
Onside need to back out now. They have to start considering their losses. Kellen's going to be forced to Primal here, but Opener doesn't have a lot of targets to play through for his own ultimate of the beat. Needs his full team for the actual full value of it. Onside Gaming also have to be considerate of the EMP. Opener needs to also think about holding beat for that as well. Kilo now moving on to his third hero of this defense now on the Reaper.
Trying to do something to shut down someone. Maybe not so worried about the EMP. All in on to Knife. Three players get the sand barrier. Kellen was shielded off by someone in the midst of all of this. Kilo can't survive. Gets booped into the drink. This is absolutely clinical. Absolute textbook gaming here from Team Falcons. If onside gaming are going to hold, if onside gaming are going to survive, it's going to have to be on third, surely. Unless we can do it with three squishy players. And I don't think it's going to happen with the Kitsune Rush being activated by Fielder.
A little late in the day for Fielder there, but, you know, they get Opener down, and they'll get everyone else now for the actual cap itself. Team Falcons really taking no chances here with anything. And really, what a play from Merit to go for a solo EMP on Knife of all players with the confidence to say, you know what? I think I can solo EMP Knife and get him down so quickly, nothing will save him. No irony, Suzu. Opener beated for that, by the way. Opener beated in response to Knife getting EMP'd. But he didn't save Knife. He only caught the EMP onto, or the sound barrier onto 3 players, and also couldn't get enough done.
Gonna make it happen. And now it's got to be a hold on third. It's far from impossible, but I wouldn't call it the most probable thing I've ever seen, especially with Kellen being down, and Suzu being late. Kitsune Rush is used, and yeah, it's gonna make those cooldowns come faster, but, well, Team Falcons aren't going to be going anywhere fast. They've got so much additional staying power off the back of that beat. They're down on Fielder, though, so the healing's going to be limited. Irony's going to be throwing out a Fuda as much as possible. Proper knows they're the primary target. It's perfect target selection. Chio taken down in the back. Helen going up against the world. The primal rage from someone is so much to try and deal with, and they continue to claim space after space the midair from someone. Oh, that's why he was the most glazed tank back in the day.
2023 MVP playing alongside your 2022 MVP, and now for Team Falcons, 3 minutes left to play through for onside gaming, so barely a hair's breadth away this payload. The EMP is good!
Oh, it hits 4. There's no Suzu, there's no hope, there's no dream, but the one that lies destroyed and ruinous, the dust of a fallen empire. And Team Falcons are deciding to rise from it. No one here to contest. Rialto will be capped. And by the skin of their teeth and maybe some squeaky bum time, Team Falcons get to face Zeta Division.
Team Falcons did not let up on the gas pedal for that final push. that entire C point, really no reset for Falcons. Kept on going on through no matter what. More ultimates. Respawners coming on in. Any death we have, no reset. Keep it moving forward. Primal ended up being absolutely key in that last fight as well. Someone playing alongside Proper in those dives, absolutely annihilating the backline and all other parts of the lines that we saw from the onside gaming defense as well. And then, of course, the final stab to finish everything off. The EMP coup de grace catching just about everybody, but notably catching Kellen, which means no Primal. Kellen, he needed to Primal on that fight to be able to keep the defense alive, give them the opportunity to respawn in. You could just see the sadness on this team. Knife, particularly, that's him. He did so much. Knife, player, head in the keyboards. He really was the best player on his team today. He was competing with Proper and then some. But the rest of the team needed a bit more, particularly on Rialto. Definitely on that second to last map as well.
Knife certainly gave it everything that he had. But in the end, there could only be one survivor from such a wretched bout. And it had to be Team Falcons. They were never going to go quietly into the night and emerge different in 2026. They have to give their last hurrah. They have to face the boogeyman that is going to be Zeta Division. Your player of the match is, of course, the one and only Proper. The consistent performance throughout the day clinched it.
Yeah, I mean, when you look over towards a lot of those early maps, even when losing, some of the stat lines he had in the beginning was absolutely disgusting. But even towards the end, how composure throughout the entire series. You look at that finale on map 5 as well, how active he was in kill feed, how active he was across the map, working with someone in those dives. Absolutely amazing stuff. And then the Reaper as well on King's Road really made a lot of work happen for the team.
A great heads-up swap. Realizing where maybe the composition was lacking and where his hero pool could fit to try and plug those holes and really straighten the ship when things started to get a little bit out of hand. And it really was a fearful time for the Falcons fans going up against Onside. As we look at the highlight reel for Proper, I assume it's going to be a long one.
I mean, it starts early. So many plays across the entire day, and even on ones where they were losing as well. Esperanza was maybe one of the quieter maps, and even then, a lot was happening. Credit goes out to, by the way, Merit, who probably had the biggest diff in terms of his counterpart on the server. Obviously, Knife did a lot in this series to keep up with Proper, so it wasn't an easy game for Proper, and even then, Proper was still able to do so much in that server. But yeah, Merit was someone that definitely put his counterpart Kilo to the sword today.
Yeah, it's going to be even more just the Proper real classic Overwatch is going to translate from the
오늘 준비된 두 번째 경기 팀 팔콘이 꽉 찬 승리를 가져갑니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 오늘의 POTM은 프로퍼 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 우리에게 위기는 있지만 패배는 없다를 몸소 보여준 팀 팔콘이 아닐까 싶습니다. 다음 경기를 위해서 또 이렇게 한 걸음 내딛게 되었는데요. 소감 한마디 들어볼게요.
일단 온사이드 3대0으로 쉽게 졌고 이길 생각했는데 생각보다 너무 힘들게 이어가지고 마음에 안 들고요. 다음 제타전은 더 잘해야 될 것 같아요.
오, 그렇군요. 2, 3세트 때 위기의 팔콘의 모습이 살짝 있었지만 바로 극복해내기도 했어요. 좀 어떤 점에서 팔콘의 기량이 100% 나오지 않았던 것 같나요?
저희가 볼 센트를 생각보다 뭔가 스크림에 비해 너무 기량이 안 나왔다 생각해가지고 좀 힘들었던 것 같아요.
그렇군요. 자, 왕의 길
Response is that
수싸움에서
initially I
팔콘이
thought we'd win
승기를
easily
가져가면서 스무스한
and
승리를 또
advance, but it was
가져가게
more difficult than
되었습니다.
I expected.
트레데 리퍼
I think
구도가
we need to prepare
나왔는데요.
well for
유리하게
the Zeta
가져간
match,
프로퍼 선수의 리퍼 픽이 아니었나
which
싶어요.
is not going to be a big
오늘
turnover.
왕의 길 포인트
It's coming up next.
뭐였을까요?
일단 상대 팀이 이제 저를 많이 의식하더라고요. 계속. 근데 이제 공격 때는 뭔가 트레이서가 맛이 없어가지고
Next
다른 거
question for
생각하다가
Proper is what are the
픽이
King's
리퍼 픽이었던
row
것 같아요.
points?
그렇군요. 위기의 순간마다 팀을 위기에서 구해내는 프로퍼 선수가 아닐까 싶습니다. 그리고 뒷심의 팔콘인데요. 경기가 길어질수록 팔콘은 더 세진다 이런 말이 있어요. 본인들도 동의하실까요?
모르겠고 그냥 빨리 3대 0으로 이기고 싶어요.
Proper response, but the opposing team was very conscious of him. I didn't like Tracer, so I used Reaper. Being well checked by Knife in many of those cases meant that moving over to Reaper was beneficial.
제타랑 또 LCK에서 만났는데
For request of Proper for a word to Zeta.
세게 이렇게 또 제타에게 한마디 보내주셨습니다. 아 그리고 팬분들 오늘 또 일산까지 찾아와 주셨는데 팬분들께도 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
경기 응원하러 와주셔서 다들 감사드리고 재밌는
Proper responds, we met Zeta at LCQ and we'll finish it off just like we did at EWC. Finally asking for a word to the fans from Proper.
제타 대 팀팔콘의 경기로 다시 돌아올게요.
And I'm sure he gave a thank you for the support. Indeed, he did. And thank you very much for watching so far. We've got yet another match coming up after a break. Zeta versus Falcons to decide who goes to the playoffs.
야, 뭐 봐. 오케이.
나이스 누구였네 다행이다. 나이스.
다행이다.
나이스. 깔고 가는 보험 느낌이라고 해야 될까요?
Asia World to Road Finals returns to your screens. And Avril, it's time to complete our career play-ins to see who has the unenviable task of going up against Crazy Raccoon tomorrow.
Yeah, and that is going to be a very interesting game. But of course, between Zeta and Falcons, the fact that one of these two teams isn't going to make it through to that final playoffs bracket is quite the heartbreaker. It does show how much Korea has shifted in terms of the power ranking of all of the subsequent teams, because it wasn't that long ago. Last year, both of these teams would have been easily among that top four. You would say actually top three even, so it wouldn't even be the case that either Falcons or Zeta would find themselves at a play-in position. So it is very, very fun that we have in Korea quite a bit of a mix-up and quite a bit of a shake-up of different teams and their pals.
Yeah, we're wondering if Falcons are going to be coming in with that kind of very warm hands kind of feel. I feel like often across esports, it feels like teams that come from a lower bracket into a grand finals often do super well. Obviously, we're not coming from a lower bracket. It's only singular limb at the moment. But Zeta might be coming in a little bit colder today. after watching that, but they have been able to gather a lot of information about Falcon's playstyle very recently, seeing someone and Hanbin both go through rotation in the previous 5-map series.
I mean, they knew that already, though, because you'd seen enough of Falcons, even in the Korea playoffs, in terms of how they want to play, but they're really seeing where the strengths and weaknesses are. The real thing about Zeta right now is they have their own tank rotation, which they've been really trying to navigate through, where Bernard has typically been the best tank on this team. He's been maybe the best player on this team in various cases, but recently Mag has been more in the spotlight. I feel like Bernard has been taking more of a back seat. He hasn't really had the level of performance that you would have expected out of Bernard. Pelican as well is finding himself with less playtime. Alpha Yi this stage, after having a bit of a stint on Lucio last stage, comes in as actually the better looking flex DPS player, and with enough hit scan in the current meta, Probe has found himself in the starting lineup, which leaves Pelican out.
Oh, never thought I'd see the day where a rookie of the year would end up on the bench, and yet that's where we are for Zeta. Hitscan has been resurgent, and we have players like Probe and Proud who are very proudly waving that flag.
Zeta, for what's worth, as well in the Korea playoffs, 4-1 victory over Onside. So an easier game against Onside than what Falcons just had to play, but you could also argue that, well, Onside have leveled up, in Falcons, how much further can they level up? Well, we've seen what their limit is. A win at the mid-season championship, a win at Stockholm last year. Will Falcons have enough in the tank here to be able to take them to another Stockholm World Finals to defend that title?
A dynasty, that much is for certain when it comes to international events. Sometimes they can trip and fall at regionals, but when the chips are down, these bright light merchants are often the ones who bring it to the table. It's like Hanbin is once again going to be starting for our opening control map.
Hanbin obviously has the capability to start playing some of those main tanks now. But it was someone that came into the last 2 maps when it was really back against the wall for Falcons, push them over the line and actually get that win versus Onside. Let's find out what our opening lineup for Zeta Division will be as well, in terms of who's actually going to play. I do suspect that, yep, it will be Probe in, no Pelican, and Mag in for Bernard as well. Bernard may end up coming in at some stage, playing some of that Zarya that he's known for, maybe on that King's Row. Him up against Hanbin will be quite the game, but for now, Mag versus Hanbin, I mean, starting out of a control map, we'll see where control takes us. It could be a ball versus ball start again, but there's somebody Mag ball into Hanbin ball.
Yeah. Might elicit some manner of tank ban early on in this matchup as well. As expected, of course, there's going to be all the usual suspects from Team Falcons, and as we noted in our previous match with the award of MVP, luckily for Team Falcons, Proper is on bloody good form today.
He's the one old reliable that you can certainly be able to rely on the team to be when it really matters. And while I think Merit as well showed a lot of chops, let's go into the pre-match interview. Coach Aid, Coach Moby Dick.
오늘 준비된 세 번째 스테이지 제타 디비전과 팀 팔콘의 경기 시작 전 각 팀의 대표분들과 함께 인터뷰 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 제타 디비전 만나볼까요?
네, 반갑습니다. 제타 디비전의 감독 모비딕입니다.
네, 모비딕 감독님 반갑습니다. 그렇다면 팀 팔콘도 다시 한번 만나보죠.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘 코치 에이드입니다. 반갑습니다.
네, 에이드 코치님도 반갑습니다. 팔콘이 3대2로 힘들게 제타를 만나러 올라왔습니다. 제타, 앞 경기 봤나요?
온 마음을 다해서 온사이드 게이밍을 응원을 했는데
And the question here is going to be, have you seen the previous match of
그런데
Zeta?
온사이드 게이밍이
To Zeta?
팔콘의 힘을 쫙 빼줬습니다. 3대2 꽉까지 갔잖아요. 온사이드 게이밍에게 한마디 전해주세요.
고맙다. 정말 고맙다.
고맙다. 단전에서 끌어올려서 고맙다.
I guess that's more, have you seen the previous match of Falcons to Zeta?
Yeah. They said I prayed on my heart for Onside to come up, but Falcons came up. I'm not surprised there, because Falcons have really been the team to put a stop to Zeta's playoffs runs in the past quite consistently. And now a word from Aid to Onside Gaming in terms of his thoughts on the game. And he says,
전적을 제가 한번
I think,
살펴보니까요.
sorry, Moby Dick ended with thanks for the full set. Falcons is exhausting.
4, 이렇게 7대 4의 전적을 갖고 있어요. 하지만 최근 전적에서는 제타가 조금 앞서고 있는 상황입니다. 그런데 미드시즌
Onside, I'm all set. My body is burning with excitement after beating onside gaming from Aid.
서사의 마지막 한 조각이 되어버리고만
Yeah,
제타였는데요.
Bever was on the edge of his seat the entirety of that match.
있을지 제타 복수 가능할까요?
오늘 정말 이 자리에서 팔콘을 꺾기 위해서 정말 모든 선수
Zeta being asked, Moby Dick, can Zeta get revenge today?
말이 좀 잘 안 나오네요. 죄송합니다. 살을 깎는 고통을
네.
견뎌가면서 정말 열심히 준비했습니다. 오늘 부셔버리도록 하겠습니다.
오늘 부셔버리겠다. 그렇다면 팀 팔콘, 아까 프로보 선수가 제타 디비전에게 PTSD 다시 한번 보여드릴게요 라고 말씀해 주셨는데요. 준비됐을까요?
그럼요. 저희는 항상 준비되어 있고 더군다나 이제 선수들도 다 그렇고 스태프도 그렇고 제타한테는 안 된다 그런 마인드이기 때문에 저희도 최선을 다해서 하면
Moby Dick responds, I've endured the pain of cutting my flesh to break Falcons here. I'm going to break it today.
오늘의 승자는 내일 라쿤과의 경기가 펼쳐지게 될 텐데요.
Asking Falcons for one word.
부부싸움 해보면 어떨까
They did not respond with one word.
올라왔으면 좋겠다 이렇게 말씀을
Saying,
하셨더라고요.
I think if I do my best today, I will win. One word to rule them all.
오늘 경기는 아무래도 재미없을 것 같아서 저희가 오늘 이겨서 라쿤까지 꺾는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
부부싸움 그만하시고 이제는 저희랑도 싸워보시죠 라고 말씀 들어봤고요. 그렇다면 팀 팔콘은 어떨까요?
다들 이제 팬분들이 기다리는 경기 라팔전이라고 생각하기 때문에 저희가 당연히 올라가야 되고 라팔전도 저희가 하게 된다면 좋은 경기, 재밌는 경기 보여드릴 테니까 응원 많이 해주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
무대의 주인공은 우리가 될 것입니다 라고 이렇게 자신 넘치는 말씀까지 들어봤습니다. 양 팀의 대표분들과 인터뷰 나눠봤는데요. 과연 세 번째 경기는 어떤 팀이 가져가게
with, I'm
될까요?
waiting for Crazy Raccoon. Certainly the case.
Okay.
Looking for
I'm
the
waiting for
future
map
of
one
it.
after all.
Map 1 is going to be Ilios once more.
Okay,
And as a final note, by the way,
against Crazy Raccoon.
By the final note, the exchange between the two coaches is no more Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon. It's Falcons will go, and then Falcon says it is Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon. We will go. So both of them looking forward to fighting against Crazy Raccoon. Of course, that's where the winner finds themselves. The loser will have their season dashes ended, and no road to Stockholm, no viable pathway remaining. So, map number 1, Zeta, higher seed obviously, as they were the team in waiting here. Mag, map number 1, very easy Diva ban to start out with, just to instantly force Harbin onto some main tanks, and you'd imagine Mag should have the advantage on that.
In theory, yes. Falcons did manage to squeeze out a win on Ilios previously. Switch off. We're on to the playoffs as our match title here between Zeta and Falcons. We'll see if we can get a repeat performance from Falcons. Of course, having dropped the first sub-map against Onside, which was a little bit surprising. Despite some great performances from Proper, that's really where Knife really started to find a little bit of that gusto that really defined the series when it came to that Tracer versus Tracer matchup.
Speaking of which, that's primarily the reason Alpha E is in to play that Tracer for the team. Where Pelican has been subbed in, as you can see his face up here against Merit in the graphic, he's come in to play Symmetra specifically. So if you do see Pelican being subbed in, most likely he is there to play the Sim. Now, obviously, we know Pelican's hero pool is wide enough and deep enough that he is able to pick up that Tracer, play it. In fact, he was probably the starting flex DPS for quite some time. Certainly was last stage when Alpha E replaced Violet on that Lucio position, that main support position. But since Alpha E is role swap back to DPS, he's found himself in the leading seat next to Pro because, well, given what Merit is able to do so far in the server, its scan is pretty important right now.
Certainly do run the lobbies. A little bit split on the predictions here. 5 for 5. You and I both going the way of Falcons. And, well, when Playoff Profit is going, he's going.
Playoff Profit might just be Playoff Proper at the moment. I'll have to get the playoffs. You'll have to get
I was transported down back to 2019.
That is, yeah, that's it. I have to get to the actual playoffs, so he's not there yet. As looking at the history of these two teams, not including when they were under different team names, but just as Falcons versus Zeta Division, 7-5 in terms of their head-to-head record over the past couple of years. That also includes, for what it's worth, They lost from Falcons most recently versus Zeta in the regular season, but the more important thing to look at is also the fact that there have been a lot of Falcons wins against Zeta Division when the pressure is there. And the pressure is there in a situation where it's qualification on the line, most notably the LCQ for the mid-season championship qualification, the LCQ final between Zeta and Falcons. Falcons floored them 3-0 and then went on to win the entire thing.
Oof. Big oof. Diva Band coming first. You predicted this all the way back at, I guess, the end of a previous series. And it certainly continues to ring true. This is the exact same thing we saw from Onside Gaming, I believe, during their first map.
See what Falcons responds with. They banned Bastion as a throwaway in that opening map against Onside Gaming. See if they feel like they have something more useful to throw into this one for this particular ban. I do also want to note that although Zoida did beat Falcons in regular season, that was in week 2. So we're looking at nearly 2 months now. About 6 weeks ago. So quite a bit has changed since week 2 of the regular season this stage. So Zeta Division certainly will have their work cut out for them, given that Falcons, they're looking quite good today. And there's, once again, of course, the Bastion ban that was just a little bit of a throwaway ban on map 1 versus Onside Gaming. They'll repeat that one again and save the good bans for the future maps.
I'm going to try to get a temperature measure of their opponent as we head into map number 1. A very flexible roster, so aren't entirely necessary. Oh, they're just probe shielding their eyes as they get flashbanged by the stage. The lights do go down once the match starts.
More lights in general. I don't know, Probe, I'm going to be real with you, man. If you make it to Stockholm, there's not going to be a shortage of lights. I'll tell you that right now.
It's true.
There will not be a shortage of lights.
They do have lights.
I know Zeta are not used to going to LAN. That might be a bit of a deep cut for the team, but international LAN that is, but there will be lights on stage. Let's dim the lights for Asia, though, as we head into our second match of our play-in Zeta versus Falcons.
Don't know what coach assigned you as the entry fragger, Avril. That's the first kill of the series if ever I've seen one.
Untraded as well. That's how I roll.
I have a feeling you're going
Clean.
Merit's already suspecting the ball. Probe is absolutely suspecting the ball, as Harbin has been more keen to play ball on these opening controls than he is to play Winston.
Definitely seems to be more in his wheelhouse at the moment. Does leverage the aim that we know that Hanbin has. For now, Mag just posted up on the high ground, overlooking everything imperiously.
It's taking a decent amount of damage as well. Transfer that over to Finn for some early healing. And Probe's going to have a lot to cut out for him. Putting the lid on the Harbor, that first hack is certainly going to be able to do so. Stopping the slam.
Yeah. Answered already by the Suzu as well. That means it's not going to be available to try and do any further triage, so all Harbin can do is flee away from this. As Zeta Division post up on the point, trying to get this first capture over, going to try and force out Hanbin to make it happen. And indeed, it means the Squishy member has to move on and try and keep this one contested. The Pulse Pistols move through Hanbin after the armor is taken away. In short order, Probe just about manages to slink away, hiding amongst all the projectiles. And Zeta Division find the first cap.
First cap into an extended fight. Start to farm up some ultimates here. Harbin going the ball. He's been under pressure from Probe. Multiple hacks in a row. Look at Probe's damage output compared to Merit so far. Probe just has clearer targets to actually shoot. Shut down. Harbin is now going to be significantly behind Mag given the recent swap. But Falcons, let's see if Fielder can catch up because he needs to be the one to find this Kasuna.
Attempt to have Fielder open it. It's been a bit of a quiet game thus far from Chew and Fielder compared to their usual high fragging ways. A lot more falling on the back of Proper, and certainly is feeling that as they head in towards Alpha Yi, put into the corner. And well, I talked about Fielder, and instantly, listen, that's quite the opening to be found straight away. Quick pulse bomb there onto Mag. And there's going to be a attempt to rescue them with extra healing coming through, courtesy of a Kitsune rush.
We'll find the response here, but the EMP gone. Now it's time for Merit to be able to respond to Zeta Division. Flipper's already come through as well. Falcons just get that off the back of their support ultimates. Mag down, Finn to follow, Alpha Yi gone as well. Team Falcons running through at the moment. Mag dies at 97%. Notably, that is going to be a bit of a problem. Zeta Division slowly will fade off this point. Team Falcons with a later EMP found wide success there. Team Falcons will also find themselves in a position where Harbin now try and find that catch-up on the Primal. Zeta really blew everything they could into that fight.
Yeah, and coming up with nothing does mean that now they're going to have a little bit more problems cracking open this egg of Team Falcons. It's going to be Mag heading towards the back straight away. Fielder forced the TP away. Very little health remaining. We'll be able to pick up a health pack. Mag looking towards the back. Primal Rage has popped. Would love to try and send this Lucio off the side, but Miro in 2017, you are not, I'm afraid. Moving over to a hacked pack. There's plenty of sustain to be had, and none of it's going to be for Probe. Fielder pressured out. Hunbin just seals up their gates and gets a flyaway onto Mag. A little style point onto their compatriot tank, showing just who the Winston God is.
Little snipe to end things out there. Team Falcons now overtaking in terms of percentage points. Humbly sitting at a couple of ultimates here. Chio ahead of Bliss on that beat as well. Finn barely ahead of Field of it. Falcons will be in position to play up against Zeta Division. Importantly, Chio will need to be able to have the sound barrier in effect against both EMP and Kitsune Rush, and likely will only be able to counter one if Zeta layer the ultimates properly.
Have to make your choice. Merit for now, just choosing the easy path forward, able to quickly peel away. Finn forced to use their own Suzu. Proper maybe trying to cook here with a pulse bomb. Hummer's going to be taking so much damage. Moves in towards the back. Free health pack for them. 97% now. It's going to have to be a touch coming through from Zeta, but it's not going to be Probe. The EMP has gone away. Finn puts down the Kitsune Rush. They have to try and make this one work off the back of double support ultimates layered over each other for maximum sustainability and maximum damage. But it's still Merit around the back, getting so close to building up the EMP. There's been time for Probe to return. Someone's going to move in and touch the point. It's not going to be Finn. It might be Fielder coming in from off the side. Instantly evaporated. Alpha-E's right there when it's needed. Merit down to 52 HP. Starts the EMP in the back pocket, and they can't stay touching. Zeta Division. Oh, they fly a little bit too close to the sun, and Team Falcons wipe them off.
Oh, certainly looked good from Probe initially. 3 caught by the EMP, including Merit, which prevents him from responding in an EMP, but ends up Merit didn't even need it towards the end because he just gets the kills alongside Proper in the neutral. No ultimates required. Shooting down the competition is all that they needed. For Team Falcons, a slow start where they had the giveaway opening cap to Zeta Division, losing that initial fight. Harbin getting really chased down by Probe Sombra, then being forced to swap over towards a Winston, of which he was going to be perpetually behind Mag. Still find themselves in a position to flip it over, and maybe once again, Harbin in a main tank battle on the open control is going to get a map one. He certainly got the round win.
Oh, a battle for control of the health pack. I believe Zeta Division won it out in the end, despite Hummer being able to get there early in an attempt to body block. The rollout was impeccable. He's a Raccoon, but Bliss already fallen on down. Proper's responsible for that one. Takes their motion on the stage, and it's going to be an easy cap here for Team Falcons to begin with. Alpha, wasn't even seen when he was turned into roadkill. Harbin finds himself a splatter spree, absolutely free.
I was wondering what that little bump in the road was as he was actually searching for Finn, who goes down towards the end. Anyway, might just find himself a little Probe as well, with Merit on the backside alongside Harbin. And now Falcons first cap. There's a few important kills as well. Nobody feel that quite a bit ahead of Finn at the moment.
Proper just doing their best to guard the high ground here. Doesn't want easy access for Probe into that backline. Instead wants to make sure they're checked on the way through. Deep dive here for Mag. Remainder of the team is going to be joining, but potentially Finn left behind here. Doesn't want to use the swift step too early. I heard a Suzu come on out, and that means that Finn could be a primary target. Fielder a little bit pressured, sends out the Kitsune Rush, and that's going to mean there's plenty of damage to be done. Kune flying thick and fast. A disengage from Zeta. Falcons still continue to accrue percentage though, and Alpha Yi is going to have to dodge away from this one. 5-man beat from Falcons. Rolling on forward. Finn meets it with a Kitsune Rush. The EMP grabs 3 from Falcons and takes away their abilities. But Probe's punished for the investment. And while Harbin locks down the point, Finn can't get away. No wall climb to escape from the landmines. And so, stuck to terra firma, they'll be buried 6 feet under.
It's like Zeta Division's ultimates just don't get any value here. Probe again uses EMP. Mid Kitsune Rush from Finn, and you'd think this should be enough. You got a Kitsune rolling through, you got all of the extra bonuses from that, and then you drop the EMP on top of Falcons, which I believe catches 3, and still Probe dies. And this is as the last vestiges of that green HP from Chio's beat phase away. So it's not even like they were really heavily shielded.
An ideal And for Zeta, it really is crunch time. This map could be over in the next fight if they can't make it work. Mag goes towards the back. Bliss so close to death. And yet healed on that, bro. What is that from Mag? On the stealth Sombra. Bro is built a little bit different, I'll tell you that for free. Oh, you're a risk taker. You're a scallywag. You're a wild one, Mag. And Hanbin's nowhere near the edge. Despite trying to get back up with the power driver, a little bit of a boot from the jump is all you need.
I think with Chio down like that, specifically also Merit down, it's more than enough. Mag ends up making the play. Wow. Impressed by that, and Zeta Division will be happy with that result, but still a lot of work to be done. Still need to survive against this EMP coming on through from Merit. One good EMP into Kitsune, rush from field that might just be lights out for the map.
Unique vision from Mag. Probe is down already. Fielder picks that one up. Oh, Merit just leaves on top of a pulse up. Luckily, it was friendly there, so no real danger was given on over. Team Falcons control the point. And once again, Zeta Division are going to be forced to recontest with no ultimates to their name. And they don't have advantage when it comes to the neutral either. Still Hanbin down, courtesy of Finn. Bliss is picked on the other side. EMP onto both Finn and Mag, so there's no means to save themselves. Taken out in the sky. Probe utilizing the hit scan of machine pistols with the best of the ability. And Fielder takes down Alpha Yi in turn. Proper now has absolute run of the place. It's an absolute free-for-all for Proper, and Fielder's there to clean it up. Finally coming up clutch on the Kiriko and getting so many final hits.
Yeah, I can't believe how much impact Fielder actually had in that last fight as well. He got such good initial damage, and this is where, of course, Hanbin Dykes traded for Bliss. And it's the EMP coming through from Merit as he fades away that gives Team Falcons the opportunity to collect that backline. And then suddenly, after Proper comes in and gets a couple kills, Fielder finishes off the rest. And there's minimal numbers alive. Basically comes down to what was a 2v3 and then about a 2v1. Very low numbers on both teams. But you still have the cap going in favor of Falcons. You still have the percentage going in favor of the Falcons. And you know what? Proper was still alive at the end there as well as Proper and Fielder in position to finish things off.
King of the Wasteland rarely drops his crown when these fights start to break down. Team Falcons looking good to start the series and place themselves up against fellow Dynasty spawner of Crazy Raccoon in the play-ins to try and get to Sweden. See how it shakes out after this break.
오케이. 오케이. 나 손볼게. 손보라. 나케? 나이스. 괜찮네. 와, 나 기리한테 1대.
Once more into the breach for map number 2, Team Falcons, this time winning out on Ilios a lot more cleanly, and the Hanbin ball is starting to become a known quantity, and yet I see someone approaching the desk.
The thing about the Hanbin ball was it did win the map 1 versus onsite as well, but then you start moving on to future maps and the ball becomes a bit of a problem. Harbin starts to feel like he can't really do what he wants to in the server. We saw that Survasa game versus onsite game. Falcons learning from that quickly, noting that maybe a quick swap in from someone is needed now. It could also just be the case that Zeta Division are choosing certain maps that might warrant a Winston towards play, and those certain maps, well, it could be the case that we're going to a push again. You might want to be playing something divey from someone. I would imagine that we're going to a hybrid, Harbin might stay in. You might even have Harbin staying in for some of these escorts as well, but if it's Gibraltar, it might just be Winston time.
Perhaps even a flashpoint as well. Said Division likely saw Team Falcons, after having won Ilios, got their, say their butts handed to them on Survasa by Onside Gaming in a swift 3-0 fashion, in the same mirror that Team Falcons had just won. And well, Atlas at the moment sitting on 100% win rate for Zeta Division. A little bit less for Team Falcons, not sure of the size of a data set, so could be a 1-0, which wouldn't be a miraculously important point.
Junkertown there as well. A lot of 100% in here.
Very successful teams.
But looking over towards some of these other maps, I mean, yeah, we'll talk about the flashpoints. Could go either way in terms of which tank you'd prefer in. Okay, this is a rare map. Ike, I feel like we don't really see in this region at all. But it is one of the 100% win rate maps that we do have from Zeta Division. It'd just be more RAM gameplay, particularly for the first point. But, you know, once we really break out and get to B, B is quite dive heavy. So you might want to look towards the Winston. See where these bans unfold. Some strong hit scan play going to be required for that B point, that's for sure.
Didn't spot whether or not we've got Bernard coming in for the side of Zeta. All should be revealed soon. It's Pelican actually being emerging
Symmetra
here. Yeah, you talked about the Symmetra earlier. That would be Pelican's calling card. Makes sense for second in particular.
I'm trying to figure out when the last time Zeta actually played this map was. It's not looking like it was very recent. That much I can say for sure. Yeah, I mean, going through a lot of these Zeta games, it may be the case that they have a 100% win rate on Eichenwalder, but it may be the case that they have only played it like perhaps one time.
Yeah.
So, jury's out on that one. I'll get back to you when I find it.
Mag out, Bernard in. Opportunities for Ram, opportunities for Diva.
So, the only recorded Eichenwalder that has been played by Zeta, and the only one that they won, was literally day 1, week 1, versus Cheeseburger, which is one of the bottom teams of Korea. So, that is long enough ago. I wouldn't read into that at all. I would probably not even bother looking at that game in terms of seeing if there's any value there, knowledge-wise, to bring forward into this, because it's such a long time ago. We weren't even in the same meta. I mean, week 1 and 2, particularly week 1, we were playing like a double flex DPS type of meta, so it was very different kind of look at.
Very iteration heavy. 3 substitutions. Pelican, Bernard, and someone hit the stage. The Z Division try and reset the momentum after being quite heavily trounced, I would say, on Ilios.
Now, this first point is going to be very interesting. Probably a lot more favored for the ground tanks, and then we'll move to point B. Start to look more towards dive tanks, unless you're really pushing in hard with that Symmetra. A early, proper Tracer ban, straight away targeting him.
Good ban.
I was going to have to sit back and consider this is going to be a Symmetra matchup. I mean, it makes sense. If you have Pelican coming in, you know you're not bringing him to play the Tracer, so get rid of the Tracer on the other team. It's not going to impact you because you're not playing it. Target proper, get rid of his Tracer, which is a huge problem. Now force him onto something else. He's more likely now look over towards something like a Reaper. More likely look over towards something like, as mentioned, the Symmetra as well.
Can really change the cart math as well. Tracer often responsible for sneaky payload push, while the remainder of the team are staging. Lucio or Kiriko are going to have to try and take over those duties instead. Team Falcons, unlikely to be deterred by this. As you said before, we've seen a lot of Proper's Reaper as well. Got particular value on King's Row in the last matchup.
Part of me is thinking Genji, but I don't think Genji's in a good place in the current meta. You would probably want a Zarya to support that as well, and they ban away the Zarya. Not really a hero that you really often see out of someone. Time will tell here as we lock into this map and see just where our players are going to load out into Falcons. Their comp is locked.
And there it is, Ram and Reaper. Very grug, very caveman. Walk at them, shoot, win.
Probably considering that Burner is likely to play something similar. Obviously, he did hover the Diva there as well, which is pretty applicable, certainly more applicable in the second point, but opening first point, very ground favored. I don't know what Burner looks like, but someone who does know what he looks like can tell me.
But yawning a bit,
oh, there
of
he
course.
is. I see him a little bit now. There's the ramp.
New Ram skin looking spicy, as well as the Archangel here. Proper just waiting in the PC store. Waiting to dispense some IT help. I'll show you how to shut that one down. Oh, wow.
He's under a little bit of pressure.
Kiriko.
That's actually Finn really getting deep in there. But of course, Proper is not really that scared of Finn. He's scared of the collapse from other members that would be on top of Finn. Speaking of getting on top of Pelican, he's actually not even going to be on the Symmetry. He's got to start out on the Venture of all heroes to try and get this point A done in.
Yeah, Proper taken down as well. Gives a lot more freedom over to Bernard to roll on forward. Pelicans have to dodge away elsewhere. Emerges from the stone. And now, re-entry of a Team Falcons is going to be rather perilous. You've got to try and get through the Fists of a Nemesis form. No boots coming through onto someone, however, but can't block in all directions. Surrounded and eviscerated, torn apart by the circling Predators. Even with the great angle that was given over from the high ground to Team Falcons, Ed Division quickly get their way through first.
Yeah, I mean, Probe did a lot of work there. Absolutely got those opening picks required with Proper down as well. Remacha on point. Bernard is just punching away, getting his positioning good. And the point is pretty quick to be over here. That was a nice fast push from ZD Division, all things considered. Minimal slowdown there. As we move over to the second point, we're not going to swap any tanks just yet, given the fact that, well, first of all, someone gets to start on the high ground, but we're also pushing towards Annihilation. Look at this flank, though.
Oh, perfectly spaced there from Pelican.
Whoa, that
and
worked?
Fielder just couldn't climb, couldn't get their swift step. Maybe it was used previously to get back from spawn faster. Could have been on cooldown. A fatal error here for Team Falcons. They're going to have to give away so much space.
Strange. You would assume the swift step is there, but apparently not. The swift step was not available. That is crazy to me.
Unreal stuff. Dropping in from the top. Chopper still can get it done. A quick swift step forward, and even inside of a Kitsune rush for damage from Team Falcons is overwhelming. Fielder came back in time, just got that one done.
Achio with the extra beat laid on top of it as well. No response from Bliss, unfortunately. It's like Division will not have a lot to say in that particular fight. Bliss was put on 1 HP, didn't have the sound barrier, instantly targeted by Merit, and he falls basically first.
Well, Merit's feeling a little bit of danger here. Does have the overclock, wants to be healed up before they use it though. Can't risk losing the ultimate to an untimely death. Tectonic shocks rattle the bones of Team Falcons as it's Merit playing the other side and now has to disengage. Seeing the sound barrier come out, knowing they don't have a killing power to get through here, but Bliss has plenty of it in these Fists of Fury.
Wow,
Someone thinks it's time to shut it down, pops the Annihilation. And it's going to be equally matched here by Bernard as Pro falls down on the other side. And while Bernard will be able to defend their Lucio, not much more than that. A quick disengagement off the back of a slide for Merit and a repost up for Falcons.
And a rail shot into Bliss as well, just to push away Zeta Division and put the pain to them to say, this is where we're going to draw the line. We will successfully disengage from this, and Team Falcons stay alive. Barely. That shouldn't have been allowed to happen, but someone actually pulls through the Annihilation, lives, and as the fight re-enters itself, Merit gets the opening onto Probe.
Au revoir to Probe. Merit continues to just farm up off this tank. just absolutely turning Bernard into railgun charge at the moment. And I imagine that Bliss or Finn is probably going to be a primary victim of that. Pelican, it's an extended cast towards the back, and Finn's fallen down. So once more, you're relegated to Lucio healing only. And the vibes of lo-fi beats are not enough to sustain the remainder of Zeta Division.
Falcons are doing really well on this defense now. They've been able to convert what was looking like a very, very lost situation into surviving members after a risky annihilation from Summer. But yeah, as noted, also pulled out Bernard's annihilation. So you trade 1 for 1, but with no punish on the retreating Falcons members. They're just allowed to get away, regroup, find the opening pick on the next fight. Pelican, once again, looking for a flanking angle, but there's no sneaky kill onto Fielder to be found this time as Proper sniffs him out.
Sneak check failed. Got to try and creep around some more sleeping bears. And now Probe looking for an angle to try and get something off the back of his bowler shot emerging from the earth. Pelican noted once again. The informational pass-through here for Team Falcon seems to be going rather well. They're always aware of where Pelican is coming from. After the early flops, Probe is down. But already it's been an investment here from Zeta Division. Finn sent in the Kitsune Rush is matched here by Fielder. And Merit knows there's no real need to overclock at this point. They've already got enough of a numbers advantage. Finn is sent scurrying into the back rooms before they're hunted down by their counterparts.
I mean, you can just see that with the fact that Merit gets that opening pick coming through so strongly, you have the high ground advantage. Zeta Division can do very little to attack it. They don't have a Symmetra. They don't have a dive tank. They don't have very many ways to traverse this high and low ground. Prop will be the one playing sneaky this time. So, given that Team Falcons have just completely locked down this castle, I mean, look at that high ground control. Zeta just stuck.
Oh no, slowed down. Forces Suzu. And now without Suzu, the remainder of Zeta Division cannot really play that audaciously. Going to need some healing on Proper's side, but Team Falcons are still in these very disciplined positions. Bell's going to try and roll on through here. Has a good angle to try and make the annihilation work. There goes the bowler onto Proper, shuts down the movement, but the kill isn't there. Pelican traded out here by Chio. It's going to be a 4-man beat coming through from Bliss. Proper can't be saved on a counter beat, but Chio tried to deliver onto the midst of this, and now someone forces Bernard down towards the cart. Annihilation maintained by the proximity of their foes. The proximity to Bliss is dooming as someone just rattles through them with fists. And now in the back rooms, someone just able to get a bunch of space for their team with the danger presented by a nemesis Ramatra.
And they still can't find Merit as well. Merit's so slippery in these fights. Double slide available, and that wasn't even with the Kitsune as well to slow and lower the cooldown rather. Pro may have gotten, I can't remember if it was actually Pro, but it was somebody that got Proper down early and disrupted and denied the Death Blossom, but it was traded, I believe, for Pelican, who also lost his Tectonic Shock, so the flex DPSs on both teams unable to get their ultimates with any value. It was the rest of the 4 members on both sides that really had to get the work done. Annihilation from someone punching down Bliss, and, well, as mentioned, Merit untouchable in that fight. This was, again, a nice little cheeky kill. Just unsure how Fielder didn't have Swift Step for that.
Oh, that's a disgusting shot as well. Merit's been full of those today. And well, consistency can be king, and Merit consistently hitting exactly what he needs to. And now, Zeta Division, they know what they must do. The ideal way would be a first point hold.
Yeah, it's not a lot of distance, unfortunately, on B. There's damage really shining in this matchup so far. Probe is not that far behind, but just struggled to really get much done on his Freya, despite this being a very good look for Freya. Just can't be the only one updrafting to try and impact the high ground. He's just going to be really put under the pressure of Merit's hit scan on that Surge rail. You needed something else to happen with the rest of the team to be able to assault and claim some high ground territory, remove it away from Team Falcons, because Merit was just untouched there.
Yeah, Merit definitely living on cloud 9 right now. Not feeling much pressure at all. Proper's absorbing so much of it. And when it's not Proper, it's Fielder.
Let's get this done.
We'll stay on the Reaper. Okay, we'll stay on the Venture as we've swapped the sides here. Someone already taking it out quite low, though.
An aggressive love tap there onto Merit, trying to debark them from the bridge. A fully charged rail, but you don't want to invest it really into the Ramatra at this point. Are you brave enough to try and face Pelican in the skyline, though, is the question. Oh, seems like
that could be nothing!
No, they find their bravery, but Pelican decides that, you know what, maybe cowardice is my best choice right now. This engages back to the team. Probe takes an audacious attempt at an angle on Merit, and then it's time for Pelican's glorious re-entry into the scene. From stage right they enter, and to stage left they banish Merit. The remainder of Team Falcons are a little bit more fortuitous though. They find their openings on the inside, and Proper's found the innards, the unprotected underbelly where the carapace breaks and the shotguns can really start to get some purchase.
And while they're all running at Merit, trying to shut him down, and they will do so successfully with Pelican getting that kill as mentioned, it's Proper and someone in the rest of Team Falcons pushing forward into what really is the bulk of the Zeta Division force that gets completely crushed there. The forward pressure of having this Reaper also walking into the opponent's Ramatra, putting in the extra damage of the shots, making Bernard's gameplay much more difficult to navigate through. We're already on to B. Look at the time. I mean, A took no time at all.
Yeah, absolute speed run right there. Double explosive bolt won't be able to convert into too much. Probe does have a bowler in the back pocket off the back of that extended fight, but unable to really get too much off the back of it. Good dodge coming through from Merit. Heads up to make sure the bowler does not connect. And while Finn does have some spacing and a thin body with which to avoid the shotguns, Proper's not want to give up the ghost on this. And Finn's just going to have to hide away for a moment. I think they may have been able to TP out of danger.
We're already on to the final 100-meter dash here. That's not going to take too much longer, by the way. Team Falcons, despite being on the attacking side, have actually found high ground advantage again. It doesn't matter whether on the defense or the offense. Merit double bolted! No save to come on through. Fielded too far away. No TP for Isuzu. Proper's going to try and save the day, but he's off the map.
Unreal. Proper sent down into the abyss that he so readily wanted to confine the others to. Someone resets off the map, maybe? As Finn's booted off as well.
I mean, they've lost the fight, really. I mean, they've lost two players so early. Merit and Proper are both down. They lost the Death Blossom. You're definitely resetting off the map and not feeding. So, Team Falcons, it looked good. They were in a good position. The Zeta Division find very required picks. What a double bolt play from Probe.
Great way to open it up. The only way to open it up. You got to pay attention to the cart, Pelican. On that mission has been saved for now. The Z Division, now they're going to lose high ground because they just cannot stand up to the pressure of this Ramatra. That's what the tap on the cart really forced here. And now everyone else has to try and move on through. Big bowler coming through from the side of Probe. Needs to lay down the damage though, as Shio is given so much shielding. It needs to be broken on through, courtesy of the sound barrier. Tectonic shocks go through multiple members. And Pelican needs to hit the ground so they can start to do the damage. It's a big investment here from Zeta, but in the end, it pays the dividends. Now we just got to hold out for 3 more minutes.
It's a necessary engagement coming through and an investment from Zeta Division as well. Merit, by the way, stayed alive for the longest time. You just see from his POV, he's on the ground. Bernard in his face, and Bernard isn't even in somehow position to chase him down. Really, that's the freebie for Bernard. Just run at Merit. That's your primary target. He was living for so long. Pelican, though, still in a good spot to save the day. Tectonic Shock delivers in that fight.
Once again, there is this real pressure over towards the car, trying to drag the Ramatra down. It's going to have to be the Freya who makes it happen, and there it is. Bernard surrenders the high ground. Now Team Falcons can take this fight at their own pace.
Well, they can't take high ground because they're constantly getting under pressure of C9. Falcons, anytime, can walk to the payload and Zeta Division have to match. Bernard!
There goes Bernard. They need someone beefy to get on this point, but they don't really have any options. Merit starts to go up towards the high ground. He's carving through them one by one. Shio boops off their counterpart, and there's no frog shenanigans today as Team Falcons find themselves on match point in the series in rapid fashion.
It doesn't even matter who the subs are. It seems like whatever version of Zeta Division and whatever version of Falcons might be in the server, it is still Falcons winning the day. 2-0, requiring now Zeta to reverse sweep. You see how dire that sort of scenario is, and they're up against an informed Falcons. That's the problem. Falcons always seem to find themselves when backs against the wall, just like Aid said in the interview. In moments of crisis, they are at their best. And this is the best that Falcons have looked all stage so far, and unfortunately Zeta on the receiving end of that.
They're at their most powerful when the pressure becomes the greatest. Well, that's how diamonds are formed, as we all know from our GCSE chemistry classes. And Team Falcons They are certainly looking quite precious right now. Can they earn themselves the spot up against Crazy Raccoon in our play-ins and a chance of going to Sweden for the World Championships? Map number 3 might decide it all, and it will be on your screens after this break.
벤처 넣을게.
나와라. 벤처.
나 맞았다.
벤처. 나이스! 그래 뭐야?
뭐야?
3대 9.
Dreams of LAN once again perilously close to turning to ash in the hands of Zeta Division. As Team Falcons stand on match point and look a lot cleaner than they did up against Onside Gaming.
We talk a lot about a Falcons result that if they had lost to Onside Gaming, what that season would have looked like for them. Now you have to look at the other side of the table and consider for Zeta Division once again on the precipice of being knocked out of contention by Falcons. It always seems to be Falcons, the team that pushes Zeta way beyond what Zeta are capable of achieving, removing Zeta's opportunity to make an international event, and they will have made 0 international events this year if that is to be the case. At least last year they did make the EWC. This year it's been 0 out of 3 so far for Zeta Division, but a reverse sweep, they can manage that. A miracle reverse sweep puts them into contention for a spot still.
It's been duds upon duds, but a miracle reverse sweep is still possible. And for Zeta Division, their fans are going to hope against hope that it's going to come out here. They would have to win against 2 map picks from Team Falcons to make it work. But Zeta Division, their fate is in their own hands. They are the only people who can rescue themselves from this pit. And it has to start here on their own map pick for map 3.
Team Falcons in the lower bracket of Stage 1 Asia playoffs that knocked out Zeta Division to stop them from going to Hangzhou Champions Clash. 3-0 in the LCQ of the mid-season championship that prevented Zeta again from reaching an international LAN. Will it be another 3-0, another wipeout? Where for Falcons, it's not just preventing Zeta from making it, it's always in these extreme one-sided wipeout scenarios where Zeta don't even have a single map in their hand. It starts with one though. It starts with Alpha E being subbed back in. See if Mag is back in as well, or if it's just Alpha E.
You always hate to come face to face with your personal harbinger of apocalypse, and for Zeta it seems like that has always been Falcons. Like sometimes teams just have great matchups against a specific other team. And it often feels like Falcons, they've always got Zeta's number. So maybe a quick swap up, bringing in Mag, something new. Can really get one over on Falcons. Bring a surprise to the table.
Even in Stage 3, or rather I should say even in Stage 2 in the last stage, the Zeta Division were 1 away from making mid-season a couple times. We talk about them losing out to Falcons in the 3rd place game. They also lost out to All Gamers Global. AGG is the way roster as well, which Zeta has struggled with this year. So this may be the last Zeta Division game of 2025 if they do not pull together now. First ban through on Cass for Suravasa. Falcons, they're up against Mag. I do believe Harbin is, and I was going to say Ball's available to be banned, I'm pretty sure, but given that Harbin's been playing a lot of that so far, is that really where Falcons want to go?
Yeah, Team Falcons contemplate, and it's going to be the Winston ban, a classic of Mag taken away. And this may well force the ball mirror, which previously Falcons got 3-0'd on this map while taking it against Onside.
Yeah, I mean, Kellen definitely had the option of playing the Winston. I'm trying to remember, I believe Kellen ended up playing.
I think they did the ball mirror again, and then we saw Hanbin swap over to the Diva.
No, you're correct, yeah. Kellen did play the ball on that map, and they ended up 3-0ing Falcons, and then, of course, the Diva swapped towards the end. So that, yeah, wasn't even Winston on that map. So we're going to be playing towards it one more time, but Mag is a different player, Zeta's a different team, and this has not been a good look for Zeta today. Although we can say that about Zeta in multiple different other series that they have played, particularly in these types of scenarios where, you know, the qualification game, I mean, this isn't exactly a qualification game, but it's a survival game to get into contention for qualification. Onside have had a much better series against Falcons, as we saw. Final chance, could be final map. Let's see what happens.
All right, looks like it's balls again here, Avril.
Straight ball and in Korea, both teams, a ball plus Sombra, exact same matchup, exact same compositions, exact same composition that we saw from our previous series as well between Falcons and Onside.
It's going to be, once again, Falcons playing from this backhand side. Maybe Mag wants to get aggressive here, but seeing Sombra's waiting, is actually going to opt out of that one. Early positioning on the point here for Zeta Division, but that does mean that Mag is going to be more easily tracked as they go for their staging. And you can see that Merit up here is just providing this excellent get-out-of-jail clause for Fielder, who gets dove upon here by Mag, instantly getting away. Doesn't really want to sacrifice too much of air HP, knowing that Chio is already down. And so now it's time to get a bit more aggressive. Try and force out that recall from Proper and leave them in a more cowed posture.
Chio went down, but Zeta haven't capped yet. There it is, finally. No follow-up kill as well. It's not like Falcons have exited the fight. They're still here. The Division just need to find their mark to convert further upon that Chio kill. With Chio now back, it's actually another 5v5. Chio is low though once more. He is the target once again.
And Mag finds that one on the other side. Now wraps around the back, very low. Fielder surely going to get hunted down. Picks up a health pack temporarily, but fists trump willowy flesh. And so, oh wow, Merit just gets kicked out with aplomb.
Livid into the waiting hands of Alpha Yi. This is going about as well as it did for Falcons the last time they were here versus Onside just some hours ago, and well, not going amazingly for Falcons at the moment with a double opening death from Chio. He's significantly behind on ult charge.
Gonna take a while to catch up. Probe taking a lot of pressure here. I think there's a kunai from Fielder being thrown wildly their way. Hanbin unable to really make connections with the ground, and Merit's fallen down courtesy of Finn. Those long-range kunai really can be troublesome for the Sombra, and Alpha Yi's ready to start charging on through. Has access to the pulse bomb. Proper has to move in and trigger the overtime. Kitsune rushes match. Fielder's already down. The healing's going to be minimal now for Team Falcons. They're doing this on borrowed time and borrowed health, borrowed lives as well. A quick dodge away, but Finn is there and ready to close on out. I'm getting the weirdest sense of deja vu.
Observers are doing a good job of protecting Falcons' reputation here slightly, but I'm going to tarnish it by saying that Falcons haven't got a single kill yet. That is all Falcons' death. 0 kills on Falcons in that opening round. That opening cap, nada. Big zeros across the board. They didn't cap. 100-0 on that as well. Only ultimate use was the Katuna rushes from being the team. And for Zeta Division, they still have the rest of the stack, which they'll use now.
All right, moving towards the back. Let's do a quick recall away from a pulse bomb sent wide by Alpha Yi. Team Falcons scattered once again. Merit looking to set up, staging already. Oh, the Suzu timing from Fielder was absolutely perfect. Manages to save themselves just in time and get their abilities out. Probe is taken down. Team Falcons set up for the first capture here.
Merit missed. Merit missed his EMP entirely. He didn't catch a single player. At least Probe went down there.
Oh, yeah. Not ideal.
Falcons will still be able to get that fight win despite the missed EMP. Probe still went down. Falcons are on the board for kills finally, and they're on the board. Percentage points as well. Second cap. But for the rest of these ultimates, Bliss still has the opportunity to beat here as Chio finally built his and used it.
Bliss looking for an opening, moves on forward. 4 players get it. Alpha Yi not going to be a recipient, and Hanbin sent scurrying elsewhere. It's going to make it a little bit harder to contest. Many players move over onto the point as Proper and Merit unable to contest. Slain on their exit. Back to spawn.
Hoping for no late deaths here if you're Falcons as well. This was at least extremely one-sided for Zeta Division, but they may resume now given that Falcons are back in a bit of a rough spot for Suravasa. This has not been their map today. This is, of course, Zeta's map choice. And it was Onside's map choice as well. Could be the matchup, could be the map. I've seen Falcons play better on this map, though, so certainly a lot of questions to be asked here. Hanbin didn't get hacked at the end of the day. Nearly, though.
Finn playing very safe on the back, just able to throw out as much healing as is possible. Hammond's eating a lot of damage here, but you've got to be careful getting close to that edge. You know that Chio is going to be bloodthirsty if he sees people close to those environmental hazards. Rolling forward, Kitsune rushes. They match over the course of the objective. Chio falls down on the backhand side, was 13% away from the sound barrier. Alpha Yi finds the remainder of the healing. The supports are taken down. The hacked pack is everything, and Alpha Yi's got fast fists to try and get one over onto Proper. Team Falcons could face yet another 3-0 on Suravasa.
Yeah, and this time around, Falcons, okay, they did better on that particular point, but still not quite there enough. Alpha Yi really popping off on the server a decent amount, and Team Falcons invisible really on Survasa. This has just not been their map at all. I think a future Falcon squad is going to have to, whether it be in, well, certainly won't be in this series, but in a future series of some kind, Survasa has to be looked at more in depth in terms of what they are doing on this map. Well, it's going to be EMP again. So the proper, but you take those.
He's just been mugged. He was scouted, destroyed. In comes the beat. Shio gives it over to 4 players. They believe it's winnable without proper, and Shio seems to think that's the case indeed. As Finn falls down, Fielder Hacks manages to scurry away into the cracks and crevices, hiding from all of the assailants for Zeta Division sent after them. And Proper's already back as well. Merit better not fat finger this one. 0-man EMP would be unacceptable, but it's not going to be necessary.
Okay, well, they got the fight without the EMP. Merit was AFK for a while there, hoping that the rest of the Team Falcons were able to win the fight successfully. And while those prayers have been answered, they did, in fact, get it done, push Zeta Division back. And despite the solo EMP play that gave Probe an initial 1-0 in terms of trades, Proper down early, Falcons held on 4. Okay, that's impressive.
Stealthed up, staged up. Merit waiting to find a vulnerable backliner upon which Proper can path properly. But Alpha E for now is demanding the attention there, and he's onto the Tracer. What a save from Bliss. They've seen these tricks because they've pulled these tricks before. You can't get one over on the Wizard. He's pulled a rabbit out of a hat.
I mean, we saw the Suzu there. Bliss also pulls in the sound barrier. Merit's EMP is completely nullified, but he at least did drop and hit the EMP this time around. Team Falcons be happy that at least got 67% on this cap, in position to give themselves a point on Survasa, so that if they do lose this map, it won't be a 3-0 fashion.
Harmon presses the point temporarily and indeed puts up some hazards there as well. The landmines are going to make this much more difficult, and entry is going to be off the card, surely. Out comes the Kitsune Rush. It's matched up here by Fielder. I think the overall AoE is better here from Fielder, and it's an inhospitable environment. What a counter minefield. Still, they can be tanked by the sound barrier, brought on down by Chio, and Team Falcons in the midst of this fight have managed to flip it over as well. Zeta Division have already prematurely called this one, I believe. It feels like contesting is going to be super difficult. Alfie's going to pick up a health pack on the way, matching over there, gets the overtime just in the nick of time, but Proper's catching them on the re-engage. There's a ball nearby, but Chio's there with the boot. The control of the objective is well managed here.
It's quite fraught. Even with Alpha E barely getting the touch, they still lose as soon as Alpha E goes down again. Mag not in position to continue that fight, and honestly, Alpha E could have just died to Proper, nearly did so before that touch even happened. So Falcons still on this map so far. Again, we are at match point here. Falcons 2 more points. They'll be reverse sweeping this Survasa map and then claiming the 3-0 in the series. However, for Zeta, that'd be heartbreaking considering how much better they have looked on this map so far. We're expecting Zeta to be able to get 1 map in the series. Should be Survasa.
If it was going to be any map, it would be this one. Proper, ready and waiting for arrival now. Has the pulse bomb in the back pocket. And Probe, devious with the EMP in mind, but down on Finn. Do you want to invest here? Seems that's going to be the case. But Suzu is perfect once again from Fielder. It's traveling through the air as the EMP lands, and so it cleanses all those who are hit as it impacts the ground with a resounding chime of victory.
Falcons now looking good. EMP ready to go. Probe, not enough done there. Certainly not a case with Zeta Division's out of the mix just yet. Where is this play going to come through from? EMP, and then Bliss needs to be on board for the sound barrier. Can't afford to get hit. Team Falcons will be really snowballing this point forward otherwise.
Mag and Hunbin both looking to control the point as well with their minefields, but Hunbin's is going to be available first. Still, it's not as necessary when there is going to be already established control for Falcons. Out comes the sound barrier, and Merit strikes 4 players with the EMP. No Suzu magic this time. Finn is occupied elsewhere. Proper's well on top of them. You got to make sure that Kiri's busy.
Bliss really wanted that one. I think a couple of low members maybe. No, actually Probe and Mag weren't even that low. Bliss wanted to tempo beat that one for Zeta Division to push them forward. But as they group for the push, Merit just drops a large EMP on them, deletes basically all of that shield and nullifies the sound barrier entirely. Now the final fight. Touches there for Alpha Yi.
You got to contend with the minefield. Lane on down by Mag. Finn's already taken down. However, look at where this Kitsune rush is going. It's not even touching the point, really. Unideal from Finn. Unideal from Zeta. But Alpha Yi's here to try and rescue them. Proper says no rescues this time. And no resurrections either. Well, I'm still alive. It's far from over. For Mag, there are no easy landings as Mag is going to find this point inhospitable. And going
I know, this is crazy. Zeta Division really should be able to lock down this map and win it. Give themselves another shot. Put themselves in contention of still being alive in this Road to World Finals. Bit of a spawn fight happening in the alleyways as Falcons find themselves in a bit of a jiffy, or maybe it's Zeta Division in that spot, because Proper finds the opening of the probe. Matt Harden even lives, by the way. He was on 1 HP.
Wild battle outside the spawn. Fielder taken down here. Traded out for Bliss. But hey, look at that. Both supports for Team Falcons are down. And that means that Alpha Yi now has an opening to move on forward. Oh, the hacked pack is everything. Constantly, these third-partied fights, courtesy of the Sombras, are really important. And the management there from Merit is everything.
Yeah, Team 4 fist pumping at the moment as they have finally players engaging the rest of the map. And that's not just the points itself. The alleyways have found some blood. Takes it for the first time ever. Slight tinge of green on the heat map that they'll be looking at later on. But for Zeta Division, this is where they need to bring the heat now. EMP ready to go, as it is on Merit's side as well.
This time a little bit better. Shio taken down, but Pro punished for the audacity they brought to the table. Finn, once again, just going to be assaulted by Proper. It seems like it's for tale as old as time, but continuously Proper is making sure Finn can't pay attention to the remainder of the team. But this time, Finn wins out on their matchups, and Fielder has to TP away. Hunted down by Mag, a momentary shield. Additional staying power means they can stay here and chew through their lunch.
Now, cap into a further chase here from Zeta Division. This is the lead they're looking for on the final point of Suravasa. All comes down to this, for them to be able to maybe still stay alive a little bit more. But for Team Falcons, would be quite the game to have. The 3-0 this series, but then to reverse sweep this map, which they've really struggled on. They have ultimates.
I'm going to voice CC using their adaptive shields right there. However, Proper, a little bit of a whiff on the pulse one, unable to connect. Alpha Yi could do a little bit better here, but going up against the sound barrier, don't want to use it too early. Second sound barrier comes through from Bliss, better sustainability as the Kitsune rushes are exchanged. All of these mines in the way have to be carved on through. You can't be too careful here, because otherwise you might find yourself blown to smithereens, or maybe worse. Probe is found with no healing to their name. Alpha Yi warded away from the back line. Merit playing the peeling Sombra for now as Team Falcons flip the point in their favor.
Barely surviving that one. All the support ultimates dropped into play. Extra mines from Harm, but Mag didn't quite have the minefield for that additional fight. I'm not too sure if it would have been what would have been the thing that swings things across or not. Falcons have put themselves in position to maybe still further the comeback on Suravasa, put themselves into contention to taking this map. They're still under chase.
Yeah, Merit has to move away. Probe is there, hits the virus on the invisible Sombra. What more could you ask for in your Sombra versus Sombra duel? And now it's going to be a mad dash for Team Falcons to try and come back.
They have to touch. Final point. Merit Invis could be the play. Harbin is there. He's got it.
Oh, the big hack, though. And everyone just piling their damage here into Hanbin. Is the pack hacked is the question. No, seems like it's going to be more than available for Hanbin now. Merit plays around the outside, has an EMP in the backhand pocket. Was that no one off the EMP there from Pro? It may have just been onto Hanbin. Speaking of solos, Bliss finds out the hard way that Merit has one as well. Finn's Acid on the other side, coming up close and personal against the kunai. Finn wins it out, and Max taking Fielder on the other side. Proper gets rounded upon every angle you look at. Zeta Division are coming up and refusing to go quietly into the night.
Yeah, a tough game. Wow, that should have been a lot easier for Zeta Division given the 2-0 start they had on Suravasa, but the comeback was nearly there and found by Falcons. Finn, the unlikely hero of the day, right at the end there, staying alive and then getting the kill onto Proper to just give them further player advantage. And wow, Zeta Division, ball versus ball, really coming in, saving their reputation a little bit. You wouldn't want to be the other team that suddenly loses to the Harbin ball, but it seems like our trajectory from our series just a little bit earlier between Falcons and Onside is going pretty similarly so far, outside the fact that Falcons find themselves this time in the 2-1 position instead of the 1-2 position.
Falcons are going to get to decide where we go for map number 4, so they're going to be able to design their potential victory lap against Zeta Division. But this team is putting up a fight, and they are refusing to kowtow before the emperors of international events. See if they can fight back even harder after this break.
캐릭컷이야 캐릭컷 들어 손명이야 수기야 루루 수고 드레드 루시도 한번 생각해 나이스
There's still some vigor left inside Zeta Division. It was awakened on Suravasa. That's a map that's certainly going to be garnering some attention from potential Team Falcons opponents if they are not eliminated here and now, Avril, as it's consistently slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, and this is a type of situation now where, assuming Falcons can win this one, they go up against Crazy Raccoon tomorrow, and then future games after that as well. That might end up being a bit of a sore spot for Team Falcons, but of course still work can be done for Team Falcons, assuming they can survive the series, which, aside from what we just saw in Survasa, still looks likely to be the case. At least Zeta Division have got their one map in there to give themselves the belief that not only can they compete in the series, maybe they can yet still win.
Team Falcons now get to pick the map we'll be going to, I believe, for the first time in the series.
Maybe Esperanza, to be honest with you, has been their pick previously. Beyond that, I mean, Gibraltar could be interesting. Both tank situations will probably be matched. I am suspecting that we may end up seeing someone in again, although we haven't seen a substitution in just yet. Might be time to bring someone in to finish this one off. That was a bit of a struggle for Harbin, as it was in the Onside Gaming Series as well.
All right, as you noted, Esperanza going to be the pick here for the side of Team Falcons. Their previous composition here, I believe, was just the Tracer with the Sojourn, if I remember correctly.
So Lucio, Kiriko, Winston, Mirror with Tracer, Soj, and Harbin was playing the Winston, although I just checked really quickly. Harbin did start on the Div with Merit on the cast. I think they'll forgo that this time and just start on the Soj this time, particularly if you're Merit. But beyond that, consider the Winston situations. Pelican's going to come in. Pelican, again, doesn't usually come in to play Tracer. I don't think Tracer is bannable again. Tracer was banned already, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Just double check that really quickly.
On Eichenwald.
So, what are we really looking towards? I wouldn't suspect that this should be a very good map for Venture.
Sim
Maybe Diva could be the play. If Bernard is in here. This is very bannable though. I think if you're Falcons, you start looking at these substitutions, you're thinking for sure you're going to start target banning.
I mean, definitely if Pelican's in, you can like maybe force that Venture pick to come out. It's going to be Falcons with the initial ban. Remember, whatever archetype of character, whatever class of character they ban cannot be banned. There it is. As you said, target ban on the Symmetra. This is just very telegraphed.
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, you know what Pelican's coming in to do. He's not coming in to play Tracer. That being said, he's not bad on Tracer, but if you were going to play Tracer, you want Alpha Yi because he's been the guy competing with Property. He's been the guy that has been competing on Tracer roughly throughout the series, season, I should say. The Lucio ban is interesting. This now puts us into territory for double flex support or just a Wu-Yang composition, which honestly Falcons haven't been that keen to play, so might just end up being a bit of Kiriko Wu-Yang.
Yeah.
Be the Brig as well, potentially.
Have we seen much of Bliss on Wu-Yang?
I don't think Zeta have looked that amazing on Wu-Yang either, if I'm personally honest, but it does change things up quite a bit here for the Falcons backline. I think Falcons would not be as comfortable trying to play double flex support, although Bliss is not exactly known for it either, which is the other problem. So I think it is just going to be Wu-Yang Kiriko.
All right, for Zeta Division, they're keeping Mag in for this one. Bernard staying on the bench, and Hanbin remains on the other side as well. No substitutions in the tank line, but one when it comes to the DPS. And Pelican was very much noted on their arrival, hearkening the target ban. And I cannot read the cheer placards, unfortunately.
Zeta, please make land this year. One time. One international land.
And a very that I don't need to read. I love a happy dog. Thank you for this gift, random audience member. I will cherish it forever.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
All right, Zeta Division versus Team Falcons. Winner goes up against, well, if Team Falcons win, they go up against Crazy Raccoon. For Zeta Division, there is still some depth to this series if they wish to make their LAN event and make that one audience member with the very funny dog happy. It starts here, though.
Very interested to see what we're going to get out of these teams in terms of matchup here. Am expecting a decent amount of Soji to be played on this map. Very happy to take that play into Probe, who has had a pretty reasonable game today, all things considered. No other substitutions though. Still, the game is tough here for Zeta Division. Let's see how they go.
Telling you earlier how I'm always hungry while I'm casting, and this is definitely not helping.
Well, it could be
That's
eaten
some
good.
raw fish and a baguette.
Could be eaten good if we get 2 back-to-back map 5s in the Korea portion of this event. We
That
had a
would be
map
eaten
5.
good.
It would be very,
They're doing it
very.
again.
It would be very, very what was I gonna say? Stressful for Team Falcons to be put in that scenario. But as mentioned, they will be starting on the same comp as they did versus Onside, which wasn't working out for them. And eventually, given how late they had to end up swapping to the preferred comp afterwards, they ended up losing Esperanza, lost the map. Falcons did.
And deja vu again as Probe is playing up here in the same position where the Sojourn did, blinking away with the poke. You can see that maybe there's some pathing to be had by Proper towards the left-hand side here. Maybe could find some kind of crunch or pincer maneuver, but the Wu Yang poke around the corners onto the Tracer is brutal to deal with.
This is an incredible map now, and in terms of a matchup as well for Merrick to go to Sombra. He has double matchup priority playing into Probe Frey and also Mag Ball. So there is going to be a little bit of a difference there as well. I think Kellen was actually on Winston for this particular map, and as also noted, Wu Yang is on board for Bliss, but Cheer's actually going to go towards Break. As mentioned, Falcons are not that keen on Wu Yang.
Oh, that's a lot of damage heading the way of Hanbin. He's going to have to get out a dodge real fast and feed over that healing charge to Fielder. Getting close to that Kitsune rush. For now, it's still poking and prodding around the peripheries as neither team wants to make a full commitment to the bot.
So waiting for the first potential play here. Prophet showing Bliss that he exists on the map, but will just be rebuffed a little bit with Alpha E, rather Pelican coming in. Forgetting that Pelican is, of course, the Tracer player currently with the Simband out.
The beginnings of objective progress to be made, but at the moment it's rather meaningless. Probe falls down to Hanbin, who finally makes the dive work. Pelican, I believe, got hit by a whip shot from across the map, and now Merritt's really leveraging the accuracy. Nice eat from Hanbin there as well, managing to do everything at once. A bit of a diva goat.
Yep. Damage to secure the kill, and then the eat onto the pulse as well. Can ask for more in that opening fight for Team Falcons, as Probe will be the one playing the Venture. Interestingly enough, they still want the Venture. It's not even going to be Pelican, but they're going to forgo the hit scan entirely. And that's even without there being a Sombra on the other side. Curious.
Wow. Yeah. Probe fell first. Must have just had all their space eroded and thought, you know what? Nah, Venture's going to be the player right here. A nasty headshot onto Pelican, taking an angle down main. Rarely the ideal. I believe Pelican probably also lost out on their recall as well. Finn was just in a... He was in Botswana right there, going up against both Hanbin and Merritt, just going up to high ground alone. No help, no chance. Emerging from the earth, and there's going to be the Wu Yang stun, but they're just destroyed before they can even get it off. What burst coming through from Team Falcons. They are absolutely putting on a clinic right now.
Yeah, bad to worse there. Disgusting stuff. You didn't even see the Tidal Blast explosion. No bubble pop at all. You did see Pelican pop, unfortunately, pop all the way back to spawn with that death in Zeta Division. My goodness, what a terrible start on this map, and really what should have been a pretty decent opening for them, given where Onside were able to find success. Mag is about to die here as well. Zeta just doing very little of anything. This is going to be the cap. He even committed mines into this. This is terrible from Zeta. They're falling apart.
Oh, they've just barely loaded into the map right now. Falcons, they're just herding them. The falconry is strong. They're bringing back dead rat after dead rat to Aid's desk. Look what I bought, coach.
The Falcons about to bring themselves a potential map win if this continues. Very uncontested, 17 meters and counting. Zeta Division. Nothing really that we can see to stop them at the moment. Mag getting beaten down even in the sky. He's just going to fall off. Kitsune Rush is finally going to get used by Finn.
Going to be counted out though. Merritt now moving up. Accuracy check inbound. Starts for dead eye. Accuracy's good. Bliss finds out the hard way. As it seems like, well, there may have been a momentary touch on Car. They're not going to be surviving forever. Finn falls down to the weapons of Hanbin, who's just absolutely lights out on the Steva right now.
It's working out much better against Zeta Division than it was against Onside. It's wild to think that Onside have had a better day so far than Zeta Division, given that this is 100 to 4 meters, but nothing really on board. I don't want to call it too early, but Zeta Division have got to do something here. They're even getting pulsed in what is basically their spawn at this stage.
If you're not willing to say that the team that's winning is more likely to win, at least say that when people are killed, they die. And there's been a lot of death going around for Zeta Division thus far. This might be a mercy. Team Falcons are getting ever closer towards that finish. Quite the engagement here coming through from Hanbin, but still Probe is going to head in towards the back, going to try and carve through. That's one. The second doesn't dare to come down towards the tectonic shock, but still 124 meters here from Team Falcons before they're even vaguely stymied.
Now, I think I will actually engage Avril Theory here. 124 to 4 is more than enough. 100-meter advantage, not first 100 meters, by the way. 100-meter advantage in terms of the gap between the teams would have usually been enough, but 120-meter gap between the teams, that is a disgusting lead for Team Falcons. And Probe doesn't even play Venture. Like, this isn't one of his normal heroes as well. It's just such a strange comp from Zeta Division. Mag is finding himself caught up a little bit there.
Well, quick stun coming through. Pelican gets their pulse from 8 once again by Hanbin. Well on top of this, at least the forward spawn has been disabled temporarily. There is going to be a momentary lapse in the fighting as everyone takes cover from the incoming nuclear blast of a self-destruct. Probe dodges away. Proper gets away from their own bomb now and gets in nice and close and personal. Finn found elsewhere as Hanbin once again finds something here. Probe and Mag manage to get themselves on top of one target. Coalescing their targeting is so important, and Fielder has to dodge elsewhere as they dodge away from all the mines. Bliss is hunted on the other side.
The Division, still opportunity here. They're still down a player as well. Is Finn going to rip the Katsuna Rush here or no is the next question. Mag still has an okay amount of health remaining, but Payload's suddenly moving back over towards Zeta's base, which is not what Zeta need. 3 minutes and 30. They just don't have time. That's the biggest issue. You need a lot more time to be able to push the amount of distance required. Mag's dead.
Pelican connects
oh,
like
come on.
They just can't hold space. You think that maybe the Venture could try it with the threat of the Earth emergence, but they just don't have the bulk to make it work. It's a full-on disengagement, a rout. Their morale has hit 0, and they're taking extra damage as they run away with the tails between their legs.
And the Falcons managed to steal any more distance here. I mean, it already was, in my eyes, fairly over. It would be extra over by that point. Does Zeta do something special here? Maybe.
Merit down, Bliss traded on the other side, but still the bot begins to move, and well, Probe gets value off the tectonic shock, finding Proper off the back of that wide AoE. If Fielder could be staggered, it would be super valuable. Trying their best to TP away. There's a momentary pause on the cart, and there it is coming through from Mag. I think they're still going to have time for forward spawns.
Now, Fielder being staggered out, though, does mean that Falcons have to reset regardless. They surely won't be able to engage in a 4v5. A pulse bomb is going to get dodged out there. I'm not too sure exactly what that was. In any case, pulse bomb not going to find its mark.
Equally valuable pulse bombs. As Bliss rolls away using a little bit of extra speed, does have that aquatic emergence ready to try and stun some players, but instead Mag has to go elsewhere. The overhealth gets burned through so quickly, and now Hanbin is just all over Finn, just can't get off of him. Moves inside of the bubble, but it does not block the melee. This is just an absolute merry-go-round of suffering, and Zeta Division want off this ride.
Yeah, this is depressing. Zeta Division once again having all positioning completely reset. Hanbin's going to complete the Kiss the Spawn Door challenge. He's even just going to disrespect Alton Spawn, and he's even potentially looking for the kill onto Probe, who won't let it happen. But at this stage, they've snuck in more meters. Look at that. We're going to hit 134 to 4.
Yep, 129 meter deficit. Wu Yang throws it out from the spawn, but the damage isn't quite going to be enough. Getting up close and personal. Pulse one goes awry. A dash elsewhere from Mag, down to just 1 HP. A dead-eye channel. The shot is going to be sent on out flying as the Kitsune Rush is sprawled across the spawn zone of Zeta Division here. A fan the hammer onto a Winston. Mag's down but to 1. It still made it help It was enough here to get Merit up onto high ground, and that's the disengagement space for Fielder as well. An emergence from Pro, but Viventia, they just don't have the damage to make it work. Hanbin takes them down, and Hanbin has been winning so many of their duels right now. Merit's aim is absolutely hot-handed.
He's certainly finding those shots, living on 17 HP. The fiery bullets of his mythic Cassidy weapon ringing true here as Mag is going to come out. Last hurrah, perhaps, on this Ramatra. Final few ultimates available for Zeta, as it looks like Falcons want to get the full cap.
Suzu Yu's shield remains unbroken for now. A good parry coming through from a Brigitte as Pro have to claim all of his space, utilizing the Tectonic Shock. They want Merit so bad. Tectonic Shock starts a couple of charges to work with. The evasion's good. Pelican's better. Nice pincer maneuver as there's an attempt to rescue them. Fielder gets Probe off the back of a nice little fist play. Probe is just going to be sent back to spawn for now. Once again, Hanbin rules the waves. Has to go after the Wu Yang as the water bubble's going to explode. A momentary stun, but I don't think it's going to be really connecting onto anyone. Finn just has to dash away. It's overtime once more, by the way, with 136 meters worth of differential, and not a single Zeta Division member to be seen. You can't blink away, because you blink and you miss the defense, and Zeta Division have certainly missed while coming for the king. Team Falcons put themselves in the playoffs.
Speaking of missing, that'll be Zeta again. 3 out of 3 this year, missing an international event. They will not be continuing their journey in 2025. This version of Zeta Division we may never see again. Who knows what next year will hold for this squad? A lot of questions, a lot of doubts, as it's been a slow, steady decline. Zeta Division last year in 2024 had much better results, and in 2025 things have not gotten better for this team. Unfortunately, it has only gotten worse. They will not be in the top 4 of Korea. Officially, they are no longer a top 4 team in Zeta Division. Wow. A sad map to finish on. Things were looking a lot brighter on Suravasa, but even on Suravasa, however, we saw the struggles. Probably should have been a 3 on Suravasa. Ended up being a 3-2. They still let 3 caps go through 4 Falcons before eventually winning the map. But we felt like we knew after seeing the first 2 maps that Falcons were going to walk away with the win in this game.
Yeah, Zeta Division just weren't able to hold a candle mechanically in many of these cases. And honestly, things just seem to fall apart on that final map for Trace Avenger. From Probe? I could see it from some players, but not from that Zeta lineup. Merit's going to be walking over player of the match this time, but honestly, it could have been shared out amongst multiple players on Falcons. Merit's going to walk away.
And he didn't even really, in my opinion, have the same level of depth against his counterpart today as he did what we saw on the onside game versus Kilo, but he still was absolutely lights out. You look at the Cassie play on that final map of Esperanza as well, but really, he made the difference on Soja and Eichenwalder. That was the map that, in my opinion, secured his Player of the Match award here, because he really made Zeta Division completely invisible in that particular map. I mean, you have a map where Proper has his Tracer banned away. He's essentially forced to play Reaper the whole map. He's forced away from his preferred hero. So Merit has to step up, and boy, did he do that.
Yeah, step to Merit. Prepare for some pain. Sojourn still potentially the queen of DPS here in Overwatch. And well, Zeta Division found that one out the hard way, getting some great value EMPs as well. We don't talk about that one. Shut up. These were some great EMPs. And you know what? His hot hand on Cassidy as well was so impressive.
That kill.
Oh,
Jeez.
God.
I mean, you would imagine, typically speaking, I've not been a huge fan of playing Cass into ball in Korea specifically, maybe elsewhere, but in Korea, most of these Cass players just get deleted, but Merit's the one doing all the deleting today. He was hitting all them shots, and Zeta was not doing much on the opposite end, particularly when Probe gave up in the hit scan battle. And now for some more thoughts with Merit, let's head over to the stage.
오늘 준비된 세 번째 경기 역시 팀 팔콘이 가져갑니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 네, 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘의 POTM은 메리트 선수가 차지하게 되었는데요. 장기전은 역시 팀 팔콘이다. 꽉이었던 이 경기는 예열 단계일 뿐이었다라고 말씀해 주신 것처럼 제타 디비전에게 단 1점만을 내어주고 승리를 가져갔습니다. 오늘 소감 한번 들어볼까요?
일단 살짝 중간에 삐끗하긴 했지만 그래도 이겨서.
Okay, first question here is open-ended, just saying to Merit, I'll listen to your thoughts.
온사이드 게이밍 전 때 3대2로 긴 경기를 이끌고 가면서 또 예정에 없었던 긴 경기였다라고 말씀해 주셨잖아요. 걱정하는 팬분들이 많았는데
Merit responds that I made a few mistakes along the way, but I feel good because I won.
싶습니다. 원사이드한 경기력도 많이 나왔죠. 경기 흐름 오늘 전반적으로 어땠나요?
일단 온사이드 때는 저희 부분에서 좀 안 됐던 부분도 많고 이제 상대가 좀 생각보다 더 잘해가지고 힘들었는데.
Next up asking, how was the game going?
저희 부족한 부분 이제 생각하고 해서 이제 쉽게 이겼던 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다. 강팀의 면모는 아무래도 실시간으로 오답을 체크해서 바로바로 반영하는 부분이 아닐까 싶습니다. 그리고 오늘 메리트 선수 POD
And Merit harkens back to a previous match, saying during onside gaming, it seemed like our preparations weren't very good. We improved on that during Zeta's match, and things turned out well. Busy 15 minutes they had between those series.
선수 오늘 좀 아쉽지만 메리트 선수가 이렇게 마음을 먹은 이상 어쩔 수 없었습니다. 손을 제대로 푼 팀 팔콘이 아닐까
Third question, what were the key points of today's game? And Merit responds, it's killing the pro player. Not sure which pro player he means. I assume, given what Merit did today, all of them.
Certainly on that last map, that's true.
말씀해 주셨어요. 문 감독님께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
좋은 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 기대해 주세요. 그리고 마지막으로 팀 팔콘
Crazy Raccoon tomorrow, and a word to Coach Moon.
말씀 드려볼까요?
항상 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 이제 저희 더
Says, I hope you have a good game.
좋은 결과 만들어 보겠습니다.
네, 오늘
Just not as good as me.
경기를 끝까지 지켜본 팔콘 팬분들은 정말
And finally asking for a words of a fans, as is tradition here in Korea.
인터뷰는 여기서 마무리하고 다음 경기로 돌아올 텐데요. 바렐과 리젝트의 경기로 돌아올게요.
Merit responds, thank you for your support. I will work hard to achieve good results, and that certainly has happened thus far. But Varel versus Reject is coming up in the battle for Japan after this break.
아이 제한이 뭐야? 아 진짜 원숭이 깡필이었어.
레전드 국적이 2명인데.
Welcome back to OWCS Asia Road to World Finals. In our matchup between Pacific and Japan, we have found out that Nosebleed Esports are going to be waiting in the finals to compete for that grand final spot in Stockholm, Sweden. But now we must decide which Japanese team will face them there between Varel and Reject.
Just like our Pacific game, this is a rematch of the Japan Stage 3 finals, but this time on land. Both teams here in Kintex in Korea. A final game of the day to see who, as mentioned, will be going into tomorrow's game. The winner of which will be going to Stockholm, the World Finals. It will be Varel or will it be Reject in today's match? It will face Nosebleed Esports from Pacific. Let's take a look at our first team. It's Varel, defending champions from Japan, a very decorated, I want to say, team that has won just about everything in Japan for multiple stages. Certainly has been the king of Japan this year.
Yeah, getting Top Dragon on the side as well has definitely been a big boon for the side of Varel. And as you said, incredibly decorated team. These guys definitely coming in as firm favorites. The Grand Finals of Japan was a 4-1 affair, with Varel winning most of the maps in pretty dominant fashion.
Yep. Out of the last 5 stages, Varel have won 4 of them. Just to really sell home how strong this team is. Even the one stage they lost last year, Stage 2 Japan, was an upset. They weren't supposed to lose that stage. They were upset by Insomnia. That was a loss that this team very much regrets. Looking towards the future, though, this team has gone from strength to strength. The roster has improved. Formerly a full Japanese roster, now they've added Slay and Top Dragon to the roster to bolster them further, giving them a win at mid-season championship versus Rock Esports. And now the competition on the other end, it's Reject, with a couple of familiar faces that you might remember from the Overwatch League and from last year's OWCS.
A world champion in one case for Edison. As much as Sojourn was overhated, Edison is definitely one to watch. No matter what hero they're playing, Kalios on the other side as well as the singular tank player for this roster is known for a fantastic collection of off-tanks, including a very impressive Zarya.
Now, as the only tank on this team, okay, yes, play. I'm the only player on this team. And Kalios and Edison on home ground a little bit here in Korea, playing with the Reject. However, Reject have certainly struggled to be able to get one over Varel in recent history. Varel have really just been the dominant team in Japan. In fact, Reject, they didn't even finish first in their group, in the group stage. It's Varel coming in strong in the playoffs that gave them that second place finish that allows them to now play on stage in Kintex.
All right, as we look at our lineup for Varel, what's going to be starting. Top Dragon and Nico going to be starting as for DPS. KSG as the tank player, and Cloud and Slay round it out on support. Cloud actually walked away with the Grand Finals MVP for OWCS Japan.
Yep. And this lineup does also have Mimosa. Don't think we'll end up seeing him, though. Kyuki also hasn't played yet, to my knowledge, so far in the season, so is on the backside somewhere and available. On the other side of things, a 6-man roster, 1 tank, 2 DPSs. Undersea I've been looking at for some time as a strong up-and-coming player. Was playing a lot of Tracer last year. This year is taking a bit more of a step back to allow Edison in that position. Edison, who is traditionally a hit scan player, has been playing largely Tracer so far. Let's see if that continues today. Likely will be the case. Kalios, Wydot, and Geisen to round out the roster.
Of course, the last few years of OWCS have seen a very resurgent Japan as like a cultural force in Overwatch. Huge viewership there, as well as some very talented content creators. Let's jump right into our Japan versus Japan interview.
오늘 준비된 마지막 경기가 곧 펼쳐집니다. OWCS 재팬의 자존심을 건 승부가 펼쳐지게 되는데요. 바렐과 리젝트의 경기 시작 전 각 팀의 대표분들과 함께 인터뷰 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 바렐 팀 만나볼까요?
네, 안녕하세요. 바렐 DPS 맡고 있는 탑드래곤입니다.
네, 탑드래곤 선수 반갑습니다. 그렇다면 리젝트 팀도 만나보겠습니다.
Kalios and Top Dragon.
안녕하세요. 리젝트 오버워치 팀에서
Kalios looks surprised to be asked who he was.
네, 칼리오스 선수도 반갑습니다. 먼저 이렇게 한국에서 오랜만에 또 경기를 진행하게 되었는데요. 각자 소감 한마디씩 들어볼까요?
まず韓国で競技をすることになりましたが、各自感想をお願いいたします。
일단 제가 이제 5월에 스코어 마지막으로 하고 이제
Translation for the Japanese fans at home.
오프라인 무대인데 그래도 이제 오랜만에 집에 돌아온 만큼 좋은 경기력 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
네, 그렇습니다.
5月のスップカップ以来、久しぶりに韓国で競技することになりましたが、家に帰ってきたような楽な気持ちで、はい、楽な気持ちをしています。
Not sure what the question is, but Top Dragon did respond. It's been a while since I've been on stage in Korea, so I'll show you a good performance.
한국에서 뵐 수 있는 날이 얼마 안 남은 것 같아서 마지막이라는 생각으로 좀 확실히 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
韓国で見る時間があんまりない残っていないと思うので、最後まで
Kelly says, I'll do my best, thinking that this is my last game in Korea. Wow. Could be Kalios potentially
military service, perhaps?
Potentially looking at retirement, military service, etc.
네,
Yeah,
그렇습니다.
might be his
일본의
last
대표적인
game, not only in
라이벌
Korea, but in general until
봤을 때는
he comes back, if he chooses
4대
to.
0으로 상당히 많이 앞서고 있는 상태인데요. 이 상황에서 바렐은 계속해서 승리를 이어가야 하고 리젝트는 전적을 뒤집어 엎어야 합니다. 오늘 어떤 마음가짐으로 경기에 임하실 예정일까요?
ライバル同士の試合となりますが、バレルが戦績が4対0でリードをしています。で、本日の意気込みをお願いいたします。
Question is, Farrell has a higher winning percentage in head-to-head matches. What was your mindset when preparing for this match?
못했던 거 다듬어서 오늘은 좀 완벽하게 이길 수 있도록 해보겠습니다.
最後OWCS ジャパンで会った時に完璧に勝った気分ではなかったので、今回はぜひ完璧に勝つようにします。
완벽에 완벽을 기하는 완벽한 강팀의 모먼트 보여주고 계십니다. 그렇다면 리젝트 팀은 오늘 어떤 마음가짐으로 경기에 임할 예정일까요?
Top Dragon responded that the Japanese Grand Final was a little bit hard won, so we prepared better.
좀 많이 배울 부분이 있다고 생각을 하기 때문에 지난 결승전에서 배웠던 걸 토대로 이번 경기는 반드시 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
プロを始めた以来バレルが強いチームだと思っていなかったんですけれども、この前の決勝戦の時にいろいろ学びましたので、その決勝戦で学んだことを元にして今回は勝つようにします。
그렇습니다. 최근 결승전 이후에
And
배치가 진행되면서
Kalios responded, since becoming a pro gamer, this is the first time I've considered Varel a strong team, so I've decided to work harder to beat them.
決勝以来アップデートがあっていろいろ準備したと思いますが、
Found that
今
one
日
out
の
the
試合
hard way.
ファンの皆様に注目してほしい観戦ポイントを少し教えてください。
일단 지금까지 연습 과정으로 보면은 니코가 되게
Which roles are you focusing on more
이제
after
니코
this Overwatch
위주로
patch?
좀 관람하면은 재밌게 보실 수 있지 않을까
Sausage rolls for me.
今までニコ選手がすごい活躍していましたの
Stop,
で、
drop and roll for me.
今回もニコ選手を中心に観戦してくださればなと思
That's a
いま
beautiful
す。
sign.
그렇다면 리젝트 팀은
Okay, Top Dragon responds, it would be good to watch the game focusing on Nico.
좀다 별나서 누굴 한 명을 좀 꼽기가 좀 그런데 탑드래곤 선수가 니코 선수를 뽑아줬기 때문에 그에 상응하는 에디슨 선수가 오늘 좀 빛나지 않을까 예측을 한번 해보겠습니다.
私たちチーム5名全員少し変わっているところがあるんですけれども、それでちょっと選びにくいんですが、トップドラゴンさんがニコさんを選んでくださったので、私はそれに相当するエディソさんを選びます。
그렇습니다. 이제 곧 오늘의 마지막 무대가 펼쳐지게 되는데요. 팬분들도
Kalios says all players have different styles, but I think Varel focuses on Nico. I think it would be good for us to also pay attention to Top Dragon.
아시아요?
OWCS 아시아 무대를 접수하겠다.
이제 리젝트
Asking for a word to the fans, as is tradition here in Korea.
아시아 무대를 접수하겠다.
アジア舞台を私が持つような覚悟を一言お願いいたします。
이제 지금까지는 사실 일본이 퍼시픽한테 계속 졌는데 이제 일단 리젝트를 이기게 되면 다음 상대가 퍼시픽 팀이기 때문에 이제 퍼시픽
Proud declaration here from Top Dragon saying we will take over the Asia stage. We'll also beat the Pacific team.
負けてきたんですけれども、今回リジェントを勝ってで明日の準備を頑張ってして勝つようにします。
그렇습니다. 그렇다면 리젝트 팀도 팬분들에게 한마디 부탁드립니다.
지금까지 너무 바렐에게 좀 지는 모습만 보여와서 너무 일단 죄송한 마음이 크고요. 이렇게 오프라인에서 만나게 된 만큼 오늘은 좀 다른 모습 보여줄 수 있도록 노력해 보도록 하겠습니다.
今までずっとバレルに負ける姿を見せて申し訳ないと思いますが、今回オフラインでこのようにファンの皆様と会ったので、今回は勝つように頑張りたいと思います。
Kalios's word to the fans is that I'm sorry I lost to Varel so many times. I'll show you a different side this time.
마지막 경기 승자는 어떤 팀이 차지하게 될까요? 맵 세트 확인해 보시죠. 마프 세트 가쿠니시마쇼.
And those various
Here's our
times,
map
by the
set.
way, include 4 head-to-heads where Varel have won all 4 times. A 3-0 and a 4-0 in Japan Stage 2 of this year. And then 3-1 and finally a 4-1 in Japan Stage 3 this year. That 4-1 was, of course, the grand final that we just witnessed between these two teams. I'll be heading over towards Lijiang and our first opening map, a repeat of the opening map of the Japan final.
All right, last time these teams clashed on this map, I believe it was a resounding win for Varel. Indeed, it was 2-0 on Lijiang Tower. Now let's have a quick look at what the bans were before. I believe Lucio was the initial ban for Varel, and Freya was the counter ban from Reject last time they matched.
Well, Reject is a very interesting team where they've actually run a lot of Torb. I don't think they're running any Torb on Lijiang Tower, but they've genuinely been running Torb from Undersea on a bunch of other maps to pretty limited success, I want to say, particularly against a team as good as Varel. Esperanza is the map to look out for, is the map that was able to be taken by Reject in that grand finals. The one singular map they actually did end up winning was a map where they actually had, once again, the Torb from Undersea, but it was a interesting looking Kiriko BAP composition with a Ram and Edison playing Tracer essentially throughout the entire series.
Will there be anything different this time? Is the question. Varel seem to have their head on straight when it comes to countering Reject. Which is Reject, the impetus is on them to play a little bit differently, find some secret sauce to get one over on a team they've lost to so many times. Again and again and again.
Lijiang Atlas, Eichenwalde, Esperanza, Rialto, the 5 maps played, 4-1 for Varel. Varel have only ever lost 2 maps against Reject over the course of this year so far. So we'll see how things go now. Of course, thinking back as well, trying to remember Stage 1 results, if there were anything there as well between the two teams. Of course, I believe the Reject players were under Vortex Wolf. Well, certainly Edison and Kalios were, and then the Reject team was sort of created and built afterwards, combining a few members from different teams, getting Undersea from Insomnia, for example. So yeah, that wouldn't really count in terms of an additional record, but Edison and Kalios have been in the Japanese region for quite some time now.
Touring around, making their names perhaps even more known than before. Edison, of course, reached the highest of peaks, the highest of highs, alongside many members of the Dallas Fuel back in the day. Our studio audience seems to think that Varel are in the preferred category, and we'd be inclined to agree, 71%. And well, there's a lot of V's in those predictions, Avril, you and I included.
A lot of V for victories. Even Lee Si-yoon this time around not brave enough to send out that soul thread for the other team. It's all V for victories in here, as the history would say that Varel have been the much better team compared to Reject. Reject will be happy to, I think, put up as much of a fight as possible. Although surprises are certainly on board. I mean, we thought the Gatos Guapo game versus Nosebleed would have been a closer game today. Ended up being quite one-sided, so this one has the opportunity to surprise, as many things have been surprising today.
That's true. Initial ban this time is going to be the Sojourn. This is departure from Valve's previous ban of Lucio when they won Lijiang Tower handily in their Japanese finals.
Well, Reject have actually played a lot less of the Soj. Now, classically, Edison has been a very good Soj player back on the Dallas field. But again, as mentioned for Reject, he's been mostly playing the Tracer so far. Reject have been playing a lot of symmetric compositions. Ram is going to get banned out straight away, which will be impactful for definitely the control center side of things. KSG is also playing a lot of Winston. He's played a lot of Zarya so far as well, so KSG I'm sure will have plenty else they can go towards. This will help out Kalios in some way by pushing this into a Zarya matchup to see if that ends up benefiting Reject. Starting to see some Reapers in play in that case as well. But again, the Soj ban is interesting because that's Nico's hero. Nico has played a lot more Soj compared to anyone in Reject.
During our interview, there were questions about the patch as to who we should be watching during this matchup. Both Top Dragon and Kalio said that Nico was the one to watch. So I wonder if there might be some secret sauce in store here from Varel already by getting rid of that Sojourn matchup.
Now, very unconventional, I want to say. Definitely banning out something that Varel would have had a lot of strength on. Wonder if that means Nico will end up playing some of that Freya instead, particularly when we look towards the night market, look towards Garden as well. Nico's also played a reasonable amount of Symmetra so far in this stage. Varel not shying away themselves from playing Symmetra comps. Top Dragon being very humbled in the interview. He is also quite the player to watch. Some may say that he is the deadliest player on Varel. Tracer from Top Dragon has been quite difficult for the other Japanese teams to be able to handle.
It really has been a challenge in many cases. Varel preparing to once again enter the Colosseum, and as we saw during Kalios' interview, the record weighs on their mind. Loss after loss after loss to Varel. And an apology to the fans for the results that were lacking thereof. However, the ultimate apology would be making it to Sweden. And to do that, they have to beat not only Varel, but Nosebleed Esports as well later on.
Nosebleed looked really good. A dangerous team. Very excited to see how the Pacific Japan game will end up going. Of course, a lot of history between those two regions. Varel also a team that have been very interesting with how they're playing the backline, Slay, Cloud together. Even when Lucio is available, have sometimes opted for a Kiriko Wuyang, which is a little unconventional, not a very typical composition. They play that with the KSG Ram, with Nico on the Symmetra, which is probably the very likely choice that Nico's going to make in this game now, unless it's Zarya Reaper, of course. And then, of course, then we also look towards Esperanza, which is the map they lost. That was where Slay and Cloud played Alari map, which is very uncommon on Esperanza. Might have contributed to the reason why they lost that map. Would, in my opinion, not be something I want to see again in this particular series, but if you're a Reject, you'll be hoping for that one.
Slay ducking underneath the monitor to try and avoid getting flashbanged, but for you at home, you have no such luck. Stare into the screen and have your retinas see the face of God.
Suffer as Slay has. Load into map number 1. Zarya Reaper already there for Kalios. It's control center, no Ram, no surprises. This is absolutely what we're going to play, but as Nico going to lock in the cast here, it does play extremely well into the Zarya, but that means no sim for the team.
Could well be the case. Top Dragon going to move over onto the Tracer instead. Undersea is going to be sticking with the Symmetra, as you pointed out earlier. Bit of a builder aficionado. Not going for the Torb this time. Look at how aggressive it is from Kalios. Just using that Wraith form early, and so Nico's easily able to punish that one. A big slow onto Kalios. Trying to burn through the bubble. And Wu Yang's additional DPS being brought in here is a lot to deal with, actually, especially around these corners.
Seeing Edison go down early is not what you expect, given you are on Reaper. Wraith form should really just keep you alive in every situation, assuming you have it. What you really should have. Kappa's not quite gone over to Varel, despite the one player advantage they initially had. Now it's Edison's turn to walk up.
Yeah, that's both bubbles burned as well from KSG. So Varel are now kind of under-resourced when it comes to moving forward. An opening pick onto Wydot could be everything, but Kalios has just been charged up, burning like a forest fire for the entirety of this matchup so far. Not even scared going into a 1v2, just runs down Slay, and now the pincer maneuver begins, crushed in from all sides. And inside the Scrapper's cube, Varel might find himself squeezed into oblivion by Reject as every last zit is popped.
Just running down KSG. Kalios already basically on ground now. He's going to have first ult. Outside the fact that Nico has his Deadeye available, but not really as impactful. You'd imagine this sort of situation where you have such a major grab advantage. Energy on board as well. Kalios has had at least been quite high on energy. Top Dragon now going to play coast side on Afara. And this is not the most amazing map for Afara, but when you're playing coast side and you're playing off angle, it could be hard to engage into.
Oh, great double there onto KSG and Nico. Even with the Kitsune Rush, the healing is not forthcoming. Higher rate of fire just means that you can watch your friends die in 4K.
Reject still hold on to good ultimates as well. Top Dragon not really contributing much in that particular fight. It was over before really anything else that occurred. On return, kill that Nico got can only get you so much as well. Top Dragon had some good positioning at the moment. Might get to utilize that, but
oh no.
Wydot's forcing the fight.
Farewell, Nico. Enjoy the bottom of Lijiang Tower, says Wydot as Undersea takes down Cloud, and Edison just looks on from afar, ready to just carve through KSG and confiscate this energy. Slay finds Wydot, I believe, brought out that bubble as well, so Edison's going to be falling down, maybe courtesy of an incoming bit of damage. But Kalios just gets a little bit of speed boost here and there, and now even with the Kitsune Rush and no healing behind them, Kalios is just going to be so difficult to remove from this point. The escorts come through from the Lucio. Quick amp it up to get the Zarya back in fighting condition.
Slay actually whiffed his bubble, by the way. He put onto KSG as KSG dies. So just like sometimes when you play Ana or Nano Boost, you lose the ultimate. Speaking of losing, Barrow look like they might end up losing this round. Reject, however, are not quite getting the cleanup they're looking for. They lose Kalios and Barrow flip.
Oh, Nico with a quick disengage right here, knowing their safety to be had while the point is not in their favor, and Reject is sent scurrying.
Now being offered another opportunity here with Nico. Now on to a Reaper as well for the last fight. Much better looking composition from Varel all over, given how much Reaper and Zarya play together and utilize together. I think the cast is just a little bit too easy for Reject to walk into, and what Top Dragon? It's good damage on Kalios.
Wow, even with the Suzu, the reaction speed just was not there. KSG tears through the remainder of Reject, and they're doing a great elastic defense. They're bending, but not breaking.
40% Barrel slowly catching up here, and they have more ultimates about to come in as well. And to see what it gets done on the Tracer, abandoning the Symmetra. Not really getting the type of angles, not really getting the sort of value from the Symmetra that he was hoping for. And to see the rare Tracer appearance, but really, at least in my eyes, the hero that he was known for on his up-and-coming journey before he joined this team.
Dyson already taking a bunch of damage here. Has to make sure that Kalios stays healthy with all of that HP and all of that energy. Cloud stuck in the grab. Headshot comes through from Geisen. The counterpart works on out. KSG now finds himself basically standing alone. Top Dragon's in an orbit elsewhere, and while there is going to be a temptation to roll out there and just get rid of Afara, you can't risk getting boots off of the tower with all of that energy behind you. Instead, you wait on point knowing that someone's going to have to deliver themselves. Wu Yang gets all of that additional healing power as well as sustainability. Rolls in, stuns Geisen, and that's going to be a return of the Doomfist here. Cloud needs to be taken out. They need to even this one up for the side of Reject to make sure the healing output is going to be satisfactory. Undersea looking for a victim. Slay going to be the first one in their sights, following in after that Wu Yang. Scary for a Tracer, but even scarier is touching the point if you're Varel, and they're unable to convert.
Pretty dominant performance all up. 76% is still no joke from Varel to be able to come into play with some decent firepower, but a bit of a lackluster start for Varel. Reject, Kalios, absolutely lights out performance here, doubling the ult charge of KSG after the initial Zarya trades. His damage, I mean, I'm sure we'll see a bit of a stat line in a moment, but his damage would have been insane. Look at him just running down KSG like that.
Yeah. Talked about the Zarya of Kalios before this match even started. In the days of yore, Kalios' original hype was very centered on their Zarya. back when they were first drafted into the Overwatch League. No chance to check out the stats, but I'm sure we'll get a detailed card at the end.
Time Edison will be the hit scan player, no Reaper because there's no Zarya there. No Soj because it's banned on out. A D.Va comp coming through from Reject, and Baron moving over towards KSG's Winston, which is his preferred choice. Nice that Edison has read that top dragon maybe on this Pharah again, but there won't be an echo on the opposite end. Reject will hope that the D.Va and Cassie combination will be enough.
Quick boot. Doesn't convert into too much, does put them in the sights of Cloud, who is really engaged here into this fight. Maximum danger, maximum investment, maximum pain delivered by Nico. Hellfire shotguns hit their pay dirt, and Varel should be able to convert on the first fight here and get themselves the cap.
Yep. Despite KSG going down a little bit late, but that's fine. See if that ends up being impactful, because KSG's taking some time to respawn, giving Reject the opportunity to get aggressive. No KSG, he's coming back on a D.Va, in fact, just to protect Top Dragon a little bit more.
A little bit more escort, potentially. KSG's already taking a bunch of damage on the engagement here. Top Dragon with a cheeky off angle. Geisen scares away the Reaper, who has to use so many of the resources of the remainder of the team just to stay healthy in these cases. Edison falling low as well, has to dodge away. No access to the health pack, but at least has access to his own backline. But now Top Dragon really starts moving, managing to find the angles and hit the rockets as well. The Wraith Walk here is surely going to mean an executed Reaper as he tries to disengage. KSG knows they can't risk biting off more than they can chew, and just resets off the edge after losing their mech.
It's an unfortunate fight for Reject because Geisen actually hits the Kitsune Rush timing earlier than Cloud, but no team available, no mech for Kalios to really push the play forward. Now as we evolve the comp slightly further forward, Cass has gone from Edison, was in that last fight, Undersea on towards the Reaper, and it's just Reaper on both ends. It's Top Dragon that is still going to be on the outlier hero. See if he remains on that. It's still not the most comfortable to play into Kalios D.Va, although having to really wait for the Matrix. There's the opportunity for the barrage.
Oh, timed out the Matrix. Heads up play from Top Dragon. The pilot slain before the remake can come on through, but Cloud is traded on the other side. Top Dragon still equals up against the Kiriko and for Lucio as well. Top Dragon's just on one right now, and Varel barely even offered the opportunity to disengage.
Resetting off the map there. Could have been he ran out of fuel, could just be resetting, could be a trade in terms of Dragon wanted to swap onto the Tracer. 90% counting. Varel looking comfortable here. Pharah will return. Final opportunity. Reject double support ultimates to play through.
Kitsune Rush, good to go. Can't afford to be picked early here by the long-range poke of the Pharah. So paranoid right now of the approach that could come through from the side of Top Dragon. Why not getting in close and personal, getting the most out of the Sound Blaster, coming in close with the stuns, but it seems like none are going to be delivered here by Nico. Off the edge, goes to teleport, just about makes it up in time. A quick explosion. Oh, and Undersea just goes directly into the mech recall. The oldest trick in the book, and you fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. The classic blunder from Reject, and Varel are going to laugh their way to the bank here at 99%. Geisen and Wider are down. The sustainability is slain. Or there may be some last dregs to try and keep this one contested for a walk away with the night market with an absolute bargain, 100-0.
Varel were even the team that swapped up their comp a little bit more so during that particular round than what Reject were doing. Varel started on Winston. SG then makes a swap over towards D.Va. Then we start moving away from the Cassidy's on the Reject side of things as well. I think Nico might have had a swap in the middle there also. But for Varel, even on the D.Va, which Cassidy's more known for the Winston, from my experience, still able to really pull through for a big win. Now that we're 2 rounds deep, I think Kalios' stats aren't going to be as amazingly lights out as they were, but despite losing that last round, he is still dominating the damage.
Absolutely lights out, but still doesn't feel the temptation to return to Zarya.
Oh, the Torm's here. The Torm's here. Does not play well into Pharah, by the way. This is a very sad pick into Pharah.
Wait, Top Dragon's already reconsidering, though. Hold up, intimidation or a check? Wait,
oh, that's better for the Torm.
Outlawed like crazy.
Never mind. He's like, no, there is a Torm, but let me play the Pharah. Don't. There's a Torm there. Why are you going Tracer? Go back to Pharah. Get easy kills on the turrets.
Very easy, and there it is. KSG actually gets the first one with the micro missiles, but Edison over here is like completely unbothered, moisturized in their lane, throwing out the crossbow bolts like a 15th century archer on the parapets of an English castle. And Geisen, the first one to fall here, means Reject are low on HP and low on sustainability. Back to the drawing board.
Saw Top Dragon fall as low as 6 HP there, but will still survive. Tell the tail for Val to get that first overall pick. First overall cap as well. Still not really seeing the value that Top is bringing to this at all. Edison actually playing over it, and that's a nice swap to Sombra. Edison playing the Freya is going to have some good value to Top Dragon, however.
That is good value. Drag him out of the sky, potentially.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
it's
my God.
easy peasy tracking down the Sombra. Top Dragon knows all your little texts and all your little tricks. You can't get one over on me, wizard. I've read all of the textbooks and I've seen how it ends. Edison and Geisen crunched in here, and yet another pincer maneuver. The Art of War's been read by Varel, and they internalized the contents.
That's perfect from Top Dragon, using the perk on the conk to get this sight onto Undersea, where it reveals the position. And of course, Undersea is like, I should be fine, right? No, he has been revealed by that. Oh my goodness. And then Varel easily with the snowball that into a nice fight win. Reject is struggling a lot more now that we're not into Zarya territory. See if Kalios can take this title blast into the back line.
Trying to find a stun, unable to find what it seems. Undersea once again caught out here by Top Dragon. We talked about how good that matchup was, but it seems like Top Dragon means to disappoint us in terms of the analysis. Continuing to track the approach here, a mid-air clash with the Diva, but it seems like the aerial clash is going to finish prematurely as everyone makes a mad dash towards the point. Mechs explode, but very few will find themselves irradiated by the incoming blasts of the Diva mechs. Top Dragon hangs in the wings, a barrage to their name if they dare to use it. But for now, it seems like Varel are mostly in control, so they don't have to make too aggressive a play. Simply waiting for Nico to go first. Everything popped up at once. Press all the cues, but Reject might be able to do the same. Kalios pops off crazily there, taking out both supports at once. There's no healing that's available now for the side of Varel. They're still in control as they just pop around the outside of the point, continuously tiptoeing in and not allowing for easy flips over.
That's 2v2. A DPS and a tank available on both teams, but Reject actually get the better and faster respawns. They wave respawn slightly quicker, and they were able to regroup with the rest of the players, with Kalios and Edison, and secure the cap and the flip, and now an opportunity to maybe take this a little bit further on our opening map of Lijiang. It will, of course, be a 3-rounder no matter which way you cut it. For Reject to have won that first round with a lights out Zarya performance, looking to lose the next 2 rounds would be quite painful for them. Undersea, let's see what this EMP has to offer.
Now this is the Sombra versus Pharaoh matchup that we were expecting. Script flipped occasionally by Top Dragon, but now Reject, they can approach with a lot less fear of that poke that's coming in. Top Dragon instantly swaps over. Oh, literally one with EMP in the back pocket. Needs to get healed enough. I think that's the slow trickle of Wu Yang heals being offered.
The one time that a player can say Sombra won and they're telling the truth. Undersea literally actually won. Survive and be able to EMP, setting up for that one. Reject hold on to a lot of ultimas, nearly the full stack once Geisen gets this as well. Oh, he just eats a triple orb there. That sucked.
Oh, the Wu Yang poke is brutal. And Top Dragon caught midway through their blink. Undersea is just out of position, trying to run down the opposing Diva. The stun is good, but there's still a little bit of sustainability to be had off the back of that self-destruct. Falling low, but back in here, Geisen take him down. They're hunted down by KSG while the peeling wasn't available from the friendly Diva. Big bowler sent on out. I think it might have been eaten as well. Cloud has been traded out on the other side. It's just going to be an all-out mad brawl for a point, but when mad brawls come down, you want the Reaper on your side. Up close and personal, the Hellfire shotguns can be everything. A pulse bomb here for Top Dragon. If they're brave enough to deliver it, a little bit too far away, and the recall is perilously close. Up close and personal, Undersea's able to easily carve through the Diva. But first, let's look over towards Edison. A pocket comes through, but it's going to be Edison wrapping around Nico, getting themselves a melee kill. KSG looks around. Top Dragon finds Undersea.
Still plenty of players here that are Reject. They just can't quite finish this one off. Kalios not back on the ball. No more ultimates. Geisen used a Kitsuna Rush to keep this play alive, to keep Reject alive, but it's not going to be enough.
That was so close to almost running out of overtime and giving Varel the map. But now it's down to Kalios to try and make this one work. Just circling around the center. Nico getting his own aim trainer going. Holding that ult in the back pocket, ready to press Q. A stun is now available and Kalios take him down. A single tick is all they need. And now it's going to be Undersea alone. No ultimate, no friends, no healing, and no hope. Varel return to their dominance and take Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, a tragedy after what was such a good opening control center. You gotta feel Reject had a good position to get more done on this opening map. It was certainly competitive. Round 2, maybe not so much. You look at that night market, Top Dragon controlling the skies, and well, eventuated as a Diva Mirror goes the way of Varro, but then you go to that third round and it's really just more of the same. A very questionable Torb pick. I mean, you know Top Dragon's been playing a bunch of fire. He just played a full round of fire against your night market. He might start on fire again, given fire is pretty good on that on the Garden round as well. Starting on the Torb is such a strange thing. I mean, playing the Torb in any situation, very strange. You know, Reject didn't give themselves the best shot there, sadly.
Weird picks here coming through from the side of Reject. And Varro managed to scoop one up after being embarrassed by the Zarya. Maybe some more Zarya maps to be designed here by Reject, as there's still depth to this series. It's a first to 3, and we'll be back with map number 2 after this break. All according to plan for now for Varel going up against Reject. A slight slip up going up against Messiah of Kalios, but that's to be expected when you go up against a Kalios Zaya of that pedigree. I imagine we might see Reject trying to fashion more of those matchups going to some tighter maps like King's Row.
Was Reject in their grand final performance against Varel just recently, went to Atlas after this, and then an Ike involved 2 further maps as they could not win against Varel. But they've already improved, given that it was a 2-0 on Lijiang Tower the last time they met here. So that was a 2-1, and a good one was the one that they actually managed to win. But Esperanza, the map that they actually did win against Varel, the entire map, of course, they won. It's going to be the map of choice straight away. As a refresh on what the bans were for that map, was Symmetra and Wuyang. Where I believe it was Varel that actually had first ban, if I'm correct looking at this one. Varel apparently banned Symmetra first, and Reject responded with the Wuyang.
Alright, makes sense. Wouldn't be surprised to see that Wuyang get banned. Well, I would say get banned a lot, but you can only ban it once. It's a priority ban when you know just how much Varel love to play that Wuyang, and it can really change up the game to be in a position where maybe Lucio's not available and you're kind of forced into those scenarios where you pick up the Wuyang. And if you've got someone with the specialist mechanics to make the most of that, Mimosa's in.
Okay, so this is interesting because Cloud did actually play that Esperanza. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Cloud played the entire series in that grand final. He didn't get subbed out even once. So this is already quite the departure that we're seeing. And Cloud with Slay, we're playing on Esperanza. As I sort of mentioned, the strange Alari BAP composition, which I'm not really sure what that's about. It's not really common at all. And I don't think it's particularly common in Esperanza. Certainly not the type of comp that you would see on the backline. Keshi even played Arista on their map, and they've actually played Ball. You just think about Ball, Alari, BAP. Part of me is like, I can sort of see the vision where you're slamming down for your backline and then eco on the Soch and maybe get some shots in there. But it is a very strange full poke comp that then has a diving component as well. So a little bit of a mixed bag in terms of what Varel was doing there, and they ended up not winning that map.
Have to say the same will come up again here. The initial ban is going to belong to Reject, and Farah is going to be the ban. Top Dragon left scars, man. There's some aftershocks to the Farah.
This is a terrible Farah map. The Farah should not ever get played here. If Top Dragon plays Farah, it's going to be a great talk. It's a gimmick. It's a gimmick. You play Farah here, and it's like, yeah, you play Farah in response, or you play any sort of hit scan capability and response, like a Soch even, which you can't ban everything out. There's got to be a hit scan available. And Farah's cooked. This is just a terrible Farah map. This is, in my eyes, a pretty wasted ban. Zarya being banned does make a lot of sense. Zarya caused some issues here. You don't want Kalios on that again. Kalios is then going to be probably forced onto a Ram here. That's what he played previously on Esperanza. Could still be the Diva, but he won on the Ram before. He'll probably look to win on the Ram again.
Yep. I would have liked to have seen maybe the Zarya ban save for something like a King's Row, given that it's still available in the pool, but this definitely makes sense. And yeah, I'm equally like 3 question marks in a row in chat at the Farah ban. It's the first cope I have is, yeah, this is going to be great for Torb. Surely we don't see the Torb, but then again we saw it on Lijiang Tower, so it's real.
Yep. As we know, 1 question mark means returning brothers, 2 question marks means wild men, and then 3 question marks means white walk. Means why are we doing this? Means why are we doing this?
Yo, why Walker?
So, yeah. Reject. Don't want to see the Torb. I beg. No Torb. They did play some Torb on Esperanza when they won. Admittedly, they played the Torb into a ball, which actually, you can make an argument for that. It was a ball and a tracer, despite there being some plentiful long-range backline. And Torb into those two is like, yeah, I kind of see it. It's kind of like a poor man's Reaper in some way. We saw what Reaper was doing when Proper was on Reaper with someone on the Ram and just kind of running it down together as a meaty frontline duo doing tons of damage. Both hands, both fists engage in DPS. And a Torb kind of gives you a bit of that shotgun presence, but just, yeah, it's got a bit of a poor man's Reaper. Not quite the same. You should rather just play Reaper in that same position.
The brandless online budget store Reaper. Barrel sitting at 1-0. Reject are looking to try and rescue this series off the back of a Farah ban, but with one of their main tools taken from their arsenal. Kalios Zarya banished to a Shadow Realm, to be seen later on, I imagine, if we go to a tighter map like King's Row. Map number 2 ready to get underway here at OWCS Asia, Road to World Finals.
Alrighty, what do we have on board? Not seeing any Torb so far, which makes me happy. PSG as well. Not going to start on the Orisa here. Very standard across the board for everyone. It's Lucio, Kiriko, both teams. Kalios has been playing a lot of Winston recently for what it's worth, and Undersea is considering the fact that he's expecting KSG to roll out on the Winston. He'll be a little bit disappointed to see the Diva, which means that Undersea might end up swapping after this, but we'll see.
Yeah, there's going to be some additional posturing here at the beginning. Get to see what Nico
Kalios
has in store. Kalios has taken so much damage, and the disengage no good against the Cassidy. Just doesn't have the damage drop off and can easily chunk down that Winston even at range, as well as just burst through the bubble utilizing to fan the hammer.
Man, that is rough. Within the first couple of seconds, you already have your main tank down. Want to relook at that fight if you're Reject. Straight away, Varel finding opportunity. Straight away, finding some high ground here. Maniko in a good spot.
Let's keep this lead.
Controlling the high ground, poking away. Already 24 meters and 24 centimeters gained for Varel. Up comes the dive from Undersea and Kalios. Nico hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Edison's finally there with the blink melee. Exactly the right time as the healing couldn't be delivered from Slayer and Mimosa in tandem. Now undermanned and under-damaging Varel. They might decide to make a little bit of a rearward guard. Potentially a fighting retreat as they've continued to allow a little bit of additional pressure on the cart.
Listen, making it work right now. It's Edison versus Top Drag in Battle of the Korean Traces. Elias staying alive. Certainly should be easier to stay alive given there's no Reaper on the other side, although contending with Nico could be worrisome sometimes. That being said, Nico is fairly diveable as well. Let's see where that play comes on in. Edison getting a lot of damage in.
Moving in towards the back, just continuously choking down Kalios. And noting that Undersea no longer has that Wraithwalk is going to make him a prime target for a Tracer to potentially hunt on down and demand even more healing resources onto that chunky hitbox. Rounding the corner, a Deadeye's good to go. Shield's going to be taken away as well, so disengagement might be a little bit more difficult to try and deal with. Undersea in the back chunks away, but the defense matrix easy to waylay the incoming damage of the Hellfire shotguns. Nico finds himself out of position and is carved through even with the higher rate of fire of those Afluda coming through from Slay.
Slay just too delayed, unfortunately, on the Katsuna Rush. Couldn't get it in time. And by the time that Slay was available to use the ultimate, Varel had lost all positioning. Reject in a much better position to just force Varel into a corner. Kalios getting as much damage as he could. And Varel will lose that fight on top of also committing one of the key ultimates. Nico now swapping away from the cast, understanding he's playing in towards a Winston. Why not put the pressure on with the Reaper as well?
Top Dragon contesting now, ready to make sure the cart does not impact into this space. And Kalios just going to be forced to disengage, taking a little bit of additional space, and also it's going to be a roll on forward here with a sound barrier. It's go time, but Mimosa's doing exactly the same thing. A later sound barrier to get even more sustainability for the side of Varel. Kalios has his own sustainability in the form of the Primal Rage, bashing around Slay on the Kiriko. Got them in the corner, but doesn't quite have the mechanics necessary to complete the kill. Runs out of time on the Primal Rage, and Varel look elsewhere to find themselves an opening. Undersea spins to win, but taken down by counterpart, and Edison trades out on the other side, courtesy of a Pulse Bomb. Coming in close, a nice blink melee from Top Dragon against their other half here. And the cart's rolling the other way.
Reject ultimate's not getting too much done. Edison did, well, in fact, get a Pulse Bomb kill, but for Undersea, it's a big shutdown, losing Death Blossom, and now swapping over towards Symmetra. As sort of noted earlier, Undersea expected KSG to roll out on towards a Winston. Given that's not the case, Undersea would have wanted to play something else to begin with, but had already got an ult charge and momentum on the Reaper, so stayed on it for a good 4 minutes, and now finally a different pick.
Rolling out Slice. Ready to go with the Kitsune Rush, and this is where Nico is really going to start to feast if anyone dares to present themselves to him. Edison drops on in, tags in onto the car, stopping it rolling forward, but Top Dragon's more than ready to try and match this one. The Symmetra swap to give a little bit of additional pressure towards the back, but in the end, just made them easy pickings for KSG.
And now Kalio's moving over towards the D.Va here as well. Yeah, don't want to have to necessarily play the Winston in towards what Nico's bringing to bear with the Reaper. You also have the Symmetra, so might as well put him through for a Symmetra D.Va composition. Now you have some real ability to get into that back line. But it's got to happen soon because you're losing meterage. Varel pushing forward, nearly 4 ultimates. Big sound barrier about to be in play.
8 HP, desperately needs healing. Can't re-engage until they have a little bit more meat on the bones. Top Dragon with 2! Oh, the Suzu was expended too early. And so Top Dragon was there to punish Undersea and Geisen, blown to smithereens. Only dust remains where players once stood, and only shattered dreams remain where Reject's defense once stood proud.
Which means that Varel now will be able to get an incredible lead. That double pulse bomb into then a further 2 kills. Varel pushing past 100 meters now. They're not going to have a 100-meter gap against Reject, given that Reject have already pushed 51, but we're really starting to find ourselves quite a build of a lead anyway. Might just be a double of meterage. Impo big anime support kill.
Crazy mechanics here from Top Dragon, just rolling it on down. Blink melee after blink melee. Quick TP away, and the backline seems to be safe. Well-timed. Suzu makes sure anyone who was errantly close to a pulse bomb is not suffering the consequences of their misgivings. And now Kalios loses the mech. That's surely going to be a stagger on the other side as they slowly approach the cart. Slay sends out a couple of healing of Fuda to make sure Lucio's topped up.
Yeah, we're getting a really high meterage now. This is bad. Reject are in a position where the comeback journey is going to be tough. A lot of high ground to push into, a lot of distance to recover from. 120 meters is just so much for Reject to be able to come back from. They still have some time, but they need to be winning fights, man, and they're currently not.
Undersea's got no charge on the Symmetra beam as well. Has to build it up over the course of this fight, but it seems like Kalios has already been unable to really sustain in the front line. Desperately needs a little bit of additional healing, but it's not going to be coming from wide. Top Dragon on 3 pulse bomb kills already. Didn't even start out here on the Tracer. Quick back away, opting for another entrance. Needs to worry about the incoming remake, but Geisen has to worry about their counterpart on Kiriko here. Yet another approach of the Brigitte. Just hedging their bets for that Reaper ultimate. It's a full completion for Varel as they make sure to show their dominance over their regional counterparts.
Yeah, I mean, there was still 3 minutes and 17 seconds remaining. Oh, God, the one map that Reject was able to win last time in the recent Stage 3 Grand Final. Now they can't even get that. In fact, that was a blowout. That was one-sided. Reject have a lot to talk about in terms of what went wrong there. What, unfortunately. Not a fan of the fact that we had the Y-Dot Brig coming through. I mean, Brig in this current meta, in this current patch, not really what you want to be seeing. There are some skewed cases where I might consider the Brig, but in this particular matchup, yeah, I'm not seeing the Vision. Lucio, much better. And they may be playing Symmetra D.Va, but it is a far cry from what an Alcatia or Twisted Minds could do on that same comp. Reject, they're not a sim team.
Skewed mentioned. We'll see him tomorrow, but to get there, we've got to decide a winner here between our Japanese teams. Varel stand on the edge of a clean victory once again, and Kalios is going to have to make yet another apology to the fans, apologizing for losing to Varel. If only it could be closed out in the 3rd map after this.
いいな見物。
OWCS Asia Road to World Finals is potentially about to wrap up its Japan versus Japan match, and our battle of Japan and Pacific Varel sits on match point.
We'll see where the road ends for one of our teams here, which at this stage looking like it will be Reject, as Varel, ever the kings of OWCS Japan, I come in so strong in this series, much stronger than what we saw in that Japan final, given the stomping that has just occurred on that last map of Esperanza. A full cap with over 3 minutes still remaining on the clock. Reject, man, that mountain to climb looks ever so high.
Yeah, if they're going to climb it, they'd be having to battle into multiple Varel map picks as well. King's Row is the choice here, which was what I was expecting. It does mean that Zarya isn't bannable anymore, as it was previously banned by Varel.
In fact, even beyond that, I think this is a good opportunity to ban out the Ramatra. Remove the capability for KSG to play that on the opposite end. Your map choice. If you're Reject here, you know you want to play the Zarya. You know if you push into Zarya versus Zarya again in the mirror, you have a high likelihood of winning that mirror matchup. Cloud comes back in for Mimosa after a short little stint of Mimosa Lucio, as we'll head ourselves into regular territory now for our Varel squad. Give Mimosa a little bit of playtime here. Kyuki still yet to find himself with any playtime so far this stage, and well, might not have enough maps left to play through, given that this might just be the final one.
Yeah, Varel right now looking absolutely dominant. Cloud, of course, was the recipient of the Grand Finals MVP over in OWCS Japan's Grand Finals. And you know, it's been a while since I've seen a team with like a Lucio Mercenary as a sub. The main one that comes to mind is British Hurricane in 2018 with Funny Astro. They brought Funny Astro in essentially just for Ilios to play Lucio, then sent him back to his cage, put him back in the frog pond.
Not much else for Reject either. I mean, they have another support player, but I don't think that's really what's going to make the difference for them at the moment. What's going to make the difference is to force themselves into a strong matchup. So again, a Ram ban will be strong, but they're not going to do that. They're going to allow the Ramatra to be played through by Varel. They're going to go for the Hanzo ban, and Hanzo is very good on this map. In fact, they could have played it themselves. A Lucio ban on the opposite end. Okay. That means we're going to be playing double flex support. It's going to be Wuyang, Kiriko most likely. Both teams have played a reasonable amount of that, so not the worst thing ever.
It's going to make getting that Zarya into a position to deal damage a little bit more difficult. A great way to try and shut down the Grug walk forward composition is make them walk forward a touch more slowly. Of course, Juno's speed ring is still an option, but we have seen absolutely negative zero Juno usage over the course of today. I don't know
these
if this would be
teams
what breaks the trade.
have actually played a little bit of Juno in that final as well, to my surprise. Not a very popular pick. Wydot actually pulled out a little bit of Juno on Reject on that winning Esperanza in the Grand Finals. But I think part of this Hanzo ban might be the case. It's protecting the Reaper. You want to play the Zarya and Reaper at the same time. You want to make sure it can't be banned out by Varel. So the Hanzo ban comes on in. Let's see if Reject can get it done.
We previously saw an appearance from Baptiste on the defense of King's Row as well, even if it was somewhat ill-fated, I believe, from the side of the Gatos Guapos.
You should come home, Genji. We need your help.
There are others in the
world. Oh no, I think it was actually the onside game.
When I was a
Can't
kid,
quite remember. It's been a long day. What's he spelling?
A little bit of graffiti, a little bit of vandalism by Top Dragon here. Now expecting that there will be a Zarya. Having some Mei capability to wall off the Zarya. Play for some isolation. Could be powerful here. Varel, of course, as noted, KSG, the Ram is available, so he will be locking that in with no hesitation. And even a BAP to come into play as well. Of course, I mentioned that Wuyang Kiriko is a likely backline, but BAP has started to make a bit of a resurgence lately as well, so BAP locked in for Cloud.
All right, the attempt to try and shut down the Zarya definitely going to be coming through from the side of the Mei. Geisen taken down by Slay, and that makes Undersea think twice about taking that teleport. You're like, you know what? I'll actually leave the Kiriko alone. And you know what? That might have been the right decision because Slay is living up to their name right now. The kill count is racking up.
Yeah, he's just been off-angling. Nico's going to bite a Morning True, though. That is not worth. For all of the good work that Slay has been able to do in that last fight, Nico's undone it. Now, that is an opportunity for Reject to really get aggressive now, while Nico has no capability of being really taxied back into play. There's no Lucio here. There's no 7TP. Nico's going to have to do the slow walk. Reject have an opportunity to walk up.
Classic ranks moment. No help. Geisen considers utilizing themselves an angle here as Edison just disengages, has extra disengage potential via the TP. Doesn't even look while taking it. Simply knows they have to keep their eyes on that Ramatra. Still no first tickers come on through, but there is a threatening of it coming through from the side of Reject. Eventually it's going to happen. Nico taken down again once more by Edison, who's just continually just absolutely destroying Cloud. This merry-go-round of a support, so they have nowhere to go. And Edison knows they're one-tappable by a kunai, so doesn't actually push their luck right here, and so just consolidates the pressure on the point with the remainder of their team. Reject yet to really get any additional progress here until they finally coalesce together. It's going to be a retake coming through from Slay, earning themselves a very early usage of the Kitsune Rush from their efforts so far. Nico down yet again, 0-3 as far as I'm aware. Wydot responsible for that one, so they'll have to invest even more in the form of the amplification matrix. Kalio's caught in a corner, getting awfully close to the Death Blossom, and with those fast shotguns, Edison's just tearing through Varel. Absolutely no mercy within the heart of this skeleton.
Yeah, Nico, unfortunately, again, 3 deaths there, but particularly that last one, Wydot survives on 1 HP. I don't know if he was in a 1v1 against Nico or what, but Wydot living there on nothing. Just a sliver, literally one again. Able to drop an orb on Nico's face as Top Dragon will bring out the fire. And I did also mention fire, a kind of sneaky good on King's Row on the first 2 points here. Certainly playable. And Reject have been, well, not a fan of playing into the Zarya, given the Zarya ban that we saw on that previous map. Unfortunately, a Zarya ban would have been, a fire ban would have been much better here. If only they had saved it. If your goal was to protect the Reaper, a fire ban would have been so good on this map.
Barrel becoming acquainted with my friends, Nico in 3. Let's see if it... Oh, Top Dragon caught by Edison on the way down. And now Nico could also feel the business end of this one. Knowing that there's no protective barriers to come through from Kalios, opts out of it. And Slayer once more is going to be an absolute menace on the off angle. Wydot going to be taking that one. Grab to the wall, just crossing their arms and hoping. Nico, yes, gets themselves 2. No longer going to be sitting on the 0-3. But still, they are in a little bit of a hostage situation. Need to be rescued by the remainder of their team, forcing the TP away from a Symmetra.
All right, resetting things here a little bit. Reject, good start, but unfortunately the rest of that fight really fell apart for them. Undersea now going towards the Echo, really putting the pressure back on Top Dragon. Talked about the Echo counter towards the fire a little bit earlier on. Undersea is not a hit scan player, given that Edison has already locked the Reaper and has the ultimate and won't be swapping away from the Reaper. Undersea's option here, if he wants to put the pressure on the Top Dragon, is the Echo.
I want to see his crunch. There's no way to get out of this one. However, they don't see Edison's approach. Once more projected bubble comes through from Mazaya in a narrow corridor. Not ideal to go up against the headshot potential of that Kiriko. The strafing's perfect here coming through. Top Dragon just pelting down the damage from afar, and Val just have so much map control right now.
Reject are kind of lost as well. They're mispositioned. Their team is in a weird spot. Kalios is in a weird spot. Edison's going to try and make a rundown happen here. He's got Death Blossom as a reminder.
Oh, into 3. Big damage onto Cloud. The remainder of the team managed to move away behind the shield of Ramatra, who erected that just in time to save them from the Hellfire shotguns of the Reaper.
Yeah, only getting the 1 kill there. A little bit disappointing for Edison. Of course, it's a very easy read. You see this Reaper coming at you from the backline. You know it's been a long time. You haven't seen a Death Blossom. It's coming. Speaking of which, oh lordy coming. Kalios is locked in a Malga. I still don't think this is a good hero, but Malga did receive some buffs in the most recent patch.
Oh boy. I love a part where he shouts it's Malgin time and Malg's all over them. Restorative Stream gathered here from Wydot, and Slay is just an off-angle demon at the moment. Kalios runs into the pub, looking like my dad at 7 p.m. Top Dragon, did they just throw a barrage into like a shield or something, slays themselves via the ultimate. Varel, this is a big opening against them now because it gets rid of a huge amount of off-angle pressure from Bafara too, and Nico is in this hostage situation yet again, and well, it's just going to be an execution from Reject.
Did barrage himself, but there's no barriers on Reject's team. I'm not too sure where that happened, but Top Dragon,
big wall,
will eliminate himself from contention. Nico now swapping over to the Soj to counter out this Malga, and that's one of the problems. You play Malga, you just give Soj an amazing matchup. Oh, look at that damage on the KSG. Lives though.
Massive damage. Inside of the Immortality field, it's not really taking any damage at the moment. Plenty of healing delivered from the Baptiste, and for now, just staying on top of things inside of here. Yes, that's going to be a quick Ramatra coming through. Annihilation's going to be faster build for Undersea. That's going to give so much sustainability on the car. It's a great way to play the objective, and there it is, moving in towards the back. Punch and punch and punch. All they need to do is guard their back, but they can't do it. The block is only mono-directional, and it's unfortunately there were enemies from all directions. Enemies were abound here for the side of Reject. Kalios getting up close and personal, almost has himself a cage fight to work with, and Wydot's fallen down in the back line. Top Dragon's managed to find the openings and find even more than that. Up close and personal, dive bombing onto the healers.
And he might have lost his barrage in the previous fight, but he'll farm a new one up just as quickly, and that'll be the time expended. Top Dragon goes unaccounted for in that fight. I'm not, again, not a big fan of what the Malga is bringing to the table here, but Reject really feels like they're clutching at straws to try and find anything, something to do in this attack as the last dredges of time will fall apart and won't end up capping B. Is this where their 2025 Overwatch journey ends?
Certainly a possibility here. And a sad one for the side of Reject. Here's Edison managing to pop off inside of a Kitsune Rush. One of the classic combos, the primary fire of Reaper and the Kitsune Rush. The other, of course, would be Soldier. Back in the hardy days of a Soldier Kitsune meta, which I'm sure we'd rather all forget.
Kalios mentioned in the interview this would be his last time playing in Korea. And reading into what that could mean that retirement is on the cards for Kalios after this year of play is concluded. And well, losing this map in the series would conclude Reject and Kalios' year in 2025 for Overwatch.
I'll always deliver.
Sure. One for Kalios. An extended stay. Take a long plane ride to Sweden. Reject would love that. Kalios would love that. But Varel, they're not in the mood to give such permissions.
Reject going to start on the Malga comp. Edison's going to start on the Freya. Understanding the capability of Top Dragon to be bringing through this far, they really want to make sure and there's adequate anti-fire capability, and Freya will certainly bring that to the table. Symmetra to give Kalios a little bit of mobility moving up and down the high ground of Kings Row A.
Oh, the long-range pressure onto Amalga from Freya is going to be immense here as well, coming through from Nico. Forced a disengagement from Kalios. First hit given over to the side of Varel. Entering into that hotel is less than ideal and forced out all of the utility of Slay on the Kiriko. Edison still cowed, having to hide away for a moment before taking that audacious angle again. Nico going to note their approach. Might be able to get a 2v1 with the help of Slay here. Nice dink and another. Slay's been absolutely lights out on the Kiriko. There's no other way to say it. Bro is an absolute menace when it comes to throwing the kunai. Kalios getting up close and personal, forced out the usage of the Immortality field. Slay taken up by Wydot on the other side, but the damage is already done and the points already been capped. There was no presence there for the side of Reject.
Still a good amount of time remaining as well. Over 5 minutes, I believe 5:15 is what we saw. No ultimates being burned there. Kalios finally gives up on his Malga journey. Will be forced to face the mirror of the Ramatra now, but with 40% less ultimate charge, 30-something% less ultimate charge than his counterpart of KSG, and everyone else on Varel really far ahead, with the exception of some of the supports here who are on parity with where Reject are. Both the supports of both teams are looking to get ults around the same time.
Edison checked on this angle. Has to give it up and play this mono-directional, very one-dimensional approach here. Goes in towards their counterpart. Only one sticky bolt manages to adhere to the foe. And so it's going to be able to slip away here. Oh, the double damage on the barrage is absolutely obscene. But still, the Wu-Yang ultimate gives Kalios all of the reckoning he needs to stay in place, cross his arms and say, no, you move. Cloud in the end is going to be able to connect with that one and find the finish. Varel, they continue rolling forward.
It's insane what the block of Ramach's right click can give them to you. Specifically when you also get the Tidal Blast, extra shield as well. KSG is still going to run down Undersea, and we are basically on last fight. Reject may lose right now.
Nico just couldn't see anything right there. Was caught up in the bowler. May well have been a headshot. The entirety of vision was obscured. It's going to be a mad dash towards the point. It's got to be the Ramatra to do it, but KSG wraps in behind. The Annihilation annihilates all hope of Reject. And Varel, as expected, walk away as your champions of Japan to face up against Nosebleed Esports for a stop at DreamHack Stockholm.
And as the road for Reject closes, Varel's continues on strength to strength. The best Japanese team of all time at this stage, you can easily say, is Varel. And this game proved exactly why. Second best in Japan might as well be 10th or even further down, because Varel's gap that they create between themselves and every other team in their region is so immense. And it's going to have to take international competition, whether that be from Nosebleed Esports or even other teams at Stockholm, to stop this Japanese powerhouse.
Looking good to start off with. Going to go in the cross region first to earn that space to go against the best in the world at DreamHack. For Reject, commiserations. For Kalios, a deep sadness perhaps, or at least a somber echo of a career well done. We don't know what's next for Kalios, but we will recognize their talent.
Wouldn't be surprised if this one went to Top Dragon. There it is, the Pharah, massive difference maker, but even beyond that as well, we saw what was going on with the Tracer and everything else in general. Yeah, it was quite the game coming through from Top Dragon, and humbly he said, Nico's the guy you got to watch out for, but really, Top Dragon's the guy you got to watch out for on Varel. He is part of the reason why Varel has gone from strength to strength.
I mean, Top Dragon was just a great pickup for this roster, and the Pharah really, as you said, got so much value, and it really adds a different dimension to the fights that had to be constantly considered. We saw that Edison had to keep giving up these angles when they kept catching this poke from Pharah every time they tried to open up a new front in an engagement. Top Dragon was there, clawing in the damage from above and making sure they never felt comfortable.
The Pharah was banned very early on. Well, I say early. Out of the 3 maps that occurred on that secondary map, but it was out of the 3, the least likely map that he would have brought through this particular hero pick. And of course, Nosebleed Esports wouldn't be surprised at all if they have full eyes on what Varel was doing today, keeping track of the fact that plenty of Pharah has been played, but even without the Pharah, as we saw in the clips here, the Tracer, absolutely immense, absolutely disgusting. The double pulse bomb making Reject pay, as that Esperanza will end up being a full cap.
All right, got ourselves our MVP interview here with Top Dragon.
오늘의 마지막 경기 바렐이 승리를 가져갑니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 오늘의 POTM은 탑드래곤 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 리젝트에게 또 한 번의 뼈아픈 패배를 안겨준 바렐이었습니다. 승리 소감 한번 들어볼게요.
リジェクトにもう一度敗北を与えた今日の試合、勝利したご感想をお願いします。
이제 리장 타워 1라운드
First question, of course, is asking Top Dragon for his thoughts on victory.
위해서 되게 다행이고 나머지 맵들은 일단 하시면 돼요.
リジャンタワー、レイコータワーで1ラウンド負けた部分については少し悔しいんですけれども、その以降のラウンドで勝ててよかったと思います。
그리고 이제 이스페란사는 이모자가
Top Dragon responds, I was disappointed to lose the first round of Lijiang Tower. I think I was able to overcome it thanks to the immediate feedback, maybe some reinforcement coming through in the team chat.
久しぶりに出戦したので、その分
Oh, Mimosa jersey.
した分
Nice.
頑張ってよくやってくれたと思いますので、それについてはいいと思います。また 3セットでは、完璧だったと思いますので、すごく嬉しいです。
네, 그렇습니다. 오늘 경기 좀 3대 0으로도 원사이드한 흐름 그리고 체감상 경기 좀 괜찮았다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데요. 이제는 퍼시픽 팀들을 만날 차례입니다. 그런데 퍼시픽 팀들에게 일본 팀들이 좀 약하다라는 오명이 있을 텐데요. 이 오명을 벗기 위해서 각오 한마디 들어보겠습니다.
本日の試合3対0でワンサイドな試合だったんですけれども、本日の体感ありがとうございます。で、これからパシフィックチームを会う番となりましたが、日本のチームがパシフィックのチームに弱いという偏見を破る機会だと思うんですけれども、覚悟をお願いいたします。
Next comment is that it's time to face the Pacific. The Japanese team is known to be weak against the Pacific team. Are you ready to wash away that bad reputation?
チームに負けたのは私とスリーがなかった時なので、もう一度負けることなく頑張って勝つと思います。
Pelican interjects. Now, the loss to Pacific was a story that happened when I wasn't there, and I'll work hard to ensure we never lose again.
POTM
That is
탑드래곤으로
true.
만장일치가 나왔어요. 그만큼 오늘 좋은 모습 보여주셨습니다. 파라 견제 밴까지 나왔으니까요. 팬분들 웃음꽃 활짝 피셨을 것 같은데요. 일본인 팬분들께도 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
満場一致で POTM になりました。厳正の
Finally, a word to the
パラ
fans.
まで出ましたが、勝っててファンの皆様がすごく喜んでるんですけれども、ファンの皆様に日本語で一言お願いいたします。
まあ皆さん韓国語はちょっと遠いですけど、なんかこっちに来たから、まあ勝利あげたら嬉しいです。なんか明日のパシフィック大会もめっちゃ頑張ってなんか4対0とか4対1に勝ってます。ありがとうございます。
한국이 먼데 이제 와서 승리하게 돼서 상당히 기쁘고요. 이제 내일 경기에서 4대 0 아니면 4대 1로 이기도록 하겠습니다.
야, 그렇습니다. 현장에 일본인 팬분들이 이렇게 자리해 주실 정도로 발을 그리고 탑드래곤님을 응원하고 있는데요. 마지막으로 일본인 팬분들께 하트 한번 쏘고 마무리할까요?
Top Drake said Korea's far away, but I'm happy to have it come here and one will win tomorrow's match 4-0 or 4-1.
여기서 마치도록 하고요. 최종 경기 결과는
Final request is to end with a heart to the Japanese fans, which Top Dragon readily delivers. Here's a look at our results from today, Avril. It's been a long day here with 4 first to 3 matches, and I'm losing the ability to count.
Yeah, I mean, geez, how many maps did we have in here today? Like 13 maps overall, something like that. 12, 30, 40, 15. Yeah, a lot. We had a lot of maps. 4 matches overall, including a 5 mapper in there. Team Falcons Data Division 3 and 1. Even really, I mean, Servaso went to all 5 rounds. It was the Pacific game and the Japanese game that really was quite the quick 3-0. So in some ways, shout outs to them, but in some ways as well, it's really sad for Gatos Guapos and Reject that they couldn't get more done.
Yeah, their 2025 season is now over. There is no viable path to the finals in Stockholm, Sweden. However, for Team Falcons, the work has only just begun. The job ain't done.
They'll be facing up against Crazy Raccoons tomorrow. Of course, we'll look at the bracket in terms of who is playing against who. This tomorrow will be even more difficult. Would like to see, actually, just for my own entertainment, I'm curious how Gatos Guapos would have gone against Reject. I'm sure the two regions do play each other quite often, but it does seem like we have a very resounding winner from each of the Pacific and Japanese regions to play against each other, and Falcons is a pretty resounding winner aside from the very close run-through they had against Onside. Japan versus Pacific, Nosebleed versus Varo. Winner takes all. You win, you go to Stockholm. You lose, your season is done.
It's going to be a sad end for one of these teams, but a glorious finish for another. To travel across the world and represent their region amongst the best that the world has to offer here in Overwatch Esports. DreamHack, a celebrated stage And given that previously, I believe these teams were competing with Korea for spots at that last World Finals, they'd be happy to have that representation.
Yeah. And then we have our results from the play-ins. Falcons took down Onside. And then also took down Zeta. Some real licks and wounds that they had to bear along the way. It's certainly not 3-0. Falcons not known for the 3-0s. I mean, some of the Dallas Fuel DNA still in there. Salted Earth 3-1s, minimum 14 Falcons to be able to get through and get any type of win. And that will likely be the case moving forward as well, because I am expecting that Falcons are not going to have an easy pathway to get to Stockholm, being that Crazy Raccoon will be their first opponent.
Yeah, it is going to be an absolute slog. Here's a look at that bracket. T1 versus Wei over in match G2, but G1, Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons, two of the most storied teams in the entirety of Overwatch Esports. You only have to win one match in this bracket, Avril, to make it to Stockholm. There are 3 spots and 4 teams.
Yep. 3 spots, 4 teams. Somebody will miss out. 3 of these teams are partnered as well, so there is a good chance that a partnered team will miss out here. Of course, Zeta have already missed out as a partnered team. They haven't made a single international event this year, which is very sad for them. But Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, they made all of them. T1, we saw them mid-season. Did not see T1 at Hangzhou in the Champions Clash because only 2 teams from Korea could make that one. Well, now we've opened things up to 3 Korean teams. Who will those 3 be?
That's the question on everyone's minds, and we'll figure out most of them tomorrow. As of course, our schedule is going to be jam-packed with deciding who gets to head towards Sweden, as well as who's going to get the best seeding going over there as well. We're opening up with Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons, followed by T1 versus Wei.
Expecting it to be a long day as well, because close games ahead, but also Nosebleed versus Varel, given that it is going to be the grand final. It's actually going to be a first to 4. It's a BO7. We're going to end the day on. So starting things out nice and early with Crazy Raccoon Falcons. Always a banger, unless Falcons don't show up, but I'm sure that they will this time because they look good today. T1 versus Wei. Be a nice fun matchup there as well. And of course, the winner of the first match against the winner of the second match. You've already mentioned this, but you win that first game, you qualify to Stockholm. Really, it's then about who gets to go to the grand finals and play for seeding, play for the championship, play for the prizing between the winners of the first 2 matches.
Yeah, avoid some of those harder opponents earlier on in the bracket, especially if you need to get used to a new pseudo meta in such an open kind of... We got an open floor plan meta at the moment. We're installing a kitchen island, and maybe it's better to get a little bit more information on your opponents over in Stockholm. So the seeding is important for giving yourself an easier ride towards the top.
Yeah, no eliminations tomorrow though, well, except for maybe the Varel Bleed Esports game. That one, you qualify or you are done for the season. For all of our Korean games, it's all focused on upper brackets. The first 2 games of the initial upper bracket semifinals, followed by the upper bracket final, which will tell us who goes to the grand final. And no one eliminated from Korea on the opening day. We're going to save that one for day 3.
Yeah, day 3 is going to be action-packed, but tomorrow is where we really decide who's going to be heading over to Stockholm. I believe day 3 we are going to have our losers bracket for for Korea. Yeah, that's going to be someone. It's going to end in tears for someone. Unfortunately, it's going to end the season of one of our top 4 teams here in Korea. But tomorrow we get to decide whether it's going to be Pacific or Japan who get to attend Stockholm, which is going to be a wonderful matchup between those 2. And it's been an awful long day, Avril. So. Do you have any closing thoughts?
Tune in again tomorrow, guys. It's going to be a fantastic day. Congratulations to the winners of today. Unfortunately, sad loss for a couple of teams that have already been eliminated between Japan, Pacific, and our Korean teams. But looking forward to 2026 and what the future holds for all of those teams and players.
It's going to be a great time for Overwatch. It's going to be a great time for all of you watching. And, from Avril and I, it's been an absolute pleasure, and we hope that we get to see you soon. I didn't hear what production said.
I think that's it, guys. We'll see you tomorrow for more Overwatch Asia Road to World Finals.
るラバ削る
こっちケース売れとあるから
ラバ削るラバ削るラバもっと前もっと前
前
あちょっとティースローはちょっと完璧したなんかこれなんか攻撃は